aims to complete the three-runway system 3RS at the Hong Kong International Airport HKIA within this year, to be followed by the progressive commissioning of the relevant facilities in phases, and it is expected that from 2035 onwards, the airport will be able to handle 120 million passenger trips and 10 million tons of cargo annually. In this connection, will the government inform this council? One, given that the airport's passenger and cargo handling capacities will be enhanced significantly, of the government-specific measures in place to attract more airlines to set up their base in Hong Kong and launch more routes, so as to strengthen Hong Kong's aviation network. Two, of the measures in place to ensure sufficient support personnel at the airport, including ground crews, baggage handlers, aircraft maintenance mechanics, catering service personnel, etc., to cope with the passenger and cargo handling capacities, which will be enhanced significantly. And three, as there are views pointing out that the fees charged by the airport are high relative to those charged by the airports in neighboring regions, thereby undermining the competitiveness of the air cargo industry in Hong Kong, whether the government will request the airport authority to conduct a comprehensive review to see if there's room for downward adjustment of the current fee levels. If it will, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. Hong Kong is an international aviation hub. This positioning is recognized in the National 14th Five-Year Plan and the Outline Development Plan for the Greater Bay Area, to cater for the long-term air traffic demand and to enhance the passenger and cargo capacity. The AA is developing the three-runway system, 3RS, at the airport. The third runway was commissioned in 2022 as scheduled, and the target is to commission the 3RS by the end of this year. The AA will open relevant passenger facilities by phases in light of the passenger traffic demand. The expanded airport will be able to handle 120 million passengers and 10 million tons of cargo per year from 2035 onwards. In this connection, the government and the AA have launched a series of measures to implement national strategies and to enhance the long-term competitiveness of Hong Kong's aviation industry. My reply to the question raised by Mr. Frankie Yik is as follows. 1. At present, there are about 120 airlines operating flights between HKIA and some 180 destinations worldwide, with the number of destinations at about 80% of the pre-pandemic level. The daily passenger throughput and the number of flight movements have recovered up to about 80% and 90% of the pre-pandemic levels, respectively. As for cargo, the HKIA remained as the world's busiest cargo airport in 2022, and we are confident in maintaining this position in 2023. Leveraging the opportunities brought by the 3RS and our country's support of the Air Silk Road, the government will focus on the current major routes and routes along the Belt and Road with potential, including destinations in Europe, Africa, South America, and Asia, negotiate and enhance air services agreements and strengthen aviation services between Hong Kong and these regions. While local airlines are actively resuming their services, they are also launching new routes. The Transport and Logistics Bureau, TLB, encourages them to enhance their services in response to market demand and in line with our country's development strategies. The AA has also been discussing with non-local airlines to launch and increase flights to and from Hong Kong, as well as working with the relevant parties to step up publicity efforts to boost the demand for travel to Hong Kong for leisure and business purposes. We also seek to expand HKIA service catchment in the Greater Bay Area. On the passenger side, the AA has built the Sky Pier Terminal, introduced the Fly via Zhuhai Hong Kong passenger service, and set up city terminals in the GBA to make it more convenient for passengers from the GBA to use the HKIA for overseas travel. On the cargo side, the AA is working with Dongguan to develop the sea-air intermodal cargo transshipment mode and will actively pursue the provision of cold chain cargo services in the logistics park set up in Dongguan. The AA will also join hands with Zhuhai to develop international cargo business. In addition, in respect of international air cargo services, the TLB is flexibly approving applications from airlines to operate additional flights having regard to their operational needs and market demand. on hardware following the opening of the DHL Expanded Hub and China Smart Gateway last year, together with the UPS's new hub facility to be completed by 2028. HKIA by then will be able to handle a total of about 9 million tons of cargo each year. The AA will continue to actively attract international cargo forwarders and major global retailers to set up their Asian aviation logistics base in Hong Kong. 2. In terms of manpower, the government established the Maritime and Aviation Training Fund (MATF) in 2014 and supported the AA to set up the Hong Kong International Aviation Academy (HKIAA) in 2016 to promote the professional development of the aviation industry and attract more young people to join the industry. In collaboration with the airport community, the AA has been actively enhancing the working environment and welfare of practitioners, as well as applying technology and smart techniques in airport services to reduce the pressure on manpower. To support the continual recovery of air traffic after the pandemic, in addition to active local recruitment, the government launched a labor importation scheme specific to the aviation industry in July last year. Regarding the manpower demand after commissioning of the 3RS, the AA will conduct a fresh round of airport manpower survey this year to review the manpower situation. 3. As for airport charges, an independent international consultancy renowned in the aviation industry conducts a review on the charges of major international airports annually. In the 2023 report, which covers around 50 major international airports, HKIA's overall airport charges ranked in the mid-tier and were generally lower than many hub airports in Asia and beyond, including London Heathrow Airport, Singapore Changi Airport, and Osaka Kansai Airport in Japan, etc. Moreover, we believe that airlines and different service providers at the HKIA do not only compare the charges, they seek to achieve cost effectiveness. The AA will continue to closely monitor market development and regularly review airport charge levels. Thank you, President. Mr. Frank Yik. Thank you, President. When answering my second question, the Secretary said that after the commissioning of the 3RS, in this year, the government will launch another airport manpower survey. We have approximately 70,000 people working at the airport before the pandemic. We only have 50,000 odd people now. Thanks to the labor importation scheme, we have half the quotas met, but there is a condition. We need to have hired one local employee before they can import an employee. So with the commissioning of the 3RS, we would need 120,000. With the labor importation scheme, at most we can get 75,000 employees at the airport. We will not be able to meet the demand. Will you be able to relax that restriction on labor importation? Thank you. Secretary. As I said in the main reply, the AA will conduct a fresh round of airport manpower survey in this year to review the manpower situation after commissioning of the 3RS. We will also review the types of jobs needed and the mean of wages provided for the airport staff in this survey. As for the condition imposed on the labor importation scheme, we will review that after the survey to see if we can improve the scheme. Thank you. Mr. Tommy Chang. We have talked about the big picture. With the specifics, however, it is said that we can import 6,300 people, but we have only approved 2,400 people, but only 1,800 people came. We are starting the second round of the importation scheme, but we still do not have all of those who are approved in the first round come to Hong Kong. Right now, we have a manpower shortage. We are not short in jobs. Can the TLB work with the LWB, the Labor and Welfare Bureau, to expedite the progress of implementing measures? Just expedite the consultation process, because we really need people to work in the airport for the summer holidays. If we can't deal with this manpower shortage soon, people will be complaining about the services provided by the airport. Thank you, Secretary. President, as said by Mr. Tommy Chung, in the first round, we have approved 2,841 places, and many of them have arrived in October of last year. We have approved visas of 1,800, and we have 1,200 people who have already arrived in Hong Kong. And on 13th of March this year, and the 26th of March of this year, we have the second round of the labor importation scheme. We will soon have the results for the second round. With the labor importation scheme, we have already expedited the process, but of course there is always room for improvement. As I said earlier, after the fresh round of airport manpower survey is conducted, we will review the implementation details of the labor importation scheme. But let me say this again, this is already a streamlined arrangement. And in July of last year, we have rolled out this labor importation scheme, and we already have 1,000 odd people working here in Hong Kong this year. With the trade getting familiar with the procedures, in the second round, we could see that they have made arrangements very soon to import labor. Thank you. Mr. Jeffrey Lam. President, the Secretary said that reviews would have to be conducted. It seems that they are not taking into account the acute demand of manpower. We really need to expedite the recovery of the economy. With the airport, the passenger and cargo handling capacity have to be enhanced. I hope that the government can ask the flagship companies to set up destinations in Hong Kong, or at least put them back after they have been relocated to somewhere outside Hong Kong. With the report, it was said that the landing fee only is ranked in the mid-tier with other airports, but we're not comparing to airports in London or in other places outside China. We should be competing with other airports in the mainland, such as the airport in Shenzhen, the Shenzhen Bao'an Airport. Thank you. Secretary, thank you. As I said in the main reply, the airport charge levels, well, please sit down, let the Secretary answer the question. Hong Kong is an airport hub, and the airport in Shenzhen and other Greater Bay Area cities do not compare. And if we look at the manpower costs and the rent levels, we really can't compare our levels to airports in the mainland. I think it would be an unfair comparison. if we can enhance services in the HKIA to attract more airlines to set up their operations in Hong Kong and increase passenger demand, that is the best way to increase competitiveness. Thank you. Mr. Jimmy. My question is similar to that of Mr. Jeffrey Lam. We have been using some low tech to aid the operations of the airport. How much have we done to accommodate the increase in passenger and cargo cargo demand? With the commissioning of the 3RS, will we employ new technologies to lower the costs of the operations of the HKIA? The Secretary said that airports in the Greater Bay Area are not our competitors, but I disagree. I think we should have the Secretary answer the question specifically as to how we are to accommodate the significant increase in cargo and passenger throughput with the commissioning of 3RS. Secretary, thank you. With the commissioning of the 3RS, we will employ a series of innovative technologies. We will expand the usage of smart check-in counters. We will also make use of facial recognition for departure checks of passengers. We will also make use of smart baggage handling system and smart vehicles to convey baggage. Starting from this year, we will make use of another smart system that will expedite the customs clearance procedures that will in turn facilitate passengers as well. The Airport Authority will continue to review the situation to see if there is any need to employ other forms of innovative technologies to aid the development of 3RS. Thank you. Mr. Yu Patlan. Thank you, President. We really need to increase our capacity to meet the demand, whether it's passenger or cargo demand. And in last year, I have raised a question that is similar to that of Mr. Frankie Yik today. But I do not see any difference with the replies being provided. We have only recovered the number of destinations to 80% of the pre-pandemic levels. What is going to happen to the rest? We still don't know. But I digress. We need to really expedite labor importation. We have now 1,000 odd people arrived in Hong Kong, but is that fast enough? We really need to enhance efficiency because the current speed is not acceptable. For the reply given to the third question, I'm not sure if the Bureau understands that there are two types of charges for the airport. There are charges for the operators, for example, shops and airlines, and the charges for passengers. That is a different one. So can you talk about, when you're talking about airport charges being ranked at the mid-tier, are you referring to the charges for the operators or for the passengers? Since you already have a consultancy review on this, can you provide more such information on this? Because my understanding is that we are not competitive enough. We have relatively high charges. Did you consider the airport construction tax as well? Thank you. President, we have the departure tax, landing tax, passenger tax, as well as a terminal tax, security tax, and environmental tax, such as for noise and emissions for the airport charges. And we have also compared all of these charges to those of other airports. As for the issue on departure tax, in 2004, we have maintained it at the level of $120 for each passenger age 12 or above. And that is just a minor part of the fees that passengers would have to pay. As for what the members said about rents or fees to be charged to shops at the airport or other operators, we have, with reference to the Airport Management Ordinance, and the airport authority has been running the operations of different operators and shops with reference to the ordinance. And most of the shops and operators are recruited by tendering, and the rent levels and fee levels are set based on prevailing market prices. We have reviewed the prices or fee levels continuously, and starting from 2023, we have seen that there is a decrease of 16% with the levels charged to the fees. Excuse me, I have asked also whether they will consider charging an airport construction tax. Thank you. With the commissioning of the 3RS, we have charged the airport construction tax. And once we have reached a payback period, we will no longer charge that tax. Question 2.
Mr. Kenneth Lau. President, the Patriotic Education Law of the People's Republic of China, Education Law, which took effect on the 1st of January this year, aims to strengthen patriotic education as well as inherit and promote the spirit of patriotism. In addition, the 2023 policy address has proposed the establishment of a working group on patriotic education, working group, and a Chinese Culture Promotion Office, CCPO, to take forward the relevant education and promotion work. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, when the working group will commence operation of the working group's membership, mode of operation and terms of reference, as well as the details of its activities currently in preparation. 2, whether CCPO will make good use of the abundant heritage and monument resources in the northern metropolis, such as the Heritage Trail in Shuttlecock in commemoration of the War of Resistance and the Cenotaph for Martyrs in Wukaotong, to systematically organize some heritage and monument visits and guided tours of educational significance, if so, of the details, if not the reasons for that. And 3, whether it will consider constructing a museum on the history of the Communist Party of China, a museum on the War of Resistance, as well as a dedicated museum that showcases the development and achievements of the country in the northern metropolis, and building the metropolis into a large-scale national education base so as to better implement the directives and requirements of the education law, if so, of the details, if not the reasons for that. Secretary for Constitution and Mainland Affairs. President, in consultation with relevant bureau, the consolidated reply for the question raised by Mr. Kenneth Lau is as follows. As announced by the Chief Executive in the policy address last year, the government will roll out patriotic education, and a working group on patriotic education working group will be established under the Constitution and Basic Law Promotion Steering Committee, CBL-PSC, led by the Chief Secretary for Administration. The working group will coordinate the work of government departments and non-governmental organizations in taking forward national education and dovetailing with the Patriotic Education Law of the People's Republic of China, Patriotic Education Law, with a view to enhancing education on our country's history, culture, and current affairs on different fronts, thereby promoting patriotism and ensuring its continuity from generation to generation. Established on the 8th of April 2024, the Working Group on Patriotic Education comprises the relevant directors of bureau, heads of departments, and leaders from the relevant sectors of society. To take forward patriotic education in an all-round manner, the Working Group will focus efforts on various key aspects, including school education, local community, history, politics, economy and culture, and media publicity. the Chief Secretary for Administration will, through the working group, provide steer on the work to promote patriotic education with a view to integrating patriotic education with national security education and Chinese culture education, stepping up promotion efforts at school and community levels, and making good use of various media platforms for publicity purposes so as to blend patriotic education with citizens' everyday life and continuous learning. Taking into account, with a holistic approach, the current societal situation and the spirit and relevant content of the patriotic education law, the working group will formulate the overall plan and strategy to systematically combine efforts of the government and the community in enhancing the national awareness and sense of patriotism among various sectors of the community, and take forward patriotic education in the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, Hong Kong SAR. We are actively making preparations to convene the first meeting of the working group as soon as possible. The specific work directions and plans of the working group will be announced in due course. Patriotic education is rich in content, including public education on the history of and Hong Kong's contributions to the war of resistance against Japanese aggression, War of Resistance. The Hong Kong SAR government has been attaching great importance to the history in commemorating the War of Resistance, enhanced national confidence and patriotism among the general public. On optimizing the use of heritage and monument resources, the Hong Kong Museum of Coastal Defense, MCD, under the Leisure and Cultural Services Department, LSCD, held the Fight as One Anti-Japanese Guerrillas series program in 2023-24, including field visits to the sites of the War of Resistance and war-related historic sites and memorial facilities at Wu Kao Tung and Shuttlecock, etc. In future, the CCPO and MCD under the LCSD will join forces to design and organize guided tours by making use of the historic sites in association with the War of Resistance in the Northern Metropolis, including the currently the Hong Kong Shuttlecock Anti-Japanese War Memorial Hall at Shuttlecock, and that was used by the Hong Kong and Kowloon Independent Brigade of the East River Column as a space of operations and transportation checkpoint, as well as the memorial monument for martyrs during World War II at Wu Kao Tung. Such guided tours are expected to commence in September this year. Besides the Northern Metropolis, CCPO and MCD will also explore the use of historic sites associated with the War of Resistance and related memorial facilities in Sai Kung, Yuen Long, and Central Districts to plan further guided tours to boost the understanding and awareness of the War of Resistance history in the public. To enhance public understanding of the history of the War of Resistance, MCD will be converted to the Hong Kong Museum of the War of Resistance and Coastal Defense in September this year. It will organize a series of educational and extension programs related to the War of Resistance for schools and the public to further promote the awareness of the history as well as the significant contributions by the Hong Kong and Kowloon Independent Brigade of the East River Column during the war. In addition, the chief executive announced in the policy address last year that the government would set up a museum to showcase the development and achievements of our country, covering areas such as its history, including the history of the Chinese Communist Party, politics, economic development, and culture. LCSD is currently working with the Development Bureau and other relevant departments to explore and identify the best site for the new museum. When designing and developing the exhibition contents, CCPO will consult relevant mainland authorities or museums and draw reference from their views and information. We will also consult the Legislative Council and various stakeholders on the general planning and future development of museums in Hong Kong. Regarding the suggestion of building a national education base in the Northern Metropolis, we understand that the key functions of the base proposed by Mr. Lau include the provision of a national education platform, teacher training, and exchange activities to promote national education, etc. National education and national security education have already incorporated elements and spirit of patriotic education, which form an integral part of school curriculum. The Education Bureau has been adopting a multi-pronged and coordinated approach to support and encourage primary and secondary schools to deliver national education and national security education and dovetail such education with the content of the patriotic education law. Among others, teacher training has been strengthened, such as regularly providing teaching resources on current affairs and history of the country. National affairs education for students has been enhanced, and the Chinese culture immersion activities have been organized with the aim of nurturing students from young as good citizens with a sense of belonging to our country. Besides, various patriotic groups have been staging exhibitions, setting up exhibition venues, and organizing different forms of activities on their own initiative to support the various sectors in the community in taking forward national education. One example is the Patriotic Education Center, established by the Hong Kong Federation of Education Workers. We will encourage various sectors of the community to better utilize these resources to enrich the content and experience of patriotic education. As remarked by President Xi Jinping, patriotism is the core of our national spirit and is the spiritual bond of the Chinese nation's unity, struggle, and self-reliance. Patriotic education is not a matter for an individual person or organization. It requires the concerted efforts and active participation of various sectors of the community to get it done well. Truly, unity is strength. The newly established Working Group on Patriotic Education will closely liaise and work with the relevant bureau and departments to launch a series of patriotic education activities and encourage various sectors of the community to organize activities on their own initiative with a view to creating a patriotic atmosphere in a united manner and contributing to the great rejuvenation of Chinese nation and to safeguarding our national security. Thank you, President. Mr. Kenneth Lau, I'm glad to hear that the government has established a working group on patriotic education and is work with dovetail with the contents of the patriotic education law. The patriotic education law stresses the importance of promoting national education through cultivating habit and a sense of belonging. Now, in Hong Kong, we have these various war memorial sites, and students should go and visit them, and so they will learn. And also, there should be a museum on the Chinese development, so students could learn about our country's development. I wonder if the government has any plan to promote further such activities in Hong Kong. And then there is need to ensure sufficient places for visitors. Thank you for your further questions. The answer is yes. The working group, as I said, will coordinate the work of different departments and policy bureau as well as NGOs in taking forward patriotic education. They will formulate strategies and policies and arrangements. Mr. Lau refers to different approaches, maybe a softer approach with different groups and in mind. Now, after the working group is set up, we will call a meeting as soon as possible, and then we will tap the wisdom of individuals and the community, and then together we could further strengthen patriotic education. Ms. Maggie Chen. Now, the Secretary in his main reply said that the Museum on the Coastal Defense will be turned into the Hong Kong Museum of the War of Resistance and Coastal Defense in September this year. Now, the Hong Kong and Kowloon Independent Brigade of the East River Column made huge contributions during the War of Resistance. Now, for the 115 martyrs, are you going to issue them with certificates of martyrs, and for the remaining surviving members of the brigade, will you be commending them further? This is a way for us to pass on the sense of patriotism from generation to generation. Secretary for Culture, Sports and Tourism. Now, as mentioned in the main reply, we're going to rename the Hong Kong Museum of Coastal Defense. This is for us to include more information about what happened during the War of Resistance. In September this year, we're going to co-organize an exhibition with the Shenzhen side. So we could showcase what happened during the War of Resistance and the effort made by the East River Column. Now, Ms. Chen asked if there will be another commendation system for the martyrs. I'm sure the working group on patriotic education could discuss this issue further. Now, what can the Hong Kong SAR do to commend patriots who've made huge contributions and sacrifices? Now, apart from the 115 martyrs, there were many others who did much as patriots. So this is something we could consider further on what we can do for them. Yes, Secretary for Constitution and Mainland Affairs. Thank you, President. Well, I'm sure in response to Ms. Chen's question, so more groups and organizations could see what more the government could do to help them. If I may say a bit more on that. On patriotic education, of course, the government has to take the lead, but it's not for the government alone to do the work. We want the entire community to work together with the government for us to do a good job in patriotic education. So, for various historic events, and if anyone has any suggestions on what we can do about them, now we're going to set up a secretariat of the working group, and so if you have any good ideas, please do send them to us, and then the working group could discuss the various ideas and see what we can do. Thank you. Mr. Chu Kwok-keung. Now we need a special gallery on the developments of the country. If it could be located in the northern metropolis, this is a balanced arrangement compared to other museums in the urban district, because I think it's better to set up a dedicated museum on the developments of the country in the northern metropolis rather than converting any existing museums in the urban areas. So my question is it really necessary for a museum on the country's developments to be set up in the urban areas? Which public officers would give a reply. Secretary SCST. Now, we want to build a museum on the achievements and developments of the country. We would like this museum to be located in the urban areas. We've explained the reason for that, because this is a very important museum. We want it to be easily accessible by the public. At the same time, if the museum is in the urban areas, it will be more accessible to visitors. Now, this is a very important museum that showcases the achievements of the country to the people of Hong Kong and to other visitors. It's an important part of our patriotic and national education. And then it will help to foster a sense of identity to the country. And then with this museum, we would like it to show the visitors from around the world what the achievements of our country are. Now, we are supposed to be an exchange hub on Eastern Western culture, so this is also a way for us to tell a good story about our country. That's why it remains our plan to set up such a museum in the urban areas. In the northern metropolis, there will be a cluster of museums. Maybe then we could also do various exhibitions on different subjects. As for the overall planning of museums, we would like to have some discussion with the relevant panels of this council as soon as possible, so that we could listen to your views. Thank you. Mr. Stanley. Now, promoting Chinese culture is an important foundation for the promotion of patriotic education. The government still has not explained the work of the Working Group on Patriotic Education and the Chinese Culture Promotion Office, how they're going to coordinate with each other in their work. Now, a few years ago, state leader, Vice Premier Han Jing has confirmed that the FTU is patriotic organization. So can you tell us, for primary and secondary school students, maybe they can visit the headquarters of our union because we have over 100 years of history. Will the government try to promote that? Which public officer will reply to the question? Secretary SCMA. Now, we encourage local community groups and organizations to join us in our effort to promote patriotic education. We have now set up the working group on patriotic education. If you have any suggestions or specific ideas, please do forward them to the secretariat of the working group, and the secretary is actually my bureau, and then we will make the necessary arrangements for discussion at the working group. Mr. Kenneth Falk. Now, I think it's a good channel to use sports to promote patriotic education. The country has been really kind to us since 2008. After each Olympic Games, the gold medalists of the country were sent to Hong Kong to visit us. So we'll learn about the development of sports in the country. Now, I'd like to ask whether you've sent out invitations to the country so that there will be arrangements for gold medalists to visit Hong Kong after the Paris Olympics. Now, it's necessary to have more time to plan all this, so you need to approach them early. Have you done so? Which public officer will reply to the question? SST. Of course, we will seize upon every opportunity to promote patriotic education. As Mr. Zhang, SCMA, said just now, different sectors in the community could all contribute to the promotion of patriotic education. In terms of the sports sector, yes, we could also work together on various fronts. Yesterday, the CE announced that the government has secured the broadcasting rights of the Paris Olympics, and we, in our cooperation with TV operators, we have asked that they do more broadcasting about events participated by our country's athletes, because this is a good chance to showcase the achievements of our country's athletes to the people of Hong Kong. Now, also, there are many in Hong Kong who would like to support the country. They would like to witness firsthand the performance of the country's athletes in various competitions. Now, of course, we will also liaise early with the relevant sports authorities of the country, so that for medalists and other athletes of the country, they can visit Hong Kong after the Paris Olympics. They could come and meet with our citizens, and maybe they could also have exchanges with our own athletes, and as well as secondary and primary students. There could be direct interaction and exchanges. And so people will see the perseverance of country's athletes in contributing to the country's development. Thank you.
Question 3. Mr. Chen Hangpan. President, it is learned that different brands of China-made new energy vehicles, NEV, have shown an interest in entering the Hong Kong market one after another. In this connection, will the government inform this council? 1. As it is learned that at present, Hong Kong mainly adopts the European standards for examining imported vehicles and has not formally adopted Chinese standards, which has resulted in the examination process of China-made vehicles running into difficulties of varying degrees time and again, and has deterred members of the public who wish to buy such vehicles from doing so. Whether the authorities will consider adopting Chinese standards for vehicle examination in the future, if so, of the specific timetable, if not the reasons for that. 2. as it is learned that many members of the public wish to buy left-hand drive vehicles imported from the mainland, and regions where right-hand drive vehicles are predominantly used, such as Japan and Europe, also accept the use of left-hand drive vehicles, whether the authorities will, in light of the increasing digitization and intelligentization of road traffic in Hong Kong, consider relaxing the vehicle registration of left-hand drive vehicles, if so, of the specific timetable, if not, the reasons for that. And 3, with technological advancement, whether the authorities have plans to rearrange manpower for the examination of imported vehicles so as to tie in with the use of China-made NEVs in Hong Kong, if so, of this specific timetable and plan, if not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, after consulting the Transport Department TD, my consolidated reply to the question raised by Mr. Chen Hanpan is as follows. 1. The TD approves vehicle construction in accordance with the requirements of the Road Traffic Ordinance RTO Cap 374 and its subsidiary legislation. The Road Traffic Construction and Maintenance of Vehicles Regulations Cap 374A stipulates requirements for vehicle construction in various parts of a vehicle, including the maximum dimensions, maximum weight, overhang, motive power, axle loading, etc. of the vehicle. The legal provisions do not stipulate standards of certain regions, but the objective vehicle construction standards. The TD has been accepting submissions of Guobiao GB from the trade to substantiate that vehicles or their components comply with the objective vehicle construction standards stipulated in the legislation. In addition to GB, the TD also accepts other international standards, including those of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, UNECE. Regarding individual vehicle components such as public light bus seats and their anchorages, head restraints, headrests, speedometers, speed limiters, etc., the TD will list the standards of different regions in the legislation for the trade's reference. In addition, the TD will also provide the trade with the latest technical guidelines in response to the development of automotive technology, in which applicable GB standards and standards of other regions will also be suitably listed. The TD has been regularly reviewing and revising existing legislation and guidelines in response to relevant vehicle standards in different countries and regions to cope with the latest development of the automotive market. Since 2010, the TD has accepted GB standards as one of the approved specifications for approving electric vehicles, EVs. 2. Hong Kong currently follows the traffic rule of driving on the left side of the road, that is left-hand traffic. Transport infrastructures and traffic management measures are designed and developed based on this traffic rule. On left-hand traffic roads, the steering wheel of a vehicle is positioned on the right side, which corresponds to a right-hand drive vehicle. The design of left-hand drive vehicles in general does not align with the transportation and road systems of left-hand traffic. In fact, different regions around the world have their own considerations when formulating traffic rules and vehicle standards. Many regions impose restrictions on the use of vehicles which are incompatible with the road systems. Under the prevailing left-hand traffic rule, when right-hand drive vehicles are driven on Hong Kong's roads, motorists enjoy a relatively wider field of vision. This is particularly important when overtaking a vehicle in front. On the contrary, when left-hand drive vehicles are driven on Hong Kong's roads, the field of vision of motorists will be narrowed and limited. This may pose a high risk on the motorists, especially when overtaking, turning right at priority junctions, using roundabouts, or merging onto expressways from slip roads. Besides, most of the payment facilities at car park entrances or exits in Hong Kong are positioned on the right side of the vehicle for the convenience of the motorists, whereas the doors for picking up and dropping off passengers and the facilities for passenger queuing are mainly positioned on the left side of the vehicle. However, in accordance with the provisions of Cap 374A, the TD may also, subject to certain terms and conditions as considered appropriate, issue permits to authorize the use of individual left-hand drive vehicles on Hong Kong's roads under particular circumstances, such as cross-border mainland official vehicles or corporate vehicles with quotas, special purpose vehicles, etc. In view of the above road safety and traffic management considerations, the established practice in Hong Kong is to adopt right-hand drive vehicles on left-hand traffic roads and restrict the use and registration of left-hand drive vehicles. 3. All vehicles, regardless of NEVs or fossil fuel vehicles, must comply with the requirements of the RTO before they can be registered and licensed. All vehicle examinations are conducted in accordance with these requirements. To support the introduction of different NEVs, the TD issued guidelines on vehicle construction approval requirements for EVs in 2010. The latest version was released in May 2023. Facilitating different vehicle trades and providing relevant technical information on EVs to simplify applications for EV approval. The TD has also issued new guidelines on the batch processing mechanism to the trade in 2022 to allow the trade to introduce EVs in batches and simplify the application process for EV approval of the same model. As of the end of February 2024, over 400 EV models have been approved by the TD, including around 70 models of China-made EVs. The TD will review the vehicle examination process and manpower arrangements while revising the vehicle standards for better cost-effectiveness. The TD will continue to maintain close liaison with the trade and update guidelines, vehicle examination process, and manpower arrangements in a timely manner. Thank you, President. Mr. Chen Hanpan. President, quite many practitioners in the trade told me that while they passed the vehicle examinations, but then there were still difficulties in terms of the importation of China-made EVs. So I'd like the administration to deal with these standards more seriously. On rearranging manpower arrangements, in relation to the examination of fossil fuel vehicles and EVs, the procedures are actually the same. You needed to hand it to the EPD, while at present you need to check whether there are any exhaust gases. So you should have gone to the EMSD instead of the EPD, so some manpower has gone to waste. You have already asked 2 questions, Mr. Chan. Well, those were not questions, those are my views, so the administration does not have to reply to you. My question is, quite many members of the public see China-made EVs in the mainland and they would like to buy these vehicles and use them in Hong Kong, but then they are left-hand drive vehicle. Say Australia also accepts these vehicles, but then they are not allowed in Hong Kong. Will the administration study this issue? That is, are safety concerns are really considerations? Or what is the position of the administration? This attitude does not sound too good. Will the administration consider carrying out studies? Secretary. President, Mr. Chen asked a question. Well, for the other 2 views, you do not have to reply, but I do want to clarify. Probably you can make clarifications in your written reply. Otherwise, we cannot cater to all members. Please answer the last question from Mr. Chen. The last question is about whether the administration will carry out studies in relation to safety concerns. According to the Hong Kong Police Force, between 2020 and 2023, accidents involving left-hand vehicles were below 10. The left-hand drive vehicles, there were fewer left-hand drive vehicles in Hong Kong, so the base figure is actually lower. So we need to study the safety concerns. Whether we need to conduct a study, we first of all need to get a hold of more statistics. Then, with these figures or statistics, we can see how we can do better in this regard. Do we really have a huge demand for left-hand drive vehicles? If there were such high demands in Hong Kong, car manufacturers would not find it difficult to manufacture left-hand drive vehicles and have them registered in Hong Kong before they can be sold. Thank you, President. Mr. Frankie Yik. Thank you, President. We all know that we are moving towards EVs around the world. This is the trend. The mainland market is the main manufacturer of EVs. In Hong Kong, the number of EV private cars, some 11%, and about 9% out of all vehicles in Hong Kong. The figures are not great, and that is due to type approval, as put by Mr. Chen. Type approval takes too long time. The secretary just now said we have already done a lot of these procedures covering over 400 or so, but still the waiting time is very long. How can we move faster, expedite the process? Will the administration increase manpower in this connection? Secretary. President, I'd like to talk about manpower arrangements. Do we need to increase manpower to expedite the approval process? In the past, it took longer time to approve EVs because the applicant or the car manufacturers failed to provide correct document or information to the TD for approval, so a lot of time was spent on the clarification of documents, hence a longer time of approval. In view of this, the TD has already conducted a lot of briefing sessions with the trade, giving them the latest technical information and reducing the time needed to clarify documents. Therefore, the overall time for EV vehicle examination approval time has been reduced. In general, the approval time takes 90 days, similar to that of fossil fuel vehicles. The TD also, the trade also welcomes the initiatives rolled out by the TD. Ms. Chen Hao-yan, thank you, President. There are more and more EVs in Hong Kong, so I'm more concerned about supporting facilities. There's a serious lack of EV charging stations in the mainland and in overseas places. They have already rolled out new technologies or battery replacement technologies. That is, the battery can be recharged separately. It could be taken out from the vehicle, unlike the existing practice. Will the administration consider adopting similar practice? Will it be suitable in Hong Kong? Secretary. The charging of EVs is close to the heart of members of the public as well as members. There are different charging technologies in the market. I believe the Environment and Ecology Bureau will study these options to decide which ones are suitable to be used in Hong Kong. In relation to charging facilities, the EEB, the Development Bureau, and the Transport and Logistics Bureau have already set up a task force. We want to expedite the approval process for having more EV charging stations and iron out their difficulties at the same time. We want to provide more supporting facilities in order to expedite the popularization of EVs. Dr. Kennedy Wong. Thank you, President. According to the TD, EVs account for some 70% of the sales of all new cars. Most of the EVs imported into Hong Kong are from the mainland. The administration said that reference could be drawn from GB in relation to the examination of the vehicle construction. What about the plug of the battery of EVs? The plugs used are different. So for the northbound travel scheme, you need to change to another plug when you go north. So will you adopt the entire set of GB standards, including the charger? Secretary. Thank you, President. Apart from China-made EVs, we also welcome EVs manufactured in different countries. They can be imported into Hong Kong. Regarding charging issues or policies, of course, they will be under the purview of the EEB, but we do want to accommodate different charging technologies. Where there are new EV charging stations or technologies, we hope there could be more plugs, thereby providing more options for the members of the public. Mr. Lok Chung-hong, thank you, President. I'm also driving a China-made NEV. Apart from pure EVs, our country is also very efficient. Right now, some of the vehicles manufactured by China could not enjoy one-for-one tax concession. For example, WLTP 100 kilometers, or the motor efficiency, when the motor efficiency reaches a high level of chargeable hybrid vehicle, could they enjoy one-for-one tax concessions, thereby providing more options for members of the public to choose a certain type of vehicles manufactured by our country? Well, this issue is under the purview of the EEB. Up till 2035, by 2035, some types of vehicles cannot be registered in Hong Kong. That is, the hybrids and another type of vehicles cannot be registered in Hong Kong. Mr. Adrian Ho. Thank you, President. The allowance will have an impact on the future of NEVs. With the new policies, how can the administration ensure different car manufacturers will continue to proactively develop their products in Hong Kong, while at the same time maintaining the internationalization of Hong Kong, so that Hong Kong can continue to popularize the use of EVs? Secretary. Thank you, President. As I mentioned, policies in relation to the popularization of EVs is under the purview of the EEB. On the use of EVs, we want to make it compatible. That is, we want to include not only China-made EVs, we do want to include other EVs as well. We want to be inclusive in this connection. So apart from the brands or the makes, it's important to enhance the appeal of EVs per se. It's not just about the amount of the allowance. The amount of allowance depends on the selling price of cars. Dr. Chow Man Kong. Thank you, President. Mr. Chen's question is close to the heart of many drivers. In the principal reply, both GB and European standards are also accepted, but the transportation system will limit the registration of left-hand drive vehicles. Well, I do need to read through the entire question and reply. Will the registration and importation of left-hand drive vehicles be affected? Will they be limited? The cost is high, and the usage rate is much lower than that in the mainland. We have northbound travel scheme. We also have some vehicles from the mainland moving southwards. So will the administration consider my proposal? President, our current practice is that the traffic infrastructures and traffic management measures mainly target right-hand drive vehicles. So in terms of road use, we mainly cater to right-hand drive vehicles. In special circumstances, when certain conditions are imposed, we also allow left-hand drive vehicles in Hong Kong. regarding which type of vehicles is the most popular in Hong Kong, I believe this is also close to the heart of the car manufacturers. Japan and Southeast Asian markets are also very active in right-hand drive vehicle market, so it's not that difficult for them to make adjustments. Will they cater to the needs of Hong Kong? I do think we need to think from a wider perspective.
Question for Mr. Chan Pui-leung. The Hong Kong Monetary Authority and the Bank of Thailand launched the FPS and Prompt Pay link for cross-border QR payment between Hong Kong and Thailand, which will be referred to as the Payment Connectivity Initiative below in December last year. Travelers from Thailand and Hong Kong can make retail payments by using the relevant mobile payment applications to scan the FPS QR codes displayed by Hong Kong merchants and the Prompt Pay QR codes displayed by Thai merchants respectively. In this connection, will the government inform this council, one, of the number of Thai merchants providing the relevant payment means and the transaction amount involved since the implementation of the Payment Connectivity Initiative, the estimated growth in the number of such merchants and the transaction amount this year. 2, as it's learned that under the Payment Connectivity Initiative, Hong Kong travelers in Thailand can only make payments by scanning the QR codes provided by 5 designated Thai banks, while Thai travelers in Hong Kong can only make payments by using the payment applications of 3 designated Thai banks, whether the authorities will discuss with BOT an increase in the number of Thai banks and relevant operators participating in the Payment Connectivity Initiative to attract more travelers to use the payment means. If so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. And 3, as it's been reported that the number of Hong Kong travelers to mainland is increasing, but not many of them use the means of payment connectivity, of the authorities' measures in place to step up efforts to publicize the payment means. Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. President, the government is committed to promoting the development of e-payment and providing the public with safe, efficient, convenient, and diversified e-payment options by enhancing financial infrastructure and implementing a robust regulatory regime. Hong Kong has a well-developed e-payment ecosystem with a number of non-cash payment options available to the public. In September 2018, the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, or HKMA, launched the Faster Payment System, FPS, to support safe, convenient, and efficient retail payments. The government and the HKMA are committed to expanding the application of FPS, which has now expanded from person-to-person transactions to merchant payments, top-up transactions, government bill payments, etc. On the 4th of December 2023, the HKMA and the Bank of Thailand, BOT, launched the FPS and Prompt Pay link for cross-border QR payment. Visitors from Thailand and Hong Kong are able to make retail payments by using mobile banking or e-wallet applications that support the service to scan the Hong Kong FPS QR code and Thai Prompt Pay QR code displayed by merchants respectively, providing visitors from both places with a safe and convenient cross-border retail payment means. In consultation with the HKMA, my reply to the 3 parts of the question is as follows. 1. Through the FPS and Prompt Pay link, visitors from Hong Kong may now make payments via FPS at around 8.7 million merchants in Thailand, including large shopping malls, department stores, supermarkets, duty-free shops, restaurants, public transport, etc. In Thailand, the average transaction amount under the FPS and Prompt Pay link is currently below 200 Hong Kong dollars, such as payments for restaurants and retail stores, convenience stores, coffee shops, and so on. And the usage is particularly significant during weekends and long holidays. There are also some transactions of medium to high value, such as payments for high-end restaurants, dental care, and golf classes, with the highest single transaction amount reaching nearly 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. The HKMA and the BOT will continue to encourage more merchants in Hong Kong and Thailand to take part in the FPS and Prompt Pay link, with a view to providing greater convenience to visitors from both places. 2. At present, the participating institutions of the FPS and PromptPay Link are major financial institutions in Hong Kong and mainland. Regarding payments made by Hong Kong visitors in Thailand, FPS users of 7 local banks and 2 stored value facility or SVF operators can now scan the PromptPay payment codes provided by 5 participating banks in Thailand to make payments, covering over 90% of the PromptPay merchants in Thailand. As for Thai visitors making payments in Hong Kong, PromptPay users of 3 major retail banks in Thailand can now make payments at all merchants in Hong Kong that provide FPS payment code. Financial institutions in the 2 places will decide whether to take part in the FPS and PromptPay Link, having regard to factors including their respective development directions and resource deployment. The HKMA and the BOT will continue to actively promote the FPS and PromptPay Link to banks and SVF operators in the 2 places. It is anticipated that more financial institutions will join in the future. 3. The FPS and PromptPay Link has been well received by Hong Kong visitors to Thailand since its launch, according to the figures from Thailand. In January this year, Hong Kong ranked the 3rd in terms of payment volume in cross-border QR code payments in Thailand, only after Malaysia and Indonesia, which had far more visitors to Thailand than Hong Kong. To further promote the FPS and PromptPay Link, the HKMA has launched a series of publicity campaigns, including on-site filming of education videos in Thailand to introduce the procedure of using FPS and points to note, organizing targeted promotion during the peak seasons for travel, including Christmas last year and Lunar New Year this year, producing short animations and print advertisements for publicizing on the dedicated pages of the HKMA and the travel-related social media platforms before and after Easter and the Thai New Year holidays in 2024. Hong Kong financial institutions participating in the FPS and PromptPay Link have also introduced different promotional offers such as cash rebates, lucky draws, and exchange rate discounts with a view to attracting Hong Kong visitors to use the cross-border QR code payment service in Thailand. In addition, the HKMA and the Hong Kong Interbank Clearing Limited, which is responsible for operating the FPS system, have provided information and frequently asked questions regarding the FPS and PromptPay Link on their respective websites, enabling the public to have an in-depth understanding of the detailed arrangement as well as enhancing the public awareness of the service. Thank you. Mr. Chen Pui-leung. Many people, when they plan for their trips overseas, they look at the exchange rates, and when the exchange rates are low, they go to exchange currency shops to exchange currencies. And PromptPay, it also looks at the exchange rate. I wonder if the administration has thought about the competitiveness of the processing fee as well as the exchange rate offered. Secretary, thank you, President. As mentioned, it's just been a few months since the launch of the FPS and PromptPay Link. We have been paying attention to the feedback of users and market reactions. According to our statistics, we see that the exchange rate offered has been competitive, but we will continue to pay attention to the development of the market so that it can facilitate our further promotion of wider adoption of the FPS and PromptPay Link. Mr. Kenneth Leung, I want to ask whether the government has plans to further promote this payment connectivity initiative to more countries. Secretary, we collaborate with Thailand this time, and this lays a solid foundation for more cross-border payment scenarios in the future. So we'll explore establishing a similar cross-border payment system with other countries. So through this experience, we'll think about how we can promote a similar initiative in other places in the world. Dr. Tan Yue-heng. Thank you, President. Safety is the top concern as we use the FPS payment system. since the launch of the FPS and prompt pay link, are there any fraud cases? Any complaints in this regard since the launch of the link? Thank you, President. As we launch payment systems, we attach importance to the safety of the system. I will first talk about the safety of transaction for the FPS and prompt pay link. Participating institutions are regulated by central banks of the two places under this scheme. So, regulators will have to look at the safety risks involved, for instance, the authentication or verification, as well as transaction amount limit. The regulators will have to look at whether the relevant requirements are satisfied to ensure safety. This will offer comprehensive protection to users of this link. I'd also like to give you some information in relation to protection measures. For instance, the maximum transaction limit daily is $10,000 Hong Kong dollars. SVF operators and banks may set a lower limit if they want. For the mobile apps of some participating institutions, they allow users to adjust the daily transaction limit to ensure safety. Also, before the usage of the system, there needs to be a verification of identity. So far, we haven't seen any participating institutions violating the requirements or regulations imposed by the two central banks. We will continue to look at the level of safety or safety risks involved. Thank you. Mr. Chen Kin-po, according to the administration, this January, Hong Kong ranked the third in terms of payment volume in cross-border QR code payments in Thailand. Well, the FPS and prompt pay link is a very useful tool for travelers. Are there any plans for the administration to further expand the scheme or initiative? Secretary, we are looking at the experience we've accumulated. We are in talks with different governments of different places as to whether there is any timetable or whether we're going to prioritize any countries, since it involves discussions between the SAR government and other central banks. I'm afraid I won't be able to disclose any details right now, but we will make relevant announcements in due course. Mr. Yim Kong. Thank you, President. In Hong Kong, the deposit of RMB is as high as $1 trillion in Hong Kong. Will the SAR government discuss with Thailand to expand this initiative to RMB? Secretary, thank you, President. We make use of the FPS system. And this is a very important tool for us to expand cross-border payment with the mainland. We are working on expanding the adoption of eCNY and FPS in the mainland. The HKMA has been working with PBOC on the expansion of eCNY adoption. Earlier this year, 4 RMB or eCNY operators and 18 banks in Hong Kong have completed the relevant trials, and they have, through FPS, to top up CNY wallets. And merchants that took part in the trial include retail stores, restaurants, and other shops. So the overall trial ran very smoothly. As for the next step, HKMA will continue to work with PBOC to expand the adoption of ECNY in Hong Kong to support more institutions from both places to use ECNY. Dr. Simon Lee. Thank you, President. I'm happy to see that there is such a trial. However, the trial focused on transactions of small spending value. Has the SAR government taken stock on any experience? And would it be possible for this to be applied in transactions of higher spending volume? Secretary. As mentioned, we've just launched the FPS and Prompt Pay link for some 4 months now. On one hand, the HKMA will continue to step up promotion and publicity. We'll do this through on 2 fronts. We will promote this to merchants to satisfy the needs of users from Thailand. Also, we will work with the BOT to promote this to people in Thailand so that this can see wider adoption. Currently, participating merchants are from different sectors. If we can expand the adoption of the link to, for instance, applications and scenarios involving transaction of higher value, then we will see a higher usage of the FBS and Prompt Pay link, and more people will benefit from this scheme. And this is the major direction that we're heading towards. Mr. Ronik Chen. Thank you, President. E-payment has been popular. This is because people want to save the trouble of using credit cards for transactions of high value. Well, the FPS and Prompt Pay link involves 2 places. So Hong Kong and Thailand have been promoting this. And Octopus Card is also involved in this scheme. And this does not require the scanning of QR code. I believe elderly people will opt for Octopus cards instead of scanning QR code. How are you going to promote the use of Octopus cards so that people know that not only FPS is involved, but also people can use Octopus card in Thailand to pay for their purchases? Secretary. Member was right. In Hong Kong, there are different types of e-payment options. QR code is one type, Octopus card as well, contactless credit card as well. So there are many e-payment options in Hong Kong. Currently in Hong Kong, according to market survey, over 90% of transactions involve e-payment. In Thailand, the FPS and Prompt Pay link involve 2 systems. For Prompt Pay, it involves QR code. That's why it requires the scanning of QR code. As for Octopus Card payment, well, the Octopus Card Limited is also promoting the use of Octopus cards. So we adopt an open mind. We want to provide different e-payment options for our people. That's my first point. Secondly, Octopus Card Limited recently rolled out the Octopus Card scheme that can be used in the entire country. And this type of Octopus card can be used in over 336 cities on the mainland and over 38,000 bus routes. And we want to continue to promote the application of cross-border payment and e-payment. Thank you. Ms. Nixie Lam, according to information Standard Chartered is not one of the participating banks in the FPS and Prompt Pay Link, but the bank is highly involved in the Southeast Asian market. I want to ask whether the administration will increase the number of participating banks. Secretary, as mentioned in my major reply, this is a commercial decision of commercial banks, and banks or institutions from the two places will decide based on the resources they have and other factors to decide whether they want to take part in the FPS and Prompt Pay Link. From the government and HKMA's perspectives, we want to encourage more institutions to take part in the initiative. With more participating institutions, we are able to bring more convenience to our people. So we will actively promote the FPS and Prompt Pay Link. I believe that in the future, there will be more financial institutions taking part in the initiative. With more experience, we are able to share it with the sector, and it will boost the confidence of the industry, and that will encourage more people to use the link. Mr. Lai Tong-kwok. Thank you, President. I'd like to ask about your promotional efforts. You mentioned in your reply that the relevant institutions, they produce short videos and so on to promote the FPS and Prompt Pay Link. Did you target Hong Kong travelers going to Thailand or Thai people coming to Hong Kong? For instance, if we want to travel to Thailand, we need to buy air tickets. Have you talked to the relevant travel agencies or relevant airline companies? Have you asked them to play the short videos produced, for instance, on the plane? If you work harder in this regard, I believe you will get better results. Secretary. Thank you, President. I agree to what the member said. As we promote for the FPS and Prompt Pay Link, we target travelers traveling from Thailand to Hong Kong or the other way around. I mentioned about making use of social media platforms to release the relevant information. And financial institutions also offer different discounts, like exchange rate discounts to users. During peak travel seasons, we also launch focused promotional campaigns. Thank you.
Question 5, Mr. Robert Lee. President, there are views that to enhance the global competitiveness and attractiveness of Hong Kong's capital market, the government and regulators have to adopt a multi-pronged approach, including taking forward reforms, exploring new markets, and promoting diversified development of the market. In this connection, will the government inform this council first whether it will urge the Hong Kong exchanges and clearing limits to actively study the dropping of the board lot requirement and review the fees and charges related to board lots, and to study with the mainland regulators the lowering of the income tax on dividends and bonuses for investors who engage in southbound trading under the Southbound Stock Connect so as to attract mainland capital to Hong Kong stocks. Second, whether it will explore with HKEX improvements to the delisting mechanism, including not taking a hard line on listed enterprises undergoing business change or transformation or making hasty decisions to cancel their listings, with a view to assisting such enterprises in maintaining their avenues for financing and learn from overseas practices to launch a Hong Kong version of the over-the-counter trading platform so that stocks of the listed enterprises can still be traded, if not of the reasons for that. And third, of the new measures in place to attract capital to Hong Kong from emerging market countries with good potential and relatively less prior contact with Hong Kong, and promote reciprocal investment and financial market cooperation, including the development of more bond products dovetailing with the characteristics of emerging market countries, exchange-traded funds, cross-listings, and precious metals products, thereby opening up new opportunities for Hong Kong's financial services sector. Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. President, the government is committed to driving efforts of the Hong Kong Exchanges and Clearing Limited and the Securities and Futures Commission to continuously enhance the listing platform so as to attract different types of enterprises and investors from the mainland and overseas to take part in investment and fundraising and financing in Hong Kong. This will let Hong Kong serve its function as an international fundraising and financing center and foster its diverse and sustainable development. In consultation with the SFC and HKEX, I give my reply to the three parts of the question as follows. 1. The securities market currently uses lot as a single trading unit, and the number of shares per lot is determined by the issuer. We are aware of views of the market that this arrangement lacks consistency and may pose obstacles to retail investors' entry into the market. Nevertheless, some believe that the current arrangement has been widely accepted by the market, and issuers also have mechanisms in place to adjust the lot size through stock split and mergers. Therefore, any fundamental change to the trading mechanism will have a great impact on investors, intermediaries, and other service providers, such as custodians. In this respect, HKEX will comprehensively examine the stock trading unit arrangement and related market impact and review relevant matters, including the board lot arrangement. Since HKEX and the SFC are currently reviewing the stock bid-ask spread, and a determination on both the trading unit and the bid-ask spread will affect market trading mechanisms. HKEX will first present the review outcome of the bid-ask spread for market consultation in the second quarter of 2024 and start examining the trading unit as the next step. On mutual access between the Hong Kong and mainland financial market, the government and regulators have remained closely in touch with relevant mainland authorities and institutions to continuously deepen the interaction and integration of the capital market of the two places. With the strong support of the Central People's Government, enhancement measures and new products were introduced under the Mutual Market Access Program in 2023, including the expansion of eligible stocks under Stock Connect, introduction of northbound trading of Swap Connect. On this basis, we will continue to explore with the mainland arrangement, further expanding and enhancing the mutual access mechanisms, and study recommendations for facilitating two-way capital flows with the mainland, including the feasibility of enhancing relevant tax arrangements. Specific measures will be announced as and when they are ready. 2. Apart from striving to enhance the breadth and depth of the securities market, we also set great store by improving the quality of listed issuers with a view to safeguarding investors' interest. The purpose of HKEX's existing delisting mechanism is to achieve the systematic and timely delisting of issuers that no longer meet the continuing listing criteria, and to incentivize suspended issuers to act promptly to achieve resumption by addressing the fundamental issues involved in the trading suspension. If HKEX thinks an issuer fails to meet the continuing listing criteria after comprehensive consideration, it will suspend the relevant share trading in accordance with the listing rules and issue resumption guidance to the issuer. It will give the issuer 18 months to recomply with the requirements. Failure to meet the resumption conditions within the time limit, such as business volume still not meeting the minimum requirements, audited financial results not released, internal controls found to be seriously deficient. This means the listing division of HKEX will recommend that the listing committee consider the listing of the issuer's shares to maintain the Hong Kong market reputation. HKEX understands that the regional economy is now in the cycle of adjustments and will make comprehensive assessment having regard to the individual circumstances of issuers when enforcing relevant provisions. The transfer of shares of delisted companies, that is, transferring shares of unlisted companies over the counter, is governed by the relevant corporate laws of the place where those companies are registered, as well as those companies' articles of association. If a listed company's listed status is involuntarily revoked, its delisted shares are deemed no longer suitable for trading by general investors on a recognized exchange. Although such shares cannot be traded on the securities market, transactions can be completed through share transfers in accordance with the existing legal framework and execution mechanism. We will work with the HKEX HKEX as we continue to monitor market developments and relevant situations. 3. The government, the SFC, and HKEX are committed to attracting companies of different sizes and with growth potential from around the world, including emerging markets along the Belt and Road such as the Middle East and ASEAN, to list and raise funds in Hong Kong for business expansion. Notably, HKEX signed a memorandum of understanding with the Saudi Tadawul Group and another with the Indonesia Stock Exchange in 2023, exploring cooperation opportunities such as cross-listings in the two places, joint product development, etc. HKEX also included the Saudi Exchange and the Indonesia Stock Exchange on its list of recognized stock exchanges, allowing companies listed on their main boards to apply for secondary listing in Hong Kong. The SFC authorized new types of exchange-traded funds, including Asia's first and the world's largest ETF investing in Saudi Arabia listed stocks, as well as the first batch of active ETFs, which adopt the strategy to sell covered call options. The two types of ETFs were listed in Hong Kong in last November and this February, respectively, giving investors more choices. The SFC and HKEX will continue to enrich the product ecosystem in Hong Kong securities market, meeting investors' diverse investment needs and supporting the local financial services industry in exploring new opportunities. Finally, to further promote Hong Kong's fundraising platform to overseas enterprises and capital, HKEX is preparing for various major promotion activities in the coming year, including jointly organizing different thematic flagship summits with organizations in the Middle East and Southeast Asia. It will also take part in different outreach efforts, including deepening the coverage of overseas markets and introducing the strengths of Hong Kong listing platform through speeches, forum exchanges, and roadshows. The SFC is also actively exploring possible exploration in the asset management space with regulators in the Middle East and ASEAN markets. It supports Hong Kong's fund managers to actively explore distributing their funds to those markets through different channels, thereby seizing the opportunities of business expansion and helping the local asset management sector to diversify capital sources and their investor base. The government will strengthen external promotion efforts in the coming year to publicize the latest developments and opportunities of Hong Kong's financial services sectors. We will work through the Office for Attracting Strategic Enterprises, Invest Hong Kong, and the Economic and Trade offices in the mainland overseas as we give assistance to enterprises. And we will also enhance interactions with those enterprises by holding more mega events and tell good stories of Hong Kong. Mr. Robert Lee. To help the sector tap new markets, especially markets with less prior contact, would there be a list of eligible legal entities covering those markets? Because we know that those lists don't cover Southeast Asia and the Middle East yet. We attach importance to attracting more capital and enterprises from overseas, especially places like the Middle East, to make it easier for overseas issuers to be listed in Hong Kong. In January 2022, enhancements were rolled out, and this meant greater flexibility for issuers. There were also safeguards for core shareholders. This made it easier for overseas issuers to come to Hong Kong. This also helped attract more quality issuers from ASEAN and the Middle East. Last September and November, Tadawul from Saudi Arabia and the Indonesia Stock Exchange were incorporated onto the recognized list of stock exchanges. So we can have companies listed there to come here for secondary listing. We note the members' comment about our policies. We will adopt different means to enhance our mechanisms to attract more overseas firms, including those from ASEAN and the Middle East, to seek listing in Hong Kong. Institutional changes aside, we will also focus on publicity. We have different major publicity efforts. There will be roadshows, thematic summits in ASEAN and the Middle East. We will continue to work on those two markets to get them to use our financing and fundraising platform. So there will be publicity and institutional arrangements. Mr. Holden Chow. At the panel meeting, HKEX told us in the first quarter this year, 65 enterprises were preparing for listing in Hong Kong. Let's promote this message to keep the public informed of the latest situation. The main reply says that the stock exchanges of Saudi Arabia and Indonesia are already on the list of recognized stock exchanges. We have also signed an MOU with Dubai. We talked about dual listing. When will we put the Dubai Stock Exchange on our list of recognized exchange markets so that we can have more secondary listing? Secretary. As I said in my previous reply, we're working to attract enterprises from different places, including Southeast Asia and the Middle East. We're working on the deal with Dubai. We will not stop at Indonesia and Saudi Arabia. We will talk to more markets and follow up with those markets, including Dubai. Mr. Edmund Wong. Thank you, President. On making our stock market more attractive, one factor to bear in mind is to lower the transaction cost. Last November, the government lowered the stamp duty, but we simply brought that level back to the level before the rise, and that's 0.1% on both the buyer and seller, so 0.2% in total. To make ourselves more attractive, are there plans to further reduce our stamp duty? If so, when? Secretary. Thank you. As the member noted, we lowered the transaction-related stamp duty to 0.1%. The stock stamp duty is among the key revenue sources for the government. So we need to ensure revenue for the government, and we need to strike a balance involving that and market development. The attractiveness of a stock market is more than just the stamp duty. It's also about the cost of investment. We don't have a capital gains tax in Hong Kong, no dividend tax for our stock market. So our stock market is competitive. We will also explore different ways to boost our competitiveness. The SFC and HKEX will explore waiving the stamp duty for certain products and market makers to foster the development of those areas. If there's any update, we will consult the market to further lower transaction costs. HKEX and other regulators are looking at narrowing the spreads to reduce the bid-ask spreads. This can reflect the dynamic market condition, and this can reduce the indirect transaction costs for investors. Our target is to start a market consultation in the second quarter this year. Dr. Tan Yueheng. Thank you, President. In 2014, the Shanghai Stock Exchange started. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the mutual market access schemes. The schemes have been deepened over the years, and they have contributed to Hong Kong's development. We need to make our capital markets more attractive. Mutual market access is the way to go. And one area to look at is an IPO Connect. We need to let mainland investors who take part in Hong Kong's IPOs. We slipped in rankings for IPO because we don't have people subscribing to the IPOs here. What are the obstacles holding back the launch of an IPO Connect? What's the plan for the next step? Secretary. The government attaches importance to expanding the mutual market access schemes. We're looking to deepening those schemes and enhance interaction of the Hong Kong market and the mainland market. We will work closely with the mainland regulators. We have noted the views from the Hong Kong market, and we have passed those views to the mainland regulators on expanding and enhancing the mutual market access schemes, and that includes views about an IPO Connect. Every suggestion about expanding those mutual access schemes will involve policy considerations, not just in Hong Kong, but also on the mainland. Our discussions focus on further enhancing the Stock Connect schemes and also giving more options in terms of risk management for overseas investors. And we're also looking at the southbound trading of the Bond Connect and also the development of the ecosystem involving fixed income of offshore RMB businesses. We passed the views from the local market to the mainland. The mainland takes into account all the factors, and when we consider the factors, and then we roll out measures as and when they are ready. Mr. Chen Pui-leung. To reinvigorate our capital market, we need to tap new markets. So my question is, does the government have plans to develop more financial products targeting the Middle East, such as RMB-denominated Islamic bonds, green bonds, and also gold-related products, so that we can bring in capital from ASEAN and the Middle East? Secretary. Thank you. We can see one matter is close to the heart of members and us, and that is exploring the ASEAN and the Middle East markets. Last year, we had the first ETF investing in Saudi Arabian stocks. That ETF was listed in Hong Kong last year. The Monetary Authority of Hong Kong is talking to the sector, and we're discussing the listing of an ETF in the Middle East. That ETF will track Hong Kong stocks. We are going through the consultation, and we are trying to get an asset manager to manage the ETF. That asset manager needs to secure approval from the regulators. The infrastructure also needs to be in place. So we're working actively on the design and regulatory approval for that ETF. The groundwork is being laid. The member mentioned Islamic finance or Islamic bonds. In 2013 and 14, the SAR government amended our legislation, providing for a tax framework for Islamic bonds similar to conventional bonds. In 2014, 15, and 17, on 3 occasions under the government bond program, we issued Islamic bonds equivalent to $23.4 billion Hong Kong dollars of different tenures and characteristics. So that was a demonstration to encourage more bond issuing bodies and investors to take part in Hong Kong's capital market. Those issuances showed investors that we can accommodate the issuance of Islamic bonds in Hong Kong. Now, I want to comment on Islamic finance. Islamic finance is more than just Islamic bonds. There are different products in Islamic finance already on offer in Hong Kong. There are global Islamic bonds on offer in Hong Kong, Islamic funds. There are also different kinds of Islamic financial products. There's a whole spectrum of them on offer in Hong Kong. We will leverage our strength and promote our business in the Middle East.
The last question seeking an oral reply. The Honorable Xiu Kafai. Thank you, President. The Enhanced Supplementary Labor Scheme, ESLS, which has accepted applications since 4th of September last year, covers 26 job categories normally excluded from the Supplementary Labor Scheme, and such coverage arrangement will last for 2 years. Under the ESLS, if imported workers are mainland residents, employers may opt to provide them with accommodation in Hong Kong or on the mainland, or arrange them to reside in their residential premises on the mainland. In this connection, will the government inform this Council, 1. Of the following information on ESLS to date: the number of applications received and the number of workers involved, the number of applications approved and the number of workers involved, and the respective numbers of mainland workers who are provided with accommodation on the mainland by their employers and arranged to return to reside in their residential premises on the mainland on the same day after work, with a tabulated breakdown by the aforesaid 26 job categories. 2. In respect of jobs other than the above 26 job categories, how the numbers of applications made and approved for importation of workers and the number of workers involved compared before and after the launch of ESLS. And 3, whether it has considered further improving the mechanisms and procedures involved in making applications under ESLS, as well as vetting and approving ESLS applications, if so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Labor and Welfare. President, to cope with the challenges brought by manpower shortage, the government has enhanced the mechanism for importation of workers on the premise of safeguarding the employment priority for local workers. Apart from launching sector-specific labor import schemes for the construction sector, transport sector, and residential care homes for the elderly and residential care homes for persons with disabilities, the Labor Department has enhanced the coverage and operation of the SLS in the past, including suspending the general exclusion of 26 job categories in S1 and unskilled, low-skilled posts from labor importation for 2 years. The reply to the member's question is as follows. 1. Since launch of the ESLS on 4th of September 2023 and as at 31st of March 2024, 3,701 applications seeking to import 37,377 workers were received under ESLS. Of these applications, 29,190 imported workers intended to take up posts which were generally excluded from the labor importation before. During the same period, 964 applications seeking to import 5,134 workers were approved under ESLS, including 2,318 were approved to take up posts which were generally excluded from labor importation in the past. A breakdown of the numbers of imported workers applied for and approved by the above 26 job categories is at Annex 2. In addition, apart from the approved applications as at 31st of March 2024, 993 applications in respect of those received after the launch of ESLS had started or completed the local recruitment exercise, seeking to import 11,886 workers. The LD expects that the vetting of most of these applications will be completed in the second quarter of this year, where the exact number approved will depend on the results of local recruitment and the application details of the cases. If the imported workers are mainland residents, employers may opt to provide accommodation in Hong Kong or on the mainland for the imported workers, or allow the imported workers to reside in their residential premises on the mainland. LD does not maintain a breakdown of the accommodation arrangement for imported workers. 2. From 1st of January 2023 to the 3rd of September 2023, the numbers of imported workers applied for and approved under SLS, the old scheme, were 8,072 and 2,139 respectively. Since the launch of ESLS on 4th of December 2023 and as at 31st of March 2024, applications for importing 8,187 workers, taking up posts covered by the SLS in the past were received under ESLS, and 2,860 imported workers were approved. As ESLS does not accept applications for importation of workers from employers covered by sector-specific labor importation schemes, the figures are not directly comparable with those of SLS. 3. LD has been closely monitoring the operation of ESLS and striving for continuous improvements and the execution. LD has launched a dedicated website to introduce the features of ESLS and uploaded the list of common posts covering the median, monthly wage, working hours, entry requirements, and duties of 156 common posts in different industries for employers' reference. As at 31st of March 2024, LD had organized 44 briefings for employers on ESLS and the points to note about submission of applications. To further improve the workflow of processing applications, LD will shortly introduce the following new measures. An application form for common posts will be introduced next month. If an employer uses the new application form and fills in the information specified in the list of common posts, the processing time will be shortened. 2. Apart from briefings for employers, LD will also organize briefings for employment agencies involved in labor importation matters and explain the application arrangements for ESLS to facilitate employment agencies to assist employers on application handling. 3. LD will exercise flexibility in the handling of recruitment advertisements placed by employers during local recruitment and remind them to report to the LD the interview results as soon as possible. And 4. Through internal deployment of staff, will vet applications submitted by employers as soon as possible and provide advice on information of relevant applications. LD will continue to closely monitor ESLS, safeguard the employment priority for local workers, and improve the processing of applications. Thank you, President. Mr. Peter Shiu. Thank you, Chairman. Secretary, starting from last year to now, a lot of Hong Kong people know that we have difficulties in recruiting workers, and the latest unemployment rate is 2.9%, is represents full employment. I thank the government for launching the ESLS to import workers from outside, but from 4th of September last year up to the 31st of March in Annex 2, for the 26 job categories, 19,927 workers have been applied for, but only 1,998 workers are approved to be imported, so around 10%. So given this speed, it doesn't help with the shortage of workers in Hong Kong. Secretary, we have the sector-specific importation schemes, including security guards, say elderly care, construction, and transport sectors. They have a quota. So would you consider that for, say, the catering industry and the retail industry, they will be included in this as sector-specific labor importation schemes where quota will be given to them and the procedures will be streamlined as well? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shiu. After the ESLS has been launched, well, it's been some 7 months on, and we have received quite a number of applications, over 30,000 applications for those in the 26 job categories, and also the skilled and unskilled workers is around 29,000 or so in number. Now, since we have just launched this scheme, we might have to make adjustment to the scheme. So for the 26 job categories and also the low-skilled and non-skilled workers, 2,000 or so workers were approved to be imported. In the second quarter, we believe that we will be able to process 11,000 applications. So most of them belong to the 26 job categories and also those in the unskilled and low-skilled categories. Why? Because we have streamlined the procedures. We, based on experience, we spent a lot of time in handling posts which are not uncommon. So based on experience, we have come up with a list of 156 common posts, and we give information on the duties, the work hours, and the median monthly wage, and so on. So if they use this common form, that will help with speeding up the entire process. And employers may spend a lot of time in, say, on the job recruitment advertisements. There might be minor mistakes. And we have been very stringent on the requirements in relation to the recruitment advertisements. Now we are relaxing our requirements a bit. If there are minor mistakes, we will allow them. We also allow employers to place investments on electronic platforms. So we'd like to speed up the process. So that will be a big difference in the number of applications approved in the next quarter compared to the previous quarter. We would like to streamline and optimize the procedures as to whether catering and retail sectors will be included in the sector-specific labor importation schemes. We don't have a plan. These are only for the 3 sectors mentioned by the member. Dr. Wendy Hong, there are a number of people who are waiting for the issue of one-way permit. They may be spouses of Hong Kong people, and they are now residing in Hong Kong on 2-way permits. These group of people are familiar with Hong Kong society, and they do live in Hong Kong. And sooner or later, they will become Hong Kong permanent residents. Now, they don't have an ID card now. They can't work, so they are in dire difficulties. Now, when we are facing labor shortage, will we give priority to this group of people for joining the workforce so that they can fend for themselves and they can also contribute to the society? So what you're thinking on that proposal now? Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hong, for your question. We have talked about this previously. Apart from talking to Dr. Hong, I have also communicated with people who are very concerned about these 2-way permit holders who are mainly women in their 30s and 40s. We've talked about this. They can't work in Hong Kong, but then through the labor importation scheme, they can go back to the mainland and then come back to Hong Kong as in the capacity of imported workers. I don't think priority should be given to them because local employers have to assess their suitability. They are no Hong Kong permanent resident. If they want to come to Hong Kong through our import scheme, they are allowed to do so, and we will give them assistance. Now, as to whether employers will consider them, I think we should treat everybody in the same way. The employers can make their own choices. Mr. Tommy Chang. Thank you, President. Secretary. Mr. Peter Shiu and I would like to thank you for this labor importation scheme. It's not an easy task. But last year, I've told you that the procedures have to be very fast because for the catering industry, from the December to March is our peak season. And then after that period, business will be a bit slow. Now, the figures asked in the first question. Mr. Peter Shiu would like you to include catering and retail in the sector-specific program. For the aviation industry, well, we have a quota of 2,800, and 1,800 people have got the visa to come to Hong Kong. So they are just 2 months ahead of us. But in the annex, well, there are number of applications is 6,870, but only 643 people, I'm talking about waiters and waitresses, have been approved. Now, the restaurant owners told me that I have made the application, but people are not coming. I hope that you can really be much faster in the second quarter. In your reply, you said that you would try to make adjustments to the recruitment advertisements, and you will allow for minor mistakes, and then you are allowing media other than newspapers for the recruitment advertisements and so on. Please come to your question, Mr. Zhang. Secretary, can you implement some sea change to the procedure? Because it's been 7 months on, only 10% of the applications have been approved. Can you do something drastic to help and expedite the procedures? Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your question. Well, I think we see eye to eye with you. The overriding principle is that we have to safeguard the employment priority for local workers. And there is no room for us to change the 4-week local recruitment drive because the employers have to show to the local workforce that they have done their utmost to recruit local workers. And after 4 weeks they fail to do so, then are they allowed to import workers? And then they may also take on workers referred to them by the trade unions. If everything fails, then they can import workers. Now, as for streamlining or expediting the process, we have learned from experience in the past few months. I think we can really speed up the whole process. Well, in the past 7 months, we have approved some 2,000 applications. In the next 3 months, we envisage that we will be able to handle 11,000. But as to the actual number of applications approved, it depends on the local recruitment exercise and the cases themselves. Now, we are handling mostly the applications for workers in the catering industry, the hotel industry, and the retail industry. Thank you. Mr. Chao Xiu-chung. President, according to the CNSD department, in December 2023, there were some 8,300 vacancies in the catering and hotel industry. Now, in the past 7 months, the number of applications for waiters and junior cooks number over 10,000, and that has not included the hotel workers and so on. Now, according to this proportion, there will be a lot more imported workers coming to Hong Kong, and that will go beyond the demand of the industries, and that will inevitably affect the employment opportunities for local workers. Now, for job categories which are most sought after, would you be putting a ceiling of the number of imported workers to protect local workers? Now, the design of the ESLS is that the local workers will be given priority in employment. How do we do that? After the employers have submitted the applications, they should do a 4-week local recruitment exercise, meaning that if local workers would like to take up the jobs, then the employers should take them on. Now, since we have this safeguard in the process, we are confident that we can protect the local workers and then we can import overseas workers. Now, Mr. Chow referred to the job vacancies. Well, that reflects the intention of the employers in hiring workers at a particular time juncture. Now, well, the employers should take on local workers if they are willing to take up the posts. And after that is done, will they be allowed to import workers? So through the design of this mechanism, we will safeguard the employment priority of local workers. Thank you, President. Mr. Martin Liao. Mr. Martin Liao. President, the government said in the next round of manpower projection will be completed in Q3 of this year. My question is, would you take this opportunity to devise a worker importation overall plan? What about the situation of employment of low-skilled workers and also measures to monitor the employment agencies and so on? Will all these be included in your plan? Thank you, Mr. Liao, for your question. In the next 5 years, we will be making projections of manpower need up to 2028. Now, the work is going on in full steam, and we've envisaged that the results will be announced as scheduled in Q3. Because we are still working on the data, it's difficult for us to say anything for certain now. Based on our projection results, we will be divide up the job categories into high-end professional jobs, low-skill jobs, and so on. And based on the needs of Hong Kong's being positioned as 8 centers, we will also make detailed analysis to assess which areas are in a shortage of jobs. So based on that, we will be devising corresponding measures. If local workers cannot fill all the posts, we will import the workers. Mr. Kwok Wai Kang. Mr. Frankie Yik. Thank you. Thank you very much, President. My colleagues in the party said that in the past 7 months, the ratio of approval to applications is at 1/10. In Annex 2, the 7 categories, delivery workers, why is it only 0.26% and 9, category 9, driver, 0? How come that not even one single worker has been approved? Is there any particular reason? Annex 2 is about the ESLS. Mr. Yik may recall that we have implemented the sector-specific labor importation schemes covering transport sectors and covering the drivers for cross-boundary vehicles and so on. So the figures for that will be reflected in that other program. So that is not reflected in the Annex 2. Because these will be covered or handled in the sector-specific labor importation scheme.
Government bills first reading. Mr. Frankie Yik, all drivers apart from the scheme are not imported. Is that correct? No, it's not the case.
Well, the sector-specific scheme covers land transport, public transport. If they force outside that scope, then that will be covered under the ESLS.
Government bills first reading. Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024, Dentists Registration Amendment Bill 2024, second reading. Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development. President, I move the second reading of the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024. The bill seeks to amend the Inland Revenue Ordinance to implement a patent box tax incentive, thereby taking forward one of the major policy initiatives in the 2023 policy address and the 2023-24 budget to promote the development of the trading of intellectual property. IP is an important asset for many enterprises, particularly for those in the industrial and R&D research and development, INT, innovation and technology, and creative industries. The provision of a tax incentive can encourage them to create and use IP and facilitate related IP trading activities such as acquiring, selling, and licensing IP. That in turn will bring about the development of the professional service sector such as legal, valuation, management, consulting, and agency services, create more business and employment opportunities, and further develop and strengthen the IP ecosystem. Currently, patent box tax incentives are available in mainland China and many overseas tax jurisdictions. To encourage the R&D sector to actively conduct more R&D activities and trade patents and other forms of IP, so as to create more IP with market potential, drive the growth of INT and IP trading activities, and facilitate Hong Kong's development into an international INT hub and a regional IP trading center in accordance with the 14th Five-Year Plan. The government will implement a patent box tax incentive to provide tax concessions for qualifying profits sourced in Hong Kong and derived from eligible IP created through R&D activities. As a member of the OECD Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development's inclusive framework on BAPS, base erosion and profit shifting, when implementing the patent box tax incentive, Hong Kong is obliged to apply the nexus approach in determining the extent of IP income that is entitled to preferential tax treatment. The bill consists mainly of 5 legislative proposals. 1. The forms of IP covered by the proposed patent box tax incentive are copyrighted software and plant variety rights, which are collectively referred to as eligible IP and are generated through R&D activities. In particular, patents and plant variety rights have to be approved and registered, while copyrighted software does not need to be registered. 2. Eligible IP can be registered in any part of the world, and the income derived from which can benefit from the patent box tax incentive, provided that the relevant profits are sourced in Hong Kong. That is, the relevant profits are taxable in Hong Kong. 3. For income derived from eligible IP, as it was announced in the 2023 policy address and the 2024-25 budget, the concessionary tax rate for the patent box tax incentive will be set at 5%, which is substantially lower than Hong Kong's existing normal profits tax rate, 16.5%, so as to ensure that Hong Kong's patent box will be competitive when compared with those of other places. 4. If the eligible IP is derived from in-house R&D, the full amount of the profits will be eligible for the patent box tax incentive. If the R&D process involves the acquisition of other IP assets or the outsourcing of part of the R&D activities, the amount of profits eligible for the concessionary tax rate may have to be proportionately reduced. This is in line with the OECD's requirement for members of the Inclusive Framework on BEPS to adopt a nexus approach. And 5. It is the government's policy to encourage enterprises to register their original patents and plant variety rights in Hong Kong. In order to benefit from the patent box tax incentive, enterprises need to register locally their inventions or new plant varieties. This requirement will only be implemented 2 years after the patent box tax incentive has come into effect, so as to allow sufficient time for enterprises to adjust their plans for applying for IP to maximize their tax benefits. We conducted a 1-month trade consultation on the key parameters of the patent box tax incentive and the related legislative proposals in September last year. The trade was generally supportive of the government's proposal. We also briefed the LegCo panel on commerce, industry, innovation and technology on 19th of December last year on the proposal. Panel members generally supported this proposal. I implore members to support the bill and complete this legislative amendment exercise as soon as possible so as to facilitate the relevant organizations and enterprises to apply for the patent box tax incentive for the year of assessment of 2023 to 24, thereby consolidating Hong Kong's competitiveness as a regional IP trading center. I so submit. Thank you. I now propose the question to you that the aforesaid bill be read the second time in accordance with the rules of procedure. The second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee.
Secretary for Health. President, I move the second reading of the Dentists Registration Amendment Bill 2024. Hong Kong is facing an acute shortage of dentists, with only 0.37 dentists per 1,000 population. This ratio is much lower than that in mainland China and other advanced economies. At present, dentists in Hong Kong are mainly in private practice, accounting for some 3/4 of all dentists. The shortage has been especially acute in the public sector in recent years. As of January 1st this year, the vacancy rate of the dental officer grade of the Department of Health in DH has reached 27%, with 100 vacancies out of 370 posts. With the way of retirement in the coming few years, the manpower crunch will further worsen. At present, local dental services are mainly provided by the private sector. The government is committed to providing school dental care service and emergency dental service for the public, also known as GP sessions. The government also works with NGOs to roll out schemes for persons with special dental care needs, such as residents of residential care homes for the elderly and persons with intellectual disability. If we do not come to grips with the shortage of dentists, the public will inevitably be affected, the dental health of the disadvantaged in particular. The legislative framework of the Dentist Registration Ordinance has been in use since 1959. It provides for two registration pathways, that is, those who are locally trained or those who have passed the licensing examination of the Dental Council of Hong Kong, TMHK. In fact, the government has all along strived to bolster local training, increasing the number of places of the Bachelor of Dental Surgery program offered by the HKU on 4 occasions since 2009 to 10 from 50 to 90, representing an increase of 80%. The DCHK has also doubled the frequency of licensing examinations since 2015 to 16, that is twice per year. However, these measures still cannot address the shortage of dentists. Legislative amendment is necessary to provide new pathways for the admission of qualified non-locally trained dentists. We have drawn reference from the experience of training local doctors. There will be limited registration for all dentists to apply. There will also be special registration for dental specialists. Non-locally trained dentists need to work in institutions approved by the DOH, Hospital Authority, as well as Hong Kong U. Then, after obtaining full-time employment, they can make an application with the DCHK for limited registration or special registration. Then they can serve the public in society. If a non-locally trained dentist serves in a specified institution for at least 5 years in aggregate and is certified by the institution to have served satisfactorily as a dentist during the period by reference to the criteria specified by DCHK, a dentist with limited registration can be partially exempted from the examination. Whether a dentist with special registration will be fully or partially exempted from the examination will be decided by the DCHK based on the nature of work. They can obtain full registration when they have passed the parts that they have to take, whereby they can practice in any institutions in Hong Kong. The bill also introduces temporary registration, enabling dentists from other jurisdictions to perform clinical teaching or research in Hong Kong for less than 14 days. Those with temporary registration cannot migrate to full registration. In addition to manpower shortage, how to enhance the professional standards of dentists as well as their clinical knowledge and know-how is also close to the heart of the profession. In recent years, the profession has asked the government to enhance the practical clinical experience of new dentists in real-life work settings. Assistance should also be provided to new recruits and non-locally trained dentists who have passed licensing examinations in order to help them gain more real-life work settings experience. This will help them adapt to the practice in Hong Kong and will be hugely beneficial to the safety of patients. In light of this, the bill draws reference from the medical profession and introduces a temporary registration regime to introduce internship and period of assessment to enhance the clinical experience of local dental graduates and non-locally trained dentists. Local dental graduates need to undergo a 1-year internship and before obtaining full registration, while non-locally trained dentists who have taken and passed the licensing examination need to undergo a 1-year period of assessment or any period which the DCHK prescribes based on the clinical experience of the dentist. The DCHK, DH, and Hong Kong U Faculty of Dentistry have already started discussing the details and designing the rotation arrangements in the public sector and in NGOs. Local Bachelor of Dentistry students are also involved. These arrangements include school dental care service of the DH, government dental clinics and GP sessions, the Department of Dentistry and Maxillofacial Surgery of the HA and NGO dental clinics serving the disadvantaged. Similar work arrangements will also apply to the period of assessment. Despite relevant experience, the DCHK mentions that clinical experience needs to be bolstered. Dental services are becoming more complex and complicated. More and more places require a mock-up work setting and internship opportunities where students gain experience in a real-life work setting. For example, students will have to provide care for patients not selected by institutions who have various conditions. Students will also need to work with other dentists and professional workers in a work setting where time is of the essence. In fact, internship arrangements have been in place in the doctor education for many years, better equipping local medical graduates for practice in the future. The government expects that local dental graduates will also benefit from internship. In the course of consultation, the vast majority of stakeholders agree in principle to the idea of internship and period of assessment. The DCHK and Hong Kong U Faculty of Dentistry also agreed to the implementation of this recommendation. As students of the local Bachelor of Dental Surgery program about to graduate this summer have already started to seek employment, the internship requirement will apply to local dental graduates of the class of 2025 and thereafter at the earliest. Internship and period of assessment are measures to enhance the professional standards of the profession. The implementation timetable will depend on the actual legislative progress. On a different note, it is insufficient to just rely on dentists to meet the needs for enhancing dental care services, as pointed out by an interim report by a task force. Recommendations are also made to allow ancillary dental workers to be involved in the provision of more primary dental care services. The bill introduces a statutory registration regime for dental care professionals and dental therapists who only work in the DH at present. Their service quality will be better ensured under a more formalized regulatory regime. The bill also retitles the umbrella term ancillary dental workers as dental care professionals with a view to establishing their professional status. For any dental work to be conducted by dental hygienists and dental therapists, it is now required for the patient to be first examined by a dentist who is available in the premises at all times when such dental work is being carried out. To give effect to the recommendation of the Working Group for Dental Care Professionals to play a more significant role in dental care services, the bill suitably adjusts the scope of work of dental hygienists and dental therapists on a risk-based approach, setting out the dental care services that they can perform and the relevant requirements. For example, they can independently perform lower-risk procedures like teeth cleaning and polishing, fluoride application, while keeping the requirement for dentists' prior examination and presence in the same premises for performing higher-risk procedures like dental scaling, filling, and extraction in order to ensure the safety of patients. The bill also requires that dental care professionals be engaged by a registered dentist or by an organization, establishment, or body corporate that has engaged at least one registered dentist before they can practice. The government expects that the DCHK will establish a statutory registration regime for dental care professionals 3 years after the passage of the bill. At that time, dental therapists will be allowed to practice outside the DH, whether in the public or private sector. In addition, the bill introduces mandatory continuing professional development requirements for dentists and dental care professionals. The bill also revamps the composition and structure of the DCHK to cope with its additional statutory functions and make technical amendments. For example, the definition of practicing dentistry is updated to bring the regulatory regime up to date. The amendments to the dentist's registration ordinance this time round are the most comprehensive in over 60 years. This reflects the importance the government attaches to dental care. Since last February, we have met with various stakeholders, such as the TMHK, professional dental bodies, partners of the government's dental service programs, staff members and students of the HKU Faculty of Dentistry, associations and training institutions for ancillary dental workers, the HA and patients groups, etc., to canvass their views on the legislative amendments. The panel on health services were also briefed on the progress last July and this March. In general, various sectors expressed support for the legislative amendments. President, we do need to address dental care problems. Sufficient manpower is indispensable to the provision of dental care services. The administration will strive to work with the Council in the scrutiny of the bill in the hope that members support the passage of the bill as early as possible. I so submit. Thank you, President. I now propose the question to you that the aforesaid bill be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee.
This Council resumes the second reading debate on the Waterworks Amendment Bill 2023. Mr. Vincent Ching, Chairman of the Bills Committee on the bill, will first address the Council on the committee's report. Mr. Vincent Ching. Thank you, President. As the Chairman of the Bills Committee on Waterworks Amendment Bill 2023, I will report to the Council on the salient points of the Bills Committee's deliberations. The purpose of the bill is to amend the Waterworks Ordinance WWO and Waterworks Regulations WWR to strengthen the power of the Water Authority WA in evidence collection and information disclosure in the investigation of suspected cases of overcharging for water and increase the penalty for overcharging. It is expected that tenants of SDU's subdivided units will benefit most from the proposed legislative amendments. The Bills Committee held a total of 4 meetings to scrutinize the bill. At one of the meetings, oral representations from deputations were heard. Whilst members generally supported the proposals in the bill, they raised a number of concerns about the implementation details and requested that enforcement be stepped up after the passing of the bill. The bill provides that the WA may require the relevant persons of any premises to provide information or documents relating to the tenancies or water consumption of the premises. Concern was raised as to whether a tenant who is overcharged by the landlord will commit an offence upon the passing of the bill for failing to provide the information required by the WA. The administration advised that after the enactment of the bill, landlords or their agents will be required to provide receipts and keep copies of the receipts after collecting water charges from tenants. Hence, in future, the WA will first request the landlords or their agents to provide information or documents relating to the tenancies or water consumptions of their premises. Failure to comply with the request without reasonable excuse will be an offence, as the receipts are required to set out all important information relating to the collection of water charges. The tenants may not be required to appear in court to testify. The receipts alone can be relied upon as evidence for prosecution. Regarding the bill's mandatory requirement for persons collecting water charges to provide receipts and keep copies of such receipts, members discussed whether the agents of landlords should be held responsible for providing receipts and keeping copies of such receipts. In addition, as many landlords appoint estate agents to collect water charges from tenants, members requested the administration to provide a template of a receipt for water charges for the reference of estate agents, so as to ensure that the receipts for water charges issued in future will comply with the statutory requirements. The administration explained that in general the landlord is the payee of the water charges collected from the specified users and is therefore liable. In some cases, an agent, for example, a friend, relative, or an estate agent, would assist the landlord in collecting water charges. If the agent actually receives the charges, they may also be regarded as a payee and then are therefore liable. The administration indicated that it would consider members' suggestion to provide a template for a receipt for the reference of estate agents. Members were also concerned about the apportionment of water charges for subdivided units without separate water meters in order to conform to the principle of reimbursement of a proportionate portion under the bill. Members suggested that the administration provide guidelines on the calculation of the apportioned water charges for compliance by the public. In response to members' suggestion, the administration advised that it would issue such reference guidelines. The preliminary idea of the administration was that the reference principles were more certain and relevant to water consumption should be adopted for the calculation of water charges reimbursable for SDUs not equipped with separate water meters. It was also said that the administration would encourage landlords to install separate water meters or consider installing walk-by meters for SDUs. The bill proposes to create a new offense against any person who provides false or misleading information or documents to the WA during the investigation of a suspected case of overcharging for water. Some members considered that the proposed penalty for the new offense, that is a fine at level 3, $10,000 and imprisonment for 3 months, was too light when compared with the offense of using a false instrument, which is punishable by 14 years of imprisonment under the Crimes Ordinance, or the offense of obstructing the exercise of power by a public officer under the WWO, which is punishable by a fine at level 4 and imprisonment for 6 months. Having considered members' views, the administration has agreed to increase the penalties for the offense to a fine at level 4 and imprisonment for 6 months. In respect of increasing the penalty for overcharging for water, the bill proposes to convert the existing one-tier fine system to a two-tier system that would include a fine at level 3 for a first conviction and a fine at level 4 for subsequent convictions. The bill also proposes to empower a magistrate in the sense that they may order a person convicted of overcharging to repay the overcharge amount to payer. In response to the views of members of the Bills Committee, the administration has agreed to introduce a CSA to empower a magistrate to the effect that a magistrate must order a person convicted of overcharging to repay the overcharge amount, and unless the magistrate considers it inappropriate to do so, having regard to all the circumstances so as to reflect more clearly the policy intent. To enhance the effectiveness of enforcement, the bill also proposes to empower the Water Supplies Department WSD and the Rating and Valuation Department RVD to disclose information of suspected overcharging cases to each other. Members were concerned that whether there would be duplication of efforts and fragmentation of responsibilities, with the two departments handling cases of overcharging with respective ordinances, coupled with the arrangement for the sharing of information on such cases. Members were also concerned whether the new provisions would set restrictions on what information could be disclosed. The administration advised that after the passage of the bill, the cases involving overcharging for water would be handled mainly by the WSD, and the RVD would continue handle cases involving tenancies of SDUs and overcharging for utilities and services. Both departments will maintain close communication and collaborate with each other to better combat overcharging. Also, the bill has specified the information that the WA, then the Commissioner of Rating and Valuation, may disclose for the purposes of the relevant ordinance. The bill provides that water charges can only be collected after a water bill has been issued. In this connection, members requested that the administration explain whether landlords could collect deposits from tenants in respect of water consumption. The administration advised that the purpose of landlords collecting deposits from tenants was to ensure the tenants would pay for the water charges, and that landlords would subsequently charge tenants for water used by the tenants. The administration explained that the existing waterworks regulations did not regulate matters relating to the collection of deposits, nor would the relevant amendments in the bill change the existing scope of regulation. The following are my personal views on the bill, President. I myself agree even before the introduction of the bill that there should be an increase in penalty as well as strengthen the administration's power to collect evidence to better investigate cases of overcharging for water. We may be talking about a WWO today, but in fact we know that there was a fire earlier in Jordan. So we are concerned that these are the challenges often faced by older buildings. We have done a lot, but we can see that they are still in need of help. And I therefore would like to express my condolences for the residents of the Lucky House. I myself have also participated in a course that would combat the existence of subdivided units. I think there is consensus in society that we cannot allow landlords to overcharge tenants for water. And in fact, in 2021, there was already an amendment bill for the Waterworks Ordinance. In fact, landlords cannot overcharge tenants for water under the LTCO as well, the Landlord and Tenant Consolidation Ordinance. And even if you submit a notice of tenancy to RVD, they have only received 27,000 of those, but there is a survey that said that there are over hundreds of thousands of SDUs in Hong Kong. Apart from not submitting the notice of tenancy, they may not even draft up rental agreements. The first 12 cubic meters would be free. After that would be $4 and there would be an increased price. But some would say that before they were charged $13 or $14 per cubic meter, so they found the prices set by landlords to be acceptable even if they exceed the water tariff. And on receipts to be kept and issued, tenants would often say that they would be charged administrative fees for being issued with receipts. So we can see that there is still a gray area here. If you have figures on the receipts that are different from the actual amount charged, we cannot do anything about it. Before we have a fine at level 3, but we can see that in court cases, often they are only punished with a fine that is very low. For example, for a case in February, the person was fined $6,500, but it is for 13 counts of offenses, so $500 each. So the administration has plans to introduce a CSA that would increase the penalty. I do welcome that. And also, it is said in the bill that the WA's powers will be strengthened in evidence collection, but I think there are still flaws in the work of the administration at the moment. We have received complaints of 177. Only 13 went to prosecution. Only 13 of them were successfully convicted. We need better sharing mechanism among departments, and there is an information sharing mechanism in the bill. I just hope it is effectively implemented. Implementation is very important. We have provided weapons under the bill for the departments to request that the landlords or agents or relevant persons to provide information or documents relating to tenancies or consumption of premises, and the penalties are relatively harsh. So I hope that these will aid the administration in enforcement. It is said for the offense of providing false or misleading information or documents, members were concerned that the penalty was too low, and I thank the administration for listening to members' views and increase the penalty for this offense. I believe with these powers under the bill, the departments will be able to successfully combat overcharging, and there will be room for improvement from before. And I understand that there will be a 35-person team to tackle the enforcement of measures. I want to know what specifically they would do. I hope the administration can explain them to me after the meeting. But at least landlords should know by now that they cannot overcharge tenants for water. It is also said that the administration will provide reference guidelines for the calculation of apportioned water charges for subdivided units without separate water meters, and to facilitate the compliance of the public. Many SDU tenants would share kitchens and toilets, so I hope the guidelines would take that into consideration. The legislative amendments also propose that receipts should be issued within 7 days after payment, and important details have to be included, such as the names, addresses, and the amounts. I think the administration should promote this to make sure landlords are aware of that. We think that for the task force of subdivided units, this proposed legislative amendments are very important. And in fact, Ms. Sari Lee and I have worked on this for many years. We just hope that the administration can implement the provisions of the bill diligently, so as to really combat any illegal acts by SDU landlords, so as to benefit tenants of SDUs. Thank you.
Mr. Bill Tang. Thank you, Deputy President. Of course, I support this bill. I need to talk about the background and the history of the bill. It's the second time of the amendment to the overcharging for water in SDU. Ms. Alice Mack of the FTU proposed the amendments, and the administration took the amendments on board. In fact, our colleague made amendments to one provision. We seized the opportunity to help SDU tenants to protect their interests and rights. In the Bills Committee, there are many members who are well versed in law and the relevant provisions. Despite the presence, it's exactly the reason why we had not thought about this way to make the relevant amendments to protect the interest of SDU tenants. I can see the administration attaches great importance to this issue. The administration is committed to taking law enforcement effectively. We need to enhance the deterrence effect in order not to let the problem worsen. So there are a couple of highlights of the bill that we need to applaud. First of all, tenants only need to submit the receipts. They don't have to testify in court. Even if the landlord does not cooperate, that is, they do not submit the receipts, enforcement actions can already be taken. Next, using a progressive penalty system. There are cross-departmental sharing of information on these cases. So the legislative amendments can cover a wider aspect of law enforcement work. In the meetings of the Bills Committee, I also mentioned the fact that there are quite many departments that oversees SDU's issues. Actually, for the event or the organization bidding farewell to SDUs, these families in the SDUs are the grassroots. They may not be CSSA recipients, but then they are still waiting to have public housing units. Especially for SDU with children, many departments also have such information. But why can't this information be shared? I understand there may be further amendments, but from the perspective of protecting children, protecting children's interests as well as alleviating poverty in a targeted manner, I hope the administration will think about this category of people from the perspective of law enforcement. I appeal to all SCU tenants if they are paying more than $12 for water charges, then the landlord is actually breaking the law. I appeal to SCU tenants to report to the police. You need to make a report. Even if you do not call the water supplies department, you need to contact your district councilor. I once again say that if you are paying more than $12 per charge of water, then you need to make a report. Of course, we actually saw $13, $14, or even $15 when we visited the district. In squatter areas, the situation is much more serious. It's as high as $20. The structures may be already illegal. It's unscrupulous for the landlords to even overcharge for water. I'd like to appeal to the Secretary. You need to work with other departments. Please prepare leaflets. If the landlord charges you more than $11.97, you need to make a report. If the address seems like an address of a subdivided unit, then we need to make a report. Departments need to work with one another in order to nip cases in the bud. We need to scare away these unscrupulous landlords. All of us know that we need to pay water charges once per 4 months. But then for SDU tenants, they need to pay water charges once per month. For the 31st unit, the figure is $7.08, and then $9.37 for charge over 62. The figure is $11.97. On a monthly basis and on a 4-month basis, the progressive regime is already different. I understand it's difficult to calculate water charges. They claim that they are not exploiting the SDU tenants. They just want to do so for administrative convenience. I appeal to them to go to the water supplies department to have separate water meters installed in your unit. Then you can receive water charge bills directly from the WSD. There won't be any disputes. Some people say that the landlord has a lot to do. When there's overcharging, they will be prosecuted. They even need to keep the receipt for 2 years. That is, in the case of SDU tenants, the landlords will have to keep the receipt for 2 years. That's very complicated. Well, We are making this complicated on purpose. That is because the landlords need to go to the WSD to have separate water meters installed. That would have solved the problem. The law enforcement team, comprising 35 people, their annual salary may be as high as $10 million. Right now, we are advocating the action to bid farewell to SDUs. So what is substandard SDU? What needs to be replaced? If an SDU does not have a separate water meter installed by the WSD, that SDU should be replaced. I mean, we should get rid of these SDU. Otherwise, I suspect that you want to milk more benefit through overcharging for water. These are my views. I know that the administration is committed to protecting the rights and interests of SDU tenants. On the basis of the prevention of overcharging for water, we also need to think about how we can prevent overcharging for electricity. $12 per cubic meter of water, it's less common, but for electricity charges, $2 per cubic meter or per charge of electricity, that is very common. We need to think about how we can help curb the phenomenon. I so submit. Thank you, Deputy President. Mr. Chen Xiu-hong. Thank you, Deputy President. I speak in support of the second reading of the bill. The bill aims to enhance the penalty for overcharging for water as well as other enforcement actions. In the past, information about overcharging for water could not be provided. Without sufficient evidence, prosecution could not be instituted. The people suspected of overcharging for water could not be prosecuted. I agree to the bill which plugs the loophole. Especially, the Water Authority may request any relevant person of any premises to provide information or documents relating to the tenancy of or consumption of water in the premises. And the WSD and the RVD can also disclose to each other information on cases of suspected overcharging for water. The ordinance was once amended in May 2021. Only water charges that were charged by the WSD could be collected. Otherwise, a person is liable to conviction of $10,000. In June 2022, the first case was convicted. As of November, a total of 16 cases have been convicted. The penalty ranges from $1,000 to $6,500. An SDU landlord was involved in 13 counts of offenses, $500 for each offense, totaling $6,500. It is proposed that the level 1 penalty is increased to level 4 penalty. For first conviction, the maximum penalty is $10,000. For subsequent conviction, the penalty is pushed to level 4, that is $25,000. Upon the passage of the bill, SDU landlords will be deterred from running the risk of overcharging for water. President, on the apportionment of water charges, I once proposed that there is more than one tenant in a unit. The penalty will only be capped at level 2 or level 3. But it may also fall into the 4th tier. A higher water charge may be collected. However, when it comes to apportioned water charges, the tenant may think that the landlord is overcharging for water. Should the number of SDU tenants' size be used as the basis to decide whether water charges are reasonable? So, before the amendment to Clause 47C, reference material in relation to the calculation of water charges will be issued. I welcome this. This will reduce disputes between landlords and tenants of SDU. So there are guidelines for landlords to comply with. The payee is subject to the responsibility under Clause 47C, brackets 1. That is, he or she needs to keep the copy of the receipts. But in some cases, real estate property agents are involved. In this case, does the payee also need to keep the receipts? I mean, does the estate agent also need to keep the receipts of water charges, failing which, is he or she liable to any criminal liability? Payee is the person who receives the money instead of the person dealing with the money or handling with the money. So that person is not criminally liable, as he or she only handles the money instead of receiving the money. I hope there will be clear explanation as well as a clear water charge template setting out the details or contents that need to be printed on the receipt. Regarding penalty about misleading or false information or documents, when public officers, I mean the maximum penalty is level 4 of fine. This will ensure consistency of the bill and also highlight the importance of the bill. The new Section 47, bracket 7 also provides that any magistrate can order or must order the seller to repay to the buyer any money received from the buyer for the water in excess of that the seller may lawfully receive. I don't understand why the magistrate only needs to order or may order instead of must order. That conflicts with the legislative intent of the bill. In the end, the administration accepted our proposal and made the relevant amendment to the clause. Upon the passage of the bill, I hope the administration can step up publicity so that SDU landlords and tenants will have a better idea of the ordinance. They will also have a clear understanding of their rights and interests. Law enforcement can be bolstered in order to protect the interest of the SDU tenants. I so submit. Thank you, Deputy President.
Mr. Lam Chen Sing. Thank you, Chair. The WWO was amended in 2021, stipulating that landlords can only collect from tenants water charges paid to the Water Supplies Department. But even after the legislation has been amended, there is still overcharging for water cases heard. And in fact, last month I participated in a summit of a welfare organization, and I heard SDU tenants talk about that they have been overcharged for water. And as at October of last year, for the 177 complaints received for suspected charges of overcharging for water, only 13 such cases were successfully convicted. So this is just the tip of the iceberg. We have every month perhaps the landlord only overcharging a very small amount, perhaps $10 odd, but this is actually worse because it would give undue pressure to tenants, and tenants may be afraid that they may be evicted by landlords if they complain. So I'm glad that the bill empowers the Water Authority to better collect evidence. It has stipulated that if one is reckless or intentionally provide false or misleading information or documents will also be an offense. But right now, under the crimes ordinance, we also have an offense for using a false instrument. The maximum penalty is 14 years of imprisonment. The 47B regulation, the proposed regulation, is less serious in nature, but of course, if you provide false information, one may also contravene the existing Section 32 of the WWO or the Crimes Ordinance. If that is the case, referrals will be made to the police. So the administration should explain clearly under what scenarios will one breach the WWO or the Crimes Ordinance, and thus increasing deterrence effect. One of the important points discussed during the Bills Committee meetings was who the payee was. And we have discussed that the payee should be the one who would receive the funds instead of the agent. But for some SDU landlords who are outside Hong Kong for extended periods of time, they would have agents collecting the money, and the money would not be transferred to the landlord. Thus, the agents would become payees. So the government should explain to estate agents associations clearly what the arrangement is so that they won't breach the law inadvertently. It is also said that receipts should be issued within 7 days of payment. It should also set out important information such as names, addresses, as well as the amount, date of payment, and so on. The receipts can be issued electronically. In order to facilitate compliance, the administration can prepare a template of a receipt for water charges so as to facilitate landlords to issue receipts. The bill also allows for an information sharing arrangement between the WSD and the RVD on information relating to suspected cases of overcharging, and this will help with enforcement. I hope that this is just the first step. I hope that in future there will be an even better information sharing mechanism on suspected illegal acts of SDU landlords. We are very far from getting rid of SDUs, but we need to ensure that the interests of SDU tenants are protected. We need to tackle the overcharging for water problem. The long-term solution would be to install separate water meters. We have the scheme for installation of separate water meters, and the deposit and the charges for which are waived. But as at March 2023, only 133 separate water meters were installed. From the figures, we can see that the scheme is not so effective. So I hope the administration can encourage more landlords to take part in the scheme so as to, again, protect the interests of SDU tenants. President, I so submit speaking in support of the bill. Thank you. Mr. Chan Hock Fong. Thank you, President. As Mr. Xia Baolong said, the director of the liaison office, in fact, he said this is very important to tackle the issue of SDUs. We can see that society is in general very concerned about SDU tenants' interests. But of course, this has to be dealt with in a longer time frame. We need more time. We first can tackle the pain point of overcharging for water with this bill. With the amendment bill, it would tackle the acts of SDU landlords taking advantage of existing loopholes, overcharging SDU tenants of water. And I am a member of the Bills Committee, and I will support the passing of this bill. I have proposed before for the 2021 amendment bill of the WWO. And with the amendments back then, it has already stipulated that landlords can only charge water charges that they have paid to the water supplies department. However, before they did not require landlords to maintain or keep proof of any payment or water charges paid. That's why we have not that many conviction cases. We only have 13 conviction cases. The fines range from $1,000 to $6,500, and the total fines amount to approximately $60,000 odd. But again, this is just the tip of the iceberg, because there is a flaw with the government collecting evidence. It has been hard for them to prosecute landlords. And I'm glad that with the bill, it has strengthened the water authority's powers to request information for the collection of evidence, as well as the increase of penalties for related offenses. I think this is a first step, which I'm glad that it has been taken, but this does not tackle the root cause of the problem. Right now, we have a lot of SDU tenants facing various problems. We need to take enforcement action to ensure these people are living in adequate living conditions. So with the regulation, not only should it concern overcharging for water, we should have a register for the tenancies that are regulated. We should also have a registration scheme. I believe we already are taking this direction at the moment with the administration's leadership. And it is said that within 60 days, AR2, the notice of tenancy, has to be submitted. But right now, the enforcement is not taken seriously. So with this bill, I hope that the government will actually implement the details. Right now, we have only 20,000 notices of tenancy submitted when we know that there are hundreds of thousands of SDUs in Hong Kong. We have almost 80% of those that have not submitted the notices. So we really need to take enforcement action in this regard. I also hope that the administration can encourage SDU landlords to install separate water meters. That will be an effective solution for the overcharging for water. And as at February 2024, we have 567 separate water meters installed. When you compare that to the figure of the total number of SDUs, this is a very small figure. So I hope the government can take an extra step for the protection of interests of SDU tenants. I speak in support of the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Chen Kim-po. Thank you, President. This bill is to make it easier for the water authority to collect evidence and information in relation to suspected cases of overcharging for water. So this is to enhance the enforcement effectiveness and also the penalty, and I'm in support of that. Now, Ms. Alice Mack moved a member's bill to Waterworks Amendment Bill. Then this is to prohibit the overcharging for water. At the time, the amendment bill was of great significance because then it would prohibit overcharging for water for subdivided units tenants. But then since the enactment of the bill, there were just over 11 convictions, which is on the low side. And then there were other 70% of the complaints that could not be substantiated because the WA did not have the power to collect sufficient evidence. And in the course of investigation, tenants had to come forward as witness against the landlord, but their tenants dared not do that. They didn't want to be evicted. Now, with the amendment bill, we believe overcharging for water cases would be reduced because landlords will have to give a receipt and keep a copy of the receipt for charging for water. Then there will be better protection for SDU tenants. I hope as soon as the bill is passed, the government will start a publicity effort. So landlords will know the points to note when they charge SDU tenants for water, and then there will be stronger deterrent effect. So I speak in support of the bill. Mr. Lighton Cock. President, I speak in support of the Waterworks Amendment Bill 2023. I also support the amendments to be moved by the administration. Now, SDU tenants face various challenges. One of that is overcharging water by landlords that adds to their burden. So that's why 3 years ago, this council passed the Waterworks Amendment Bill 2021. SDU landlords may charge SDU tenants water tariff based on the tariff bill issued by the Water Supplies Department. But then since the enactment of the bill, it's been hard to prosecute those who have been overcharging water. There's been no improvement. Last November, last year on the 11th of October, the government submitted a paper to this council. The government received 108 complaints of suspected cases of water overcharging for water, but then 78 of the cases could not be pursued further because the complainant was unable to provide further information or was reluctant to serve as witness. And so it's been difficult to collect evidence and information. Now, at the Bills Committee meeting, I pointed out that after the amendment bill is passed, the government may not be able to revisit those cases because there is a 6-month limit for prosecution under the existing legislation. So from the 11th of October to today is already past 6 months. That's why the prosecution limit has passed. Now, there is this amendment bill. The Water Authority will have the power to require information and reference document. I believe that is effective in improving this situation of overcharging for water. I'm all for it. And then there will be increased penalty too. That means there will be stronger deterrent effect. Therefore, I support it too. And I thank the administration for taking on board 2 of my suggestions. These are now incorporated in the amendments to be moved by the government in a moment. The first is on Section 4(2) of the ordinance. As I pointed out at the Bills Committee meeting, at the time, the wording is that the magistrate may order the seller to repay to the buyer any money received from the buyer for the water in excess of that the seller may lawfully receive. And in English, the word used is may. That means it's not obligatory. If we keep to this original wording, then that may not be in line with the policy intent. For example, the SDU landlord may have been fined by the court for charging excessive water tariff. The magistrate does not automatically have to order the seller to repay the overcharged amount. So does it mean that the SDU tenant will have to apply to the court for payment of the overcharged amount? Now, at the Bills Committee meeting, the government official said that the word may is used after making reference to other similar provisions in other ordinances. This is to allow the court to have discretion, but I don't see the need for that. I must point out that the intention of the bill is that to require the seller to repay the overcharged amount. It is not actually a penalty, so there shouldn't be any discretion allowed. If someone overcharges, then someone should repay the overcharged amount. This should not send out the wrong message that you could overcharge and you do not necessarily have to repay the amount. And anyway, the other provisions in other ordinances may not apply in the cases we deal with here. We have to first see what the policy intention is. At the meeting, I asked the government to confirm that the policy intent is that for overcharged water tariff, there should be refund. The government confirmed that to be the case. So since the policy intention is clear, there is no need to use the word may. Instead, I propose to use must. At the end, the government took on board part of my suggestions. So for the word may order is to be changed to must order. But then the government is also added following phrases: unless the magistrate, having regard to all the circumstances, considers it inappropriate to do so. So it better highlights the policy intent. At the same time, it gives the court a certain degree of discretion. This is the result of positive interaction between the executive and the legislature. I could appreciate the need to do so, so I accept this compromise approach by the government. On Section 5 of Clause 5 of the bill, now, if initially the penalty for providing false or misleading information or documents, the penalty is a fine of maximum fine of $10,000 imprisonment for 3 months. And I pointed out that the nature of the offense in Section 32 of the Waterworks Ordinance is similar, and for that offense under Section 32, the maximum fine is $25,000 and imprisonment for 6 months. So therefore, for the proposed penalty in the bill is too light. And then Section 32 of the Waterworks Ordinance offense is that it's about obstructing public officers from exercising their powers or performing the duties or functions under the ordinance. And if someone deliberately provides false or misleading information, of course, it is the same as obstructing public officers from exercising their powers. I'm glad to say that the government agrees with my observation. So the penalty for Clause 5 is therefore to be raised so that it is brought on a par with the penalty under Section 32 of the Waterworks Ordinance. I believe it's appropriate because then we don't want to light a penalty so it's not deterrent enough. And of course, we don't want the administration have to refer the case to the police and take out prosecution under the Crimes Ordinance, which involves a maximum imprisonment of 14 years. Now, Mr. Xia Baolong has asked that we try to eradicate SDUs, but as we move towards that goal, along the way, we need to resort to various measures to lessen the burden on SDU tenants. I hope that with the passage of the Waterworks Amendment Bill 2023, the government will find suitable lawful means to substantially reduce cases of overcharging for water. I so speak. Thank you.
Ms. Doreen Kong. Thank you, Deputy President. I speak in support of the Waterworks Amendment Bill 2023. The bill aims to target SDU landlords who overcharge for water. After the passage of the bill, if the administration can take enforcement action, this will be good news to SDU tenants. Actually, for overcharging issues in relation to SDU, the issue was dealt with by another ordinance, that is LTCO. The landlord must provide a written record of the apportioned charges and the total cannot exceed the payment amount. Otherwise, a financial penalty of Tier 3 will be administered. Upon subsequent conviction, penalty at Tier 4 will be imposed. 120AAZE and ZW, the Rating and Valuation Department Director can also request the landlord to provide any information in relation to the SDU. Any failure will also attract a fine of level 3 and imprisonment of 3 months. Overcharging for water or electricity is put under 2 pieces of legislation. There will be confusion as to law enforcement power. That will also give rise to different penalties for the same offense. For example, take LTCO as an example. Under 120AAZM, non-apportionment of water charges will attract a fine of level 3 upon the first conviction. But in accordance with Section 37(2) of the Waterworks Ordinance, a fine less than not exceeding level 4 will be administered, as well as imprisonment for 6 months. If SDU landlords provide misleading information, a maximum penalty of Tier 3 will be imposed, and imprisonment of 3 months will also be imposed. In Section 47B, providing misleading or false information will attract a fine at level 4 and imprisonment of 6 months. Simply put, after the passage of the bill, overcharging water under the Waterworks Ordinance will attract a penalty that is more serious than the LTCO. In another occasion, overcharging for water will attract a higher penalty than that for electricity. Overcharging for electricity will involve a higher amount for overcharging for water. So, when the penalties are different, is that not reasonable? In the Bills Committee, I once pointed out the difference, but the administration did not take on board my view or my suggestion. But I still expect that the administration can further amend the LTCO in order to bring the penalties of the offenses on the same par. After the amended Waterworks regulation, the Water Authority is empowered to combat overcharging for water. This is good news. But then the administration does not make good use of the Tenancy Control Ordinance in relation to SDU. I expect that after the passage of the bill, the administration will have enough tools to implement LTCO as well as other rights under the Tenancy Control Ordinance, Landlord and Tenant Consolidation Ordinance. I so submit. Thank you, Deputy President. Ms. Jovi Chan. Thank you, Deputy President. I speak in support of the Waterworks Amendment Bill 2023, as well as the amendments moved by the Secretary. In 2021, FTU member Dr. Alice Mack proposed the proposal about overcharging for water in SDU. The rental per square foot is much higher than that in Hong Kong. The water charge is also higher than that charge per cubic meter. That adds a heavy financial burden to the public. In 2021, Waterworks Amendment Bill was passed, but after 2 years, in 2 years' time, the WSD only received a total of 87 cases about overcharging for water. The conviction rate is less than 10%. So SDU tenants do not dare to step out to make a report. We have the activity of bidding farewell to SDU in Hong Kong. When I visited SDU tenants, they said that they are afraid that they would be pursued by the landlords, so that they would rather stay silent. Even if they make a report, the penalty administered to the landlord only ranges between $1,000 and $6,500. This tells us two things. One, the existing legislation is not deterrent enough. On enforcement, that is not deterrent enough either. For misleading or false information, the penalty has also been increased. This is exactly what we need to bolster. Section 47(b)(2) is increased from $10,000 and 3 months to a fine at level 4, $25,000 and 6 months of imprisonment. That enhances the deterrent effect of providing false or misleading information. The evidential burden does not just rely on STU tenants. If they do not provide the relevant documents, there will be relevant penalties. If they provide false information, there will be much higher penalty. The magistrate also has the power to order the seller to repay to the buyer any money overcharged. That can prevent the tenant from being exploited. Under the Crimes Ordinance Cap 200, the offense of false instrument is liable to a maximum of 14 years of imprisonment, but the offense in question is rather lenient. That, however, shows the determination of the administration to protect the interest of STU tenants. This is key to our search for justice. We empower the Water Authority to do more to enhance the deterrent effect. I support it. Does any other member wish to speak?
If not, I now call upon the Secretary for Development to reply, then the debate will come to a close. Secretary. President, I am immensely grateful to Mr. Vincent Zhang, Chairman of the Bills Committee, the 9 members of the Bills Committee, stakeholders who attended the public hearing, the Legislative Council Secretariat, legal advisor, the Department of Justice team, and colleagues of the Development Bureau and Water Supplies Departments for their hard work in ensuring the efficient deliberation of the bill. I am much grateful, too, to the members who spoke during the second reading debate for their support and invaluable views. And they also put forward their expectations. The government has all along adopted a multi-pronged approach to combat the overcharging of water by unscrupulous landlords, such as inspection, following up of complaints, initiating prosecution, and so on. However, as members pointed out, there is currently no provision in the Water Works Ordinance, WWO, to empower the Water Authority, WA, to compel any person to provide information in relation to cases of suspected overcharging for water. There is also no provision to require a landlord to give a receipt and keep a copy of the receipt when charging the tenants for using water. It is therefore difficult for WA to obtain sufficient evidence to support prosecution action. Furthermore, the existing panel for the offence is considered inadequate to achieve the desired deterrent effect. After consultation and exchanges with the key stakeholders, we introduced this bill to the Council last October to strengthen the power of WA in terms of enforcement. We've also proposed to raise the penalty for overcharging for water. The Bills Committee started its deliberation of the bill last November and completed its work in early March this year. A total of 4 meetings were held, including a public hearing to receive views from the public and deputations. During the scrutiny of the bill, the Bills Committee had in-depth discussion of the legislative proposal. Members of the committee generally support the proposal. On specific provisions, in particular in relation to the compliance duty of stakeholders and penalty, members gave various invaluable and constructive views. After careful consideration, the government took on board the primary views of the Bills Committee. I will explain further when I move the relevant amendments later. During the scrutiny of the bill, and during the debate just now, many members and deputations reminded us that apart from proactive enforcement and inspection, we must step up publicity and education so relevant parties are fully aware of their obligations and rights. We fully agree that we should do so. The Water Supplies Department will therefore make use of their websites and various social media to remind the public not to overcharge for water. Compliance information will also be sent to landlords in publicity materials will be included in letters sent by the department. The members made a very important point there. We need to produce easy to understand leaflets and booklets to depict different scenarios so the public know exactly what the legal requirements are. That is what the do's and don't. We will also, as suggested by members, approach the estate agents authority. In fact, we have already approached the EAA and we will keep in close communication with them. This is to make sure that relevant information is disseminated to licensed estate agents. The public could then learn through licensed estate agents about the legislative amendments and the requirements on water charges for charging for leased premises. On the installation of separate water meters in the past few years, well, it's because we are amending this bill. We have put forward this amendment bill, and perhaps that helps too. People know that they won't be able to overcharge, so they might as well install separate water meters. So in terms of the number of applications received and approved, we have seen a substantial increase. The Water Supplies Department will continue to work hard and encourage more landlords to install separate water meters. Now, of course, with stronger enforcement powers, as members reminded us, we must make good use of such powers. That's why the WSD has already set up an enforcement team. Some members pointed out it is a team of 35 members. What are they going to do? Apart from following up on complaints, the team will consider various factors and carry out proactive inspection. And as they consider the inspection targets, they will consider places with concentration of SDUs and with low-income tenants or CSSA recipients. Now, they may revisit previous cases that they could not prosecute because of lack of evidence. They will now revisit the cases to see that whether these cases could be substantiated now with the amendment bill passed. And then the WSD will also work with the Rating and Valuation Department on joint inspections. As for exchange of information between the WSD and RVD, they have already worked out a mechanism. Some members pointed out that there are similar offences, but then the penalties may vary under different ordinances. That is because we enact legislation at different times. And for this particular amendment bill is to target all cases of overcharging for water. It's not just to target SDU. So, therefore, there may be other legislation that targets SDUs, and then and there may also be other legislation with similar offences, and there may not be consistency. Now, after this amendment bill is passed, then we could have a stronger enforcement powers soon. As for different offences under different ordinances, the penalties may be inconsistent. It could happen in other cases. It's not just with SDUs, but in any case, when we consider prosecution, the Department of Justice will certainly choose the legislation that will serve the strongest deterrent against the offenders. and that's been the best interest of the government's actions. Now, we are all prepared for the commencement of the bill on the 19th of April. If the bill is passed by the Council today, there will certainly be more forceful enforcement and stronger deterrent effect against overcharging for water. I earnestly ask members to support the bill and the amendments I'm going to move during the committee stage. We could then achieve our goal sooner and protect public interest. I so speak.
I now put the question to you that the Waterworks Amendment Bill 2023 be read the second time. Will those in favour please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Waterworks Amendment Bill 2023. This council now becomes Committee of the Whole Council to consider the Waterworks Amendment Bill 2023. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for the debate and voting arrangements for the bill. Members have been informed that the committee will conduct a joint debate on the clauses and amendments. I now propose the question to you that the following clauses stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 8. The Secretary for Development will move amendments which seek to amend clauses 3 to 5. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for details of the amendments. Members may now proceed to a joint debate on the clauses and amendments. I will first call upon the Secretary for Development to speak, but she is not required to move the amendments at this stage. Then I will call upon members to speak. Upon the conclusion of the joint debate, the committee will first vote on the clauses with no amendments standing part of the bill, and then vote on the amendments. Secretary for Development. President, I now propose the government's amendments to clauses 3, brackets 2, 4, brackets 2, and 5 of the Waterworks Amendment Bill 2023. The contents of the amendments have been set out in a paper previously sent to members by the LegCo Secretariat. The amendments have been formulated with reference to members' suggestions and after careful consideration. They are mainly to enhance the deterrent effect of the original proposal on overcharging for water. The first amendment item is a technical amendment to tie in with the third item of amendment. For ease of understanding, I will first explain the third amendment and then the first amendment. The third amendment relates to Clause 5. It seeks to raise the penalty of the offence of providing false or misleading information or documents in the proposed Regulation 47B to achieve a deterrent effect. At the meetings of the Bills Committee, some members suggested that the offence under the proposed Regulation 47B is similar in nature to the offence under Section 32 of the Waterworks Ordinance WWO, that is the offence of obstructing a public officer in the exercise of any power, the performance of any duty, or the carrying out of any function, and suggested that we should increase the penalty and we should have consistent penalty in the same ordinance. Upon review, we agree with members that the fear is reasonable. That's why we have proposed to increase the maximum penalty from a fine at level 3 and imprisonment for 3 months to a fine at level 4 and imprisonment for 6 months. That is on a par with the penalty for obstructing a public officer. The first amendment is a technical amendment proposed to tie in with the aforementioned proposal to raise the penalty for the provision of false or misleading information or documents. Section 37 brackets 2 of the WWO provides for the maximum penalty that can be prescribed under the WWR Waterworks regulations. In order to enable the imposition of the proposed increase in penalty, we propose to increase accordingly the maximum length of imprisonment provided under Section 37 brackets 2 to 6 months. The second amendment relates to Clause 4 brackets 2. The textual amendment is to better highlight the policy intent. And as said by members earlier, the policy intent is to require the person who has overcharged for water to repay the overcharge amount to enhance the deterrent effect while retaining the due discretion of the magistrate. We propose to amend the wording to read: the magistrate must order the seller to repay the buyer any money received from the buyer for the water in excess of that the seller may lawfully receive, unless the magistrate, having regard to all the circumstances, considers it inappropriate to do so. The aforementioned amendments only involve increasing the deterrent effect on unlawful acts and technical amendments. There is no change to the intended meaning of the provisions. The Bills Committee had no objection to the amendments. I implore members to support and pass the relevant amendments. Thank you, President. Does any member wish to speak? If not, we now first on the clauses with no amendment standing part of the bill. I put a question to you that the clauses with no amendment as set out in the appendix to the script stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. We now vote on the amendments. Secretary for Development, you may move your amendments. Chairman, I move the amendments set out in the appendix to the script. I propose the question to you that the Secretary's amendments be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the amendments passed. Clauses 3 to 5 as amended. I now put the question to you that the clauses as amended just read out by the clerk stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the Waterworks Amendment Bill 2023 have been concluded in Committee of the Whole Council. Council now resumes. Secretary for Development. President, I now report to the Council that the Waterworks Amendment Bill 2023 has been passed by the Committee of the Whole Council with amendments. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report. I now propose the question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading. Waterworks Amendment Bill 2023. Secretary for Development. President, I move that the Waterworks Amendment Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. I now propose the question to you that the Waterworks Amendment Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. Does any member wish to speak? If not, will those in favor please raise their hands? I now put the question to you as stated. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Waterworks Amendment Bill 2023. This Council resumes the second reading debate on the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024. Mr. Martin Liao. President, in the past, because of an imbalance in demand and supply, we have seen a significant increase in prices in property. And since 2011, the administration has launched a number of demand-side management measures, including the NRSD, the BSD, and the SSD. special stamp duty, buyer's stamp duty, and new residential stamp duty. It has been over for 13 years, almost 14 years. And in the budget, it was announced that all demand-side management measures, DSMMs, will be removed. And we have seen from data in March, we have 4,100 new property transactions. It is a fourfold increase from before, and the amount of transaction is over $24 billion. But we have not seen a significant increase in the property prices. We have seen the government increase housing supply significantly, and we agree that the property market will not see huge increases in property prices in future. That's why we support the removal of the DSMMs. But the problem is we now have a problem with negative equity properties. This will in turn impact the development of Hong Kong. Before, with the DSMMs, within 3 years of purchasing the property, if the owner chooses to sell the property, they would have to pay stamp duty. But with the removal of the DSMMs, that is no longer necessary. We also have a number of housing units that are to be introduced by developers. We believe that the property market can see more transactions, and thus negative equity will not actually happen as much as it did before. And people no longer have to pay 7.5% of stamp duty, will alleviate the burden posed to them when purchasing property. And the costs of incoming talents purchasing property will also decrease. And with mainland companies who want to purchase properties in Hong Kong for investment, they will also be encouraged with the removal of the DSMMs. Before the removal of the DSMMs, for those who have to pay NRSD and BSD, the administration did provide the refund and suspension mechanism for incoming talents, but then it was not too effective. With the removal of DSMMs, incoming talents can also benefit from this. And for the quality migrants as well as those to be admitted under Top Talent Pass scheme, this will be very attractive. The land sale revenue of the government last year is not so ideal. We have 6 sites that do not have any successful bids. We have a 60% decrease from the land sale revenue in 2022. We also see less developers bidding for sites, but this is only in line with the previous market expectations. Now that we have a more optimistic market development trend, we believe developers will be more eager to bid land. That's why I support the complete removal of DSMMs. DSMMs are to repress speculative demand and to ensure property prices are affordable. We do see a decrease in property prices in the past 2 years, but the prices are still relatively unaffordable. Hong Kong is one of the most unaffordable property market in the world. People need to save money for up to 18 years to purchase property, and people have to queue 5 odd years for public housing. Right now, we are subject to many uncertainties. We have geopolitical tensions and the poor global economy outlook. We may be subject to high interest rates in future, and that is probably why people are not so willing to purchase property at the moment. The government should be prudent. Even though the government believes that we have adequate housing supply in future in the next 10 years, but we only have such property ready by the end of the 10-year cycle. We should be prudent and monitor the demand to make sure there is a balance between demand and supply to ensure the public's needs are met and strike a balance between the interests of developers and the people. The demand-side management measures, DSMMs, have successfully repressed speculative demand before, and the stamp duty can get as high as 30% of the property price. And for speculative buyers with such demand-side management measures have almost disappeared from the market. And even with the proposal to remove all DSMMs, we do not see a significant jump in prices. So I support this Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024. I so submit, Deputy President. Dr. Chairman Kong. Deputy President, we are resuming the second reading debate on the bill. The bill would remove all the DSMMs. I speak in support of the bill. I understand that after the announcement of this initiative in the budget, many people are very happy about this, and those in the trade are very happy to hear that because they would no longer have any cash flow issues with this. The DSMMs are anti-cyclical measures introduced to repress speculative demand, but we no longer need such measures. During the pandemic, with the DSMMs, people were still unable to afford housing. And the real estate industry is important for the development of Hong Kong. We cannot have long-term repression of the industry because that will shake the foundations of Hong Kong's economy, and that will even give greater pressure to the economy. Before the announcement of the economy, one day before that, it was announced that we have reached a 7-year low with the GEM index. It's 306.4. And many of the property buyers who purchased property recently would have their property as negative equity. And for those who want to purchase property are hesitant because of this. Also, we can see that there is a decrease in the land sale revenue, so everyone loses with the continuation of DSMMs. With the removal of DSMMs, it's too early to say whether there will be a rebound. But I think that we can observe that we have adequate supply in the property market at the moment. We will not see both prices and number of transactions increase. We have high interest rates and uncertainties in the global environment, so many people are hesitant to purchase property, and even those with a hard demand would not want to purchase property. With the removal of the NRSD, people can purchase a second property while only paying stamp duty that they would have to pay for a first property. It is also announced in the budget that in the next 3 or 4 years, we would have 109,000 units available. And we also have new mortgage measures introduced in March. It has released over 200,000 units that have yet to pay the land premiums. I believe with these, we have much in supply, and that will reverse the trend of negative equity and help with the healthy development of the real estate market. It is said that in March, for new properties, there are 4,000 odd transactions. 4,172. It is a record high. It is also a monthly high since the introduction of new measures for primary property. And we can see from property indices that there are no significant fluctuations. We can see that property prices have been maintained at a relatively stable level. Even though the government may have less tax revenue with the removal of these measures, but we can create an impetus for growth for the real estate market. We can also bring about development of other sectors such as the construction sector and the legal and other professional services sectors and so on. This will also decrease the cost of purchasing property, and this will attract talents coming and staying in Hong Kong. We believe we can attract talents and attract funds to Hong Kong with the removal of DSMMs. I also hope that the administration will encourage stability in the market and make a public announcement or instill confidence in people that the government will not allow for huge fluctuations in the prices of the market. This will in turn help people be confident about the certainties of the market. I speak in support of the resumption of a second reading debate of the bill. Thank you.
Dr. Loy Kwok. Deputy President, I and members of the BPA support the passage of the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024. The bill seeks to implement the latest budget proposal to remove all demand-side management measures for residential properties. So for all transactions of residential properties, there is no need to pay anymore the buyer stamp duty, new residential stamp duty, and the special stamp duty. Now, the BP was the first to ask for the complete removal of DSMMs for on various occasions. We've asked the SAO government to consider it over the past years. We are glad that the government's kindly taken on board our views, and now the HKMA has also announced that it will suspend the stress test for mortgage applications and also lower the loan-to-value ratio. I think this combination of measures will help to bolster the confidence in the housing market. Now, the SAR introduced DSMS amendments in 2010. At that time, there was ultra-low interest rate and there's quantitative easing in different places. So there's also increase in demands both domestically and from outside, and there's not enough supply to meet the demand, and that's why property prices continue to soar. At the same time, it's led to exuberant speculation that's added to the plight of the property market, added to the exuberance of the property market. And so the government introduced DSMMs to curb short-term speculation. Still, it tried to curb demands from outside Hong Kong to reduce exuberance. And at that time, it was necessary to introduce these spicy measures. But now the property market has seen complete change. It's no longer a question of short-term speculation, but rather there is a shrinking of demand. The market is weak. And then there is little confidence, too, in the property market. So it affects people's livelihood. In the Policy Address 2023, there's announcement of reduction of the spicy measures. For example, lowering the restriction for sale of properties from 3 years to 2 years, and then buyer stamp duty is reduced from 50% to 7.5%. As for talents buying properties, there is also deferment of payment of stamp duty. That means for the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2023, it was passed at this council on the 31st of January this year. At that council meeting, I asked the government to look at the various factors that affect our property market, and there's risk of hard landing, and that could spark other economic consequences. So there could be, various adverse consequences, and then that could affect confidence of overseas investors. And also there is some reduction in land revenue. It will, of course, sound an alarm for the government's revenue as a whole. So I stress that time is necessary that we act quickly to salvage the economy, and so the government needed to remove all the SMMs to boost market confidence. And apart from the bounding removal of the SMMs, BPA also offered various ideas. For example, there should be reduction of the stamp duty for first-time home buyers under a certain age. And then for those with the means, then they could buy properties when prices are relatively low. And there should be capital and an investment scheme that allows applicants to spend 2/3 of their required assets for buying property. That will bring more buyers to the property market, and also to help to appeal to talents. There should be a dual approach in addressing the housing issue here in Hong Kong. There should be a track system, that is. For example, those without the means to buy properties in the private market, they should be given subsidized housing. And for those who have the means, they should be encouraged to buy homes in the private market. And then they could also pay more taxes to the government through buying properties, and that they can then contribute to our economic development. Deputy President, the complete removal of the SMMs would help to stimulate market activities. We've seen transactions going up, but then we don't see any fluctuations in property prices. No, there shouldn't be fluctuation in property prices. There should be healthy development, and then people will have confidence in the property market, and then people will also be able to buy homes. And that will bode well for our economic development as a whole. Now, the bill will also revise the stamp duty rates in Schedule 1 of the Stamp Duty Ordinance. So for buyers, stamp duty, new residential stamp duty, and special stamp duty, the framework remains, the rate is just reduced to 0%. That means if necessary in future, the government could still adjust the reference stamp duty rate depending on the market condition. While I can't criticize this arrangement, but I hope the government will keep to a free market approach. They should leave it to the market to make adjustments unless there are extreme circumstances in future. Otherwise, the government should refrain from artificially intervening in the markets, so to speak. Mr. Edmund Wong, Deputy President. Now, the government assumed office in 2022, 1st of July. This Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024 is the third attempt of the government to adjust the demand-side management measures. The first time the government made adjustment was in 2020 October in the first policy address of Mr. John Lee. So for talents they could ask for refund of the special stamp duty paid for buying a property before they become permanent residents. And then the second time this adjustment is in the policy address delivered last October by the chief executive. He took on board my suggestion to defer the payment of special stamp duty by talents before they become permanent residents. So if the talent eventually does not become a permanent resident, then he will be pursued for the special stamp duty due. And also, there's adjustment of the resale restriction period from 3 years to 2 years for properties sold. And also the buyer stamp duty rate is reduced from 15% to 7.5%. So those are called reduction of the spicy measures. And then this third time of adjustment is announced by the financial secretary in his budget. That's a complete removal of all the demand side management measures, or the removal of all the property cooling measures. Now, for this complete removal, well, the scrutiny bill is straightforward because we don't even set up a bills committee. Instead, we go straight to the resumption of second reading debate and third reading of the bill. For the other 2 rounds of a reduction of property cooling measures, while they involved more complex issues, that's why there's need for detailed scrutiny of the bill. For this round of adjustment, it's just about complete removal of the demand side management measures. It's just going back to the basics, so it's rather straightforward. So that's why there's no need to set up a bills committee to consider the bill. And it also shows that the committee as a whole wants to see the end of the DSMMs as soon as possible. Now, and when the DSMMs were introduced, we did not have enough land supply, and there was also ultra low interest rate with abundance of capital, and that's why the government introduced the first batch of DSMMs in 2020, followed by more measures later. Well, because the government then did not really have a choice. The DSMMs were in place for some 14 years. There were additional revenue for the government, but these measures helped to curb property speculation or keep prices affordable, while we all know how it worked. Now, in recent years, there's the Russia-Ukrainian war, and then there's a tightening of monetary measures by the U.S. government, and then mortgage interests continue to rise. And then in the past decade, the government has been working hard to provide more land supply. So we've seen an increase in housing supply. But at the same time, we see a continuous drop of housing transactions. So where there is no longer any point to keep the DSMMs. That's why at the end of 2022, the government first introduced the first round of adjustments to the DSMMs. At that time, I told the chief executive, instead of waiving special stamp duty for talents, but asking them to pay first, we should ask them only make them pay later. So in any case, I said at the time, with the Russian-Ukrainian war and all the other factors, even with such an adjustment, it will not lead to a soar in property prices. But the government did not take on board of my views in 2022. But then in 2023, we could see that there is a further drop in property transactions. The government is also not making as much land revenue, so there's a deficit of $100 billion. So there's a further round of adjustment of the DSMMs, and finally we've seen the complete removal of the DSMMs. But of course, no one has a crystal ball. We cannot tell whether, if instead of making tenants pay the special stamp duty upfront, and then, or rather, we make them pay later, if that would make a difference to the property market anyway. No one would be able to tell now. But now, with the complete removal of the DSMMs, it's a good thing. And then, since the complete removal of DSMMs, we can tell from statistics that in March this year, we've seen increase in transactions by some 5,000 cases. Because starting from June last year, every month there were fewer than 5,000 transactions. Now, we could see the SMMs were just expedient measures for the government in curbing property prices soar. The long-term solution is really for the government to provide more land supply. And then if interest rate is low, or if there is extra abundance of capital, then the government could adjust by the land supply situation in addressing different factors. Now, if the SL government could not boost confidence in the property market again, then the government will not be able to make revenue from land sales and stamp duty. Then the government may not have the financial capacity to proceed with all the mega infrastructure projects such as North Metropolis and so on. The government may resort to issuing bonds to take forward the North Metropolis project. But then if there is pessimism in the property market, will people be keen to be involved in the bond program? The government needs to have complete control of land supply, and then the government could provide different types of housing to meet the needs of different classes of the community. So, and people will then be able to own their homes, and there could also be diversity of industries in the community. That's why I'm all for the complete removal of DSMMs, because that will bring about new opportunities to the market. And then the government could proceed with the various land development programs for the North Metropolis and so on. And the government will regain complete control of land supply. Because in the past decade or so, the government didn't have lost its control of land supply. That's why we've seen such imbalance in the property market. So I speak in support of the bill.
Mr. Rock Chan. Thank you, Deputy President. I speak in support of the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024. In 2010, the government introduced spicy measures, that is, anti-cyclical measures to control the property market. At that time, the administration needed to cool the market, to curb speculation, and to help residents own homes. The policy goal was worth our support. After 14 years, the situation is different. There were a total of 43,000 transactions of property, comparing with the introduction of DSMMs. The fall was as much as 68%. In 2010, there were some 90,000 transactions for homes that are worth $4 million or so. But then this year, the figure dropped to 7,100 or so. So DSMMs did not achieve the intended purpose. The Financial Secretary announced the abolition of all DSMMs, to scrape all DSMMs, all spicy measures in order to promote the liquidity of the market as well as to boost the economy. I thank the FS for responding to the public aspirations. On the 28th of February this year, the FS announced the complete abolition of all DSMMs. The Hong Kong MA also relaxed the mortgage rate as well as cancel the stress test of banks. So first-time property buyers find it easier to own homes. This will drive up the number of transactions in the property market. According to the Land Registry, in March, there were a total of 5,013 transactions, 57% an increase comparing with last month. It also recorded the largest increase. In March, in the primary market, it recorded over 4,100 transactions. Breaking the record Since 1998, it covered residential properties of different price brackets. 4 weeks after the abolition of DSMMs, a total of 490 transactions were recorded, a 2.5-fold increase comparing with the period when there were still DSMMs. At present, the bad news affecting the property market has already affected us. They are over. So I agree that the abolition of DSMMs comes at the right time. It's better late than never. The liquidity of the market has already resumed, attracting many overseas and local buyers to buy properties. They can also get cash by selling properties. This will form a healthier cycle. With the liquidity of the market resuming, this will drive the sales in the property sector. And the relevant sectors such as the construction industry, renovation, furniture, electrical appliances, logistics, law firms, real estate agents, interior design, these sectors will all benefit from the abolition of DSMMs. It will also be conducive to solving the problem of the 100 billion financial deficit of the government. Personally, I do not worry about the market doing poorly again. The interest rate is still at a high level. In the coming 3 to 4 years, Hong Kong will have some 100,000 properties in the primary market available. There's an abundant supply. Enterprises are still struggling to stay afloat. Commercial and property market are still in dire straits. The administration has been preparing measures to keep SSD, BSD, NRSD legislative framework and the relevant provisions instead of scraping all these frameworks. If need be, in the future, the administration can have regard to the market conditions and adjust the rate of stamp duty. So the administration has already considered the situation and is well prepared for the future. The government needs to use the invisible hand in the market to let the market automatically adjust to the conditions. I so submit I speak in support of the bill. Thank you, Deputy President. Dr. Johnny Ng. Thank you, Deputy President. The bill aims to amend the Stamp Duty Ordinance Cap 117 to implement the proposed abolition of all existing DSMMs. I speak in support of the bill. I support the passage of the bill. The housing problem is close to the heart of many members of the public. There have been public aspirations calling for the abolition of all DSMMs. I suggested to the FS that I advocated the abolition of all DSMMs. The measure of the FS has actually factored in the local conditions. The complete abolition of DSMMs will allow the market to stay healthy again. There will also be a boost in the confidence of overseas investors. It helps families who would like to move to another flat to improve their living conditions. Many people were unwilling to buy a new flat because of the measures at that time. With the abolition of DSMMs, there was positivity in the market, but the global economic situation is still uncertain. It's difficult to solve the problem overnight. I believe we do need to wait until we can see results. The administration should review the policies on housing after the abolition of DSMMs. The administration should have regard to the housing needs of Hong Kong people and should help young people to own their own homes. The main direction is to help first-time home buyers. For example, the first-time home buyer sponsorship scheme or low interest rate home buyer ownership scheme to help younger generations to purchase their own home, to improve the living conditions, to enhance their sense of happiness and sense of gain in the community. Thank you, President. I so submit.
Mr. Tang Fei. Deputy President, I speak in support of the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024. With the cancellation of the DSMMs, it is shown that in market data that there are more units selling than those purchasing. So some investment banks still expect a 5 to 10% decrease in property prices in Hong Kong. So I think we're not trying to see if this initiative is effective. We need to see what is important is that the government's policy intent lies with a principle that housing market should not be about speculative demand. There should not be significant fluctuations in the prices of properties. We really need to not only rely on real estate in the economy of Hong Kong. I myself do not have comments for the policy intent, but I think the government should be clear in its land and housing policy because it relates to all classes of society. It also relates to the management of finances of individuals. With DSMMs, we have seen from the beginning to their end 13 years in between. The measures were not introduced with them being a long-term measure in mind. We have seen before with the introduction of the DSMMs, it is not the case that property prices immediately dropped. It is about repressing external and speculative demand. We have the various stamp duties that would repress that, and we also have other factors that would have influenced the market. For example, the poor global economy, high interest rates. So these will not suddenly make it easier for people to purchase properties. And people may be hesitant because they do not want to see negative equity. We are very fortunate though, we have not seen a significant increase in foreclosed properties. I think with various sectors of the community, I think they do not see that the government has a clear stance with land and housing to facilitate the management of finances. So I do support the cancellation of DSMMs, but I think there will not be a significant increase in the number of transactions. I do not doubt that there may be some effect, but I want the government to have a clear land and housing policy. From what was said by government officials of the current term government, they have much confidence in the provision of public and private housing. They also have their priorities with the development of different projects and maintaining the ratio between public and private housing units. and that there will not be a significant increase in property prices. But we do not wish to see a significant downward adjustment of prices either. We want the property prices to be maintained at a stable level or even with a continuous minor increase. So with external factors, we may see that property prices will continue going downward and thus causing negative equity for citizens. And this will also not help with the problem of people not being able to purchase property. It is said by other members that with the development of the real estate sector, it is very much relevant to other sectors as well, and I agree. I think we can see that there is a saying that relates that the necessities of the people have to be met because with these necessities affect all classes of society. We also have another saying that we need to strive balance between everything. So if for housing, something that is a necessity for people, if the government can have a consistent policy to make sure that the prices of properties are maintained at a stable level so that for those who do not have properties, they can purchase properties. For those who have properties, they can manage their asset portfolio to make sure they have certainties so as to manage their expectations. That is very important. And with the increase in land and housing supply, the government will have an increase in revenue or not. It's not that important. It's more about real estate sector being an important foundation, a pillar of foundation for Hong Kong. We may have to review that in future. We will need to see if the real estate sector will play a less major role in future, and we will have to decide on that in future. Thank you. Mr. Kenneth Lau, Deputy President. We have resumed today the second reading debate on the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024. The bill is on the cancellation of all DSMMs. In the budget, the Financial Secretary said that the SSD, BSD, and NRSD rates will be removed, and before we had the suspension and refund mechanism. However, after these measures have been introduced, we do not see a significant improvement, which is why the Financial Secretary has announced the cancellation of all DSMMs. And this is appreciated by all sectors of the community. And I thank the Financial Secretary for taking into consideration members' suggestions in this regard. The bill seeks to amend Chapter 117, the Stamp Duty Ordinance, to give effect to the proposal of the initiative in the 2024-25 budget by the Financial Secretary to cancel all DSMMs, that is, to lower the rate of SSD as well as BSD and replace the current flat rate of the NRSD. We have now for the NRSD scale 1 rates instead of the before scale 2 rates. This will facilitate the healthy development of the property market in Hong Kong and instill confidence in the public and investors and bring about impetus for growth in the economy. The DSMMs were first introduced in 2010 before we had the SSD first. It would impose an restriction on people reselling property. At the time, the property market was increasing continuously. The interest rates were low. There was a serious imbalance between demand and supply, and there was significant speculative demand. Hong Kong property market soon became a huge bull market, and thus the cooling measures were introduced. It has been 13 years since, and we have seen a significant change with the number of transactions and the prices. From the land registry, we can see that for primary and secondary property, the number of transactions for the entire year is 130,000. With the introduction of spicy measures, it has become 47,000 last year. And altogether, there are 99,000 units transactions before, but we now only have 7,000 transactions. The decrease is 90%. These measures were introduced to repress speculative demand and lower the risks for buyers. We have seen a 20% decrease in the property prices, and for certain estates, it has gone to 30%. With this slump in the property market, we have seen an increase in negative equity cases. According to the HKMA, in Q4 of last year, we have over 25,000 negative equity cases. It is a threefold increase from before, a 19-year high. The amount involved is over $130 billion, and it is a quarterly increase of 1.2-fold. We have suffered the trauma of negative equity before. We have various factors at play here. If the government did not do anything, it would affect all sectors of Hong Kong. It would affect construction, engineering, banking, and various other sectors. We have suffered 3 years due to the pandemic. The economy took a hit. The recovery pace was slower than expected, and the revenue of the government was lower than expected. Land sale revenue has seen a significant decrease. We have a very tight fiscal situation. So with the cancellation of all DSMMs, it would help us not enter a vicious cycle. When announcing the budget, the financial secretary said we have to strive for economic development and attract talents to come to Hong Kong. And if we have to attract talents to come to Hong Kong, we need to have a stable property market for incoming talents to purchase property so that they can stay in Hong Kong. And they will also in turn make contributions to the economy. We had 3 different measures last year in relation to the property market. We have the refund mechanism, and then we have it changed to a suspension mechanism, and it was implemented since October of last year. Since then, the 3 months, we have only received 400 odd applications. 390 of them were approved. So we can see that these measures were quite effective. With the cancellation of all demand-side management measures, we see the costs of investors would decrease. They would only have to pay $60,000 in stamp duty for a $4 million property. It will definitely help attract talents. Hong Kong has suffered an imbalance of demand and supply before, as well as a vicious cycle of high property prices and high living costs. But it is anticipated in the next 3 months we will see a cooling of prices. We will soon have 109,000 housing units available. I think it is a good timing for us to cancel all demand-side management measures so that the market can adjust by itself. After the cancellation of all DSMMs in the past month, we have seen mainland buyers coming back to the property market in an orderly manner. We have seen a slight increase in the number of transactions, but we can see that there is no significant increase in the prices, and that is what we want to see. The government has listened to the views of the public and cancelled all DSMMs so as to facilitate the healthy development of the property market in Hong Kong and maintain a simple tax regime in Hong Kong. This will facilitate the development of the economy in Hong Kong and bring about long-term growth. We need to maintain stable prices for properties in Hong Kong to attract talents and improve people's livelihood. I speak in support of the bill. Thank you.
Dr. Shou Cheng-Wing. Thank you, President. The purpose of the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024 is to bolster confidence in the property market and also release short-term capital for improving the turnover of the property market. Now, since the 28th of February, there's complete removal of all demand-side management measures. We see that there is purchasing power unleashed into the property market. And for the past months, we have seen more than 4,000 transactions involving first-hand property. That's an increase of 10 times compared to the months before. And on average, there are 60 transactions per week. And for the whole month, that's an increase of 5.7-fold of transactions. So the removal of DSMMs could promote the steady development of the private property market. It also is a boost of confidence or a shot in the arm to the market. We believe the measure could stimulate transactions in the housing market. It also could boost our economic vitality. At the same time, it could bolster confidence in the market. Now, the DSMMs were introduced to curb an exuberant property market and speculation. The measures were meant to increase the cost and risk of buyers so as to curb speculation. Then it was meant to promote the steady development of the housing market. In the past decade or so, we could see that these measures worked to the intended purpose. Now, the economic situation is totally different now compared to that a decade ago. Our property market has entered a new phase. We've seen new trends and developments. It's no longer appropriate to keep the DSMMs now. So the government started with some partial cancellation of some of the DSMMs, and now is moved to complete removal of the DSMMs. Is a wise move on the part of the government. And also the government has been working hard to increase land supply. Now we're seeing a much more sufficient land supply compared to over a decade ago, and we've also seen an increase in housing supply. Compared to 2010, the situation is very different now. So we could adjust the launch of units for sale, having regard to the market situation. There's no longer imbalance between demand and supply. The amendment bill is an important change in the government policy. The government is able to respond to the latest market situation in adjusting its policy. That's show of good governance, and it should be commended, and I speak in support of the amendment bill. Thank you. Mr. Tommy Cheung. President, I speak in support of the passage of the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024. The bill seeks to implement the proposals announced by the Financial Secretary in its budget. That's to completely remove the buyer stamp duty, special stamp duty, and new residential stamp duty. Now, since 2010, the government introduced various property cooling measures when property prices continue to soar. It introduced the new residential stamp duty, special stamp duty, and buyer stamp duty. The Liberal Party has all along maintained that such measures fly in the face of a free economy in Hong Kong, or free market in Hong Kong. We've asked the government to review these measures from periodically to see whether they should be maintained. In the past decade or so, the Liberal Party has been voicing opposition to the keeping of all these DSMMs. We asked the government to withdraw all these DSMMs as soon as possible because they didn't really help to stabilize the property market, but rather they stood in the way of those who wish to buy a home. And it's also led to imbalance in the property market. In the past decade or so, the Liberal Party kept asking the government to remove the DSMMs. In the Policy Address 2023, the government announced reduction of the DSMM measures, such as reducing the resale restriction period from 3 years to 2 years, also reducing the buyer stamp duty from 50% to 7.5%, and then for incoming talents buying a property, that's the measure to first suspend the payment of stamp duty till later. Now, finally, the government has agreed to the complete removal of DSMMs. I believe that is positive for the property transactions volumes. And those who wish to buy properties will now be able to go back into the market. And because the property market is doing well, people are more willing to spend, they will eat out more, and so on. There is this chain effect, definitely, is this knock-on effect is real. And then we will see the knock-on effect in other industries as well. This is market principle. And this will help to bolster confidence in the market, and we'll see the economy being revived. Now, the removal of the DSMLs will not cause property prices to soar, but rather it will help to stimulate transaction. That's what we told the Financial Secretary when asking him to remove the measures, and we've seen that to be the case in the past months. So I speak in support of the bill. The Liberal Party supports the bill too. Thank you.
Mr. Kwok Wai Kang, thank you, President. In order to allow members of the public to have a sense of safety, gain, and happiness, the government has been implementing measures. But we can see that for the spicy measures, that is, DSMMs, are aimed at curbing short-term speculation and reducing investment demands. We can see the results have been achieved. We can look at the report of the bill. In 2023, for short-term resale of properties, they account for some 0.9% of the total volume. Comparing with the amount before the introduction of the DSMMs, that is 20%, the difference is great. In 2023, non-local individual or companies purchasing properties in 2023, they accounted for 0.3%, but before the DSMMs, the figure was 4.5%. That is a five-fold increase. Turning to the third point, for Hong Kong permanent residents purchasing properties in 2023, 97% of the cases were first-time home buyers. Comparing with the time before the introduction of DSMMs, that is 75%, the figure was much higher. So the DSMMs did achieve the intended effect. It could help the market. They could also prevent a market bubble. According to the prevailing situation and the demand and supply in the property market, in the budget this year, the FS announced the abolition of all spicy measures. The government has been under pressure. The FTU is, we have reservations about the abolition of all DSMM, so we will cast a vote of abstention. When will there be speculative activities again? Right now, it's a dollar scoop. Recently, there's a news report that almost 40% of the transactions come from mainland visitors or overseas investors. That may drive up property prices by 7%. After the abolition of spicy measures, there will be speculative activities again. The property market will be supported for a short period of time, but there are many young people in Hong Kong that can't afford to buy a home. Even if they can buy a home, it still takes a very long time for them to pay the mortgage. For those who are ready to buy a home, these young people may have to plan from scratch. DSMMs are actually effective measures when it comes to curbing speculation, but after the full abolition of spicy measures, whether locals or overseas investors, they return to the same starting point. In 2021, there was a Lashko report. It states that over the past 15 years, property prices grew by four-fold increase. In 2020, it kind of rebounded at 51.2%. For those below the age of 35, these home buyers in 1997, some 22% of them, the figure shrank to 7 to 6%. So the age of people buying home rise to 44 years old. Hong Kong has become a city where the housing is the least affordable for 13 years. Basically, one needs to work for 18.8 years without being able to save any money in order to buy one flat. Property prices drop. I'm not sure whether they will rise again, but housing is a long-standing problem for people of Hong Kong. In the past 4 decades, the expenditure on housing increased by 1.5-fold. There were reports done in 2021, but I believe it's still applicable to today. We have the suspension mechanism in relation to stamp duty for talents. But if the property prices are too high, Hong Kong will be less attractive to talents. So we have reservations about the complete abolition of all spicy measures. For first-time home buyers, they do have expectations towards the government. The complete abolition of spicy measures, the government should increase the number of starter homes, should provide more tax concessions. Right now, the Schedule 2 of the ad valorem stamp duty was adjusted from $2 million to $3 million. We want to allow first-time home buyers to have more room to reduce their burden on tax. Some scholars also said in the media that in Hong Kong the buildings are aging, the properties are aging. There have been schemes that could help, but in relation to the private property market, there is no scheme in place to help this market. When the properties are old enough, then one can take out a mortgage for more than 3 decades. I hope in the calculation of the mortgage repayment period, the remaining years of work can be taken into account for individuals. For vacant flats, I hope there will be new tax measures as well. Now that we can abolish all DSMMs, we can also charge a tax on vacant premises. Property prices have been an indicator in the level of confidence in the economy. This has been the case. If Hong Kong can transform and move towards high-quality development alongside a change in the industrial structure in the future, the confidence in Hong Kong will not be solely based on the property market in Hong Kong. Instead, it can be based on other markets in Hong Kong. I so submit. Thank you, President. Mr. Jeffrey Lam. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024. The aim of the bill is to implement the proposed abolition of all existing demand-side management measures in 2023 to 24 budget, also known as spicy measures. Over the years, the BAP have been adopting the same attitude. We urge the administration to abolish all DSMMs, that is, spicy measures. Finally, the administration is willing to take on board our views. They listen to the voices of the community. Finally, there comes a day. The stock market and the property market have been the pillar of the economy in Hong Kong. The stock market and the property market are key. When they are active, so will the economy be active. Last October, when the abolition of spicy measures, when the reduction of spicy measures were announced last year, we didn't see any significant improvement or change in the property market. Some people are worried that the abolition of all DSMMs will drive up the property prices. Obviously, the extent was not significant enough. It was not sufficient. There were voices in the community calling for the administration to implement bolder moves to solve the long-standing problem facing Hong Kong. We need to return the property market to a normal property market. We need to remove all the obstacles standing in the way. After the administration relaxed the red tape, the restrictions have been removed. There were a total of 90,000 flats, that is residential flats. Buyers to be took action right away. According to statistics, the abolition of DSMMs boost the economy significantly. Transaction of properties in March increased by 14-fold. If this momentum continues, the property market will resume healthy development. But let's not be scared away by the 14-fold increase. Previously, the property market has been in the doldrums. There were very low amount of transactions of properties. The abolition of spicy measures will have a positive impact on the property market as well as the economy. Transaction of properties will also be driven up. The Hong Kong MA also announced the relaxation of mortgage rates. The stress test will also be cancelled. This package of measures will be beneficial for the local economy. Some people are worried that the abolition of DSMMs will give rise to speculative activities, but we haven't yet seen such happening in Hong Kong. On the one hand, the interest rate is still on the high side, and there is also an abundant supply of new homes or new flats. There isn't much room for speculation. Some real estate agents post posters saying that all DSMMs or spicy measures are history. They are no longer here. Citizens of Hong Kong also expect a new start to the economy, whether they are employers or employees. They have the same thinking. We need to keep a close watch on the property market in Hong Kong. If need be, we need to roll out more measures to boost the liquidity of the property market. Just relaxing red tape in the property market is not sufficient. We need to, from different aspects, revitalize the property market and the economy. For example, finance, banking, retail. We do need to boost different trades, not just the property market. Actually, for law firms, they need to work on agreements, renovation, trade, logistics, design, or interior design. All these will also stand to benefit. Many employees failed to land a job in the past or over the past few years, but they could land a job right now. So I speak in support of the measure rolled out by the chief executive. We need to revitalize the economy. We need to boost it. If our property market or economy is not buoyant, it will be difficult for us to advance. When we can boost the economy, people of Hong Kong will enjoy a better life. The livelihood will be improved. When they earn more, they can make more spending. This will be a great boost to the market confidence in Hong Kong. It will be a shot to the arm. So, on behalf of the BAP, I support the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024. Thank you, President. I so submit.
Mr. Kenneth Lau, excuse me. We have seen difficulties with acquiring properties since many years ago. For young people to have their families, they want to get their own homes. They will be hesitant because they need to consider a number of factors. For example, the property prices. Unfortunately, after the 2008 financial crisis with quantitative easing implemented in many jurisdictions. There was much speculative demand in the Hong Kong property market. There was also a shortage of supply in housing in Hong Kong, which has caused great difficulties in people acquiring properties. So the demand side management measures, DSMMs, were introduced in 2010 to maintain stability in the property market. These were introduced in a special context where there was much urgency in repressing speculative demand. We have a low speculative demand and we are trying to attract talents right now, so we are now in a different context. With the cancellation of the DSMMs, it will boost the liquidity of the property market. This initiative comes at the right time. That's why I support the bill. But while canceling the DSMMs are ideal, we need to make sure the prices of properties are at a stable level to ensure people can climb up the housing ladder in an orderly manner. After the announcement of the cancellation of all DSMMs, it is said that it will cause a negative impact for young people who are trying to acquire properties because there will be more investors entering the market. But then, with the DSMMs in place, were young families able to purchase property? We have heard only complaints that the properties, even if they were able to get it, would be so small that it is uninhabitable. But we have the RVD property index from 2012 to 2023. The increase is 114%. So we can see that even with the DSMMs, the prices were still increasing, and young people had to rely on subsidized projects of the government to acquire properties. For the buyers of properties, over half of them are below 40 for these subsidized housing projects. So I think what we need to do is to increase the supply of subsidized housing. We need to enhance mortgage arrangements, and we should also improve the scoring scheme for people acquiring properties on subsidized ownership. We need to remove the barriers blocking young people in their path to acquire properties. We have been trying to attract talents, but talents are fluid. If we don't do well enough in housing, talents will not want to stay in Hong Kong. So with the cancellation of the DSMMs, especially with the relative stamp duties for talents, it will attract talents, it will also attract funds to come to Hong Kong. But the core issue is with the supply and the completion of government housing projects. We need to make sure projects are completed on schedule, especially for that of the Northern Metropolis, to ensure there are adequate supply. It is not relevant to the bill, but I hope the administration will take note of this. President, I speak in support of the bill. Thank you. Professor Priscilla Leung. President, I speak in support of the amendment bill. Let me first declare that I have some private properties for investment purposes. I own such properties to collect rent and to be forms of investment. I myself am a relatively prudent investor. I'm not owning properties for speculative purposes. And if we are able, before the demand side management measures are cancelled, we would purchase properties. After the cancellation, we have yet to purchase properties. The DSMMs were introduced in 2010 when there was much speculative demand. But if we go back a bit further, in 2008, property prices dropped to 1/3 of the original prices, and with the boost, there was a minor increase in the property prices, but the economic outlook was still gloomy. And the 15% stamp duty was introduced then. It was not for the net profit, it was on the total property price. So it was quite high, the figure. Hong Kong should have a low tax regime, and this stamp duty was not imposed on the net profit to be made for sellers. And that was one of the factors that people found it hard to acquire properties. But I do support that there should be a free market. I don't think that there should be high taxes that should be prohibitive. In fact, the market investors would be that they would be easily influenced by the prices. They may still have reservations whether the prices are high or low. And we still have risks today with the property market. We have worsening China-US relations. We have been exerted pressure by different countries. Is it the case that with the cancellation of all DSMMs, there will be a boost of the economy? That is my hope. And the financial secretary has been trying to implement some sort of safety valve for the economy. And this would be a Panadol for the economy. But with Panadols, we need to be careful that we are not consuming too much of it, that it becomes poisonous to us. For doctors, we would need to tap the pulse, and the government should do the same, monitor the market situation. And I have been telling the government to do this all along. And we have seen that in West Kowloon, there are many subdivided units. I have visited over 100 SDUs, and I find it very regrettable that there are people who are living in such conditions. So we need to help these people who are unable to acquire properties with subsidized housing. But the thing is, we shouldn't hurt the real estate market because we want to help people. If we look at the market in London and southern England, the property market is actually very poor. If you have an economy that does not have a good real estate industry, it actually hurts other industries as well, especially the small and medium-sized enterprises. And you have to think that you may not be able to achieve your intentions, no matter how good they are. People may end up hurting as a result. So don't think of this as a game. Of course, we don't want property prices to drop, but then we have over half of the people of Hong Kong that do not own properties. We shouldn't think of this as a normal thing. We need to have Hong Kong as a capitalist city. It has to have a low tax regime. We need to implement one country, two systems in order to consolidate our advantages and complement the development of the country. We do have real estate developers that have benefited from the increase in property prices, but we should not try to take away the wins from the real estate developers. We should encourage a win-win situation for all. We should strike a balance between the different interests. And in fact, that was what happened when we tried to have some green initiatives. So with developers participating in public-private partnerships, that would be very ideal. And in fact, there was a project in Taihang West. It should have been completed by now. The developer shared the piece of land for first-time home buyers to purchase property, but unfortunately, those in the pro-democracy camp were against this and objected to this, and we have only recently started planning for this project again. It's been 10 years. And young people would have to draw lots and whatnot. The process would take long. And in fact, for the middle class who are retired, if they do not own properties, it's actually very bad for them because they do not even have an insurance that is in the form of a property that can buffer against any emergencies. So we need to also account for the needs of these retired middle class people. We shouldn't think only about youngsters who are not willing to work because they want to apply for public housing. Right now, in this year, we face many challenges from the international side, and I myself have a relative before the cancellation of all DSMMs wanted to purchase a property with an incoming talent. So one of them had a property in Hong Kong, but the amendment of 7.5% did not apply to them, and they still had to pay a 15% stamp duty. So the couple ended up not coming because they had to pay the 15% stamp duty in acquiring property, and they were unable to purchase property. I think there shouldn't be any hostilities between those who own properties and those who don't. I think we can strike a balance with a diverse property market. We can accommodate the needs of different people, and we actually have starting home loans for young people, and that has facilitated young people purchasing their very first property. So I think we should think big. We can allow for the healthy adjustment of the property market, and that is exactly why we have the one country, two systems. Thank you.
Mr. Benson, look. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024. The government has removed all demand-side management measures. The BPA and myself are fully in support of that. This is an important step in the combination approach in boosting our economic development. Now, in 2010, the government first introduced the special stamp duty, and then later on it introduced the barrier stamp duty and other stamp duties, and then in 2021, the economy became uncertain because of the epidemic and other various issues, and that's caused poor housing market, and then there is a lack of turnover in the housing market. At the same time, rentals went up, so we could see the DSMMs are no longer necessary because the situation has changed. BPA and I have all along asked the SL government to remove all the DSMMs to promote the reinstatement, the recovery of the housing market. This is important for helping people's livelihood. This is also what the public want. That's why in the 2024-25 budget, the government announced the complete removal of DSMMs. That is for the housing market, and that's commended by the business and other sectors. Now we are in a counter-cyclic cycle. And so we need to see the recovery of the housing market, and there has to be a steady development in the housing market. This is important for boosting economic development. It is also the right way forward. And then there are people who aspire to buy the homes, including young people, so we need to respond to that. We have seen the launch of new units in recent weeks, so we see positive market ambience and sentiments, and then we also see that developers are able to have a better cash flow. Now, after the removal of the DSMMs, we have seen the property market resuming normal operation, and there is now better confidence among the public as a whole. For young people, there is again hope for them to buy homes either in the secondary market or the primary market. Please don't think that because we had DSMMs in the past, it was easier for young people to buy a home. It's not actually the case. DSMMs would actually deter potential buyers and sellers, so there is a stagnant market without much turnover in the housing market, and that's why that affects the supply of second-hand properties. As for young people who have actual housing needs, they had no choice but to rent housing, and so therefore housing rentals went up. That's not the original intention of the DSMMs. President Xi Jinping pointed out that we need to help young people to address their education, entrepreneurship, housing needs, and so on. So I believe removal of the DSMMs could help young people to a certain extent in buying their homes. This is, at least they are able to take the first step. Of course, if we talk about home ownership for young people, the BPA and myself have always put forward various ideas. For example, a housing ladder for young people, or maybe MPF contributions could be used by young people for putting a down payment on a property. Anyway, I won't repeat those points. As a whole, the complete removal of the DSMMs would allow the property market to resume normal and steady development. And then for the salary class, for the community as a whole, and the business sector, together we could all work towards better economic development. So I speak in support of the bill. Mr. Louis Long. President, the Financial Secretary announced his budget, delivered his budget 2024-25 on the 28th of February. He announced the immediate removal of all demand-side management measures of the property market. So from that day on, there's no longer need to pay special stamp duty, buyer stamp duty, or the new residential stamp duty, which is a substantial amount. I am all for the early passage of the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024, so that we could remove all the demand-side management measures permanently. And then the distorted housing market could then resume normal operation. This will also be boost to economic development, and then the public and investors will regain confidence. Now, there was a motion on members' motion on the 1st of February about adjusting the housing policy. At that time, I spoke and asked for immediate removal of the DSMMs. My amendment was not passed, but there was a division, and then 45 members supported my amendment. Only 8 were against my amendment. So it shows that already in this council there is a wide consensus for the complete removal of DSMMs. Now, Finally, on the budget day, the Financial Secretary admitted that given the current economic situation, there is no longer a need for the DSMMs. That's why he announced the immediate removal of DSMMs. In the Legislative Council brief, the government pointed out that after the removal of DSMMs, it would help to boost confidence in the housing market, and then there could be some support given to the property market. I think the government is being too modest in saying so. The complete removal of DSMMs will boost the supply of second-hand properties. At the same time, it could lessen the burden of those who want to trade up to another property or for talents to buy a property. Now, there is no need to first pay stamp duty, and so that will speed up urban renewal, and it will also restore the housing ladder. And then for the real estate agent sector, banking sector, insurance sector, or home decoration sectors, there will be revival as a result, with some increase in transaction volume that will actually trigger the entire industrial economic chain, and so there will be economic revival as a whole. Now, the bill is about removal of the DSMMs, but it's just the government is just doing reducing the stamp duty rate to 0% through the bill in Schedule 1 of the ordinance. So the government is still keeping this framework. That means in future, if there is need, the government may still adjust the stamp duty rate anytime and then again introduce DSMMs. Now, I would say there's only one condition when the government should intervene in the market again. That is, if there is complete collapse of the government's land and housing policy, so there is a serious shortage of housing and property prices soar, then the government may need to intervene. But then why would the government be so unsure about its own land and housing policy? Now, we have seen the number of units completed and being completed. That would be enough to meet the demand in the next few years. There's also enough land supply for that purpose. Now, for subsidized housing, that is public rental housing and subsidized housing for sale, there is long-term planning. We're seeing ray of hope. And then for Kutong North, Fanning North, and Hong Shui Kiu, for these new development areas, we're seeing units being completed, and then the government is also liberalizing the restrictions for urban renewal. That means there will be additional source of housing supply. Unless all these government policies are going to fail, otherwise there is already certainty for supply in the future. So why do we need the DSMMs again? And even if the land and housing policies are not enough, then the government should do more to make sure these policies are sufficient to meet the needs instead of interfering with the market. Now, in end 2010, the government introduced the first DSMM. After 13 years, the DSMMs are finally removed. It seems the government has taken 13 years to prove certain economic principles. For example, in economics, it says that prices are dependent on demand and supply. The government introduced DSMMs to curb supply, to curb demand, is because they want to buy time for supply to be sufficient. But before supply is sufficient, of course, prices will still go up. And if there is an overflow of capital, of course, that will lead to more investment demands. Now, in the past years, there was ultra-low interest rate and abundance of capital. Of course, the property market in Hong Kong became a good choice for investors. Now, today, again, economic principles tell us that prices are adjusted because there is now oversupply of units, there's a rise in interest rates, and there's also lack of confidence in the housing market. So it took the government 13 years to prove just one thing, that is, artificial interference with the market does not really work. In fact, we probably lose out more than we gain. 25 years ago, the Real Estate Development Association trusted Professor Richard Wong of an Economic Research Institute to carry out a study, because at the time we heard the government might introduce DSMMs. Now I would like to share with you the forward-looking analysis of that report with you. The analysis is that if there is a smaller demand, then that will lower the turnover in the property market. It will lead to price risk, and with a drop in property prices, that will curb the development of the property market. It will also curb economic development, and there will be, and then eventually the market imbalance will actually overflow to the stock markets and other markets. And then if there is no gain in assets, it will affect investors and consumers' confidence, and people will not be spent as much. And then for those who have to make loans or make mortgages, they may suffer because banks may call loans. And then if that there is some drop in transactions in stock and property market, it will lead to other consequences. So the government needs to take steps to gradually increase land and housing supply. It should allow the market force to work, and any artificial interference will only lead to further risk in the market. Now, economists are not prophets. I'm not a prophet myself. Since I became a member of this council, I kept stressing that DSMMs are interference in the market. So I've asked the government to remove all DSMMs immediately, because these are not in line with the economic principles. There was this report 25 years ago with the analysis, and it still makes sense. I hope the government will not again make the same mistake. Our economy took off because there were several generations of us working hard for that. And it's just a moment for you to, negate all those efforts. Now, of course, I will support this bill. This is the 10th of April 2024. This is an important milestone for Hong Kong to rebuild our economy. This is also a good day for me for my extraordinary journey. Now, when I became a member, I was alone. I was a lone voice, and now everybody is applauding what we're passing today. So this is an extraordinary day. Now we have to learn from the past, and we have to learn from history. So I hope the government will remember that. It must not ever again distort a free market through administrative means. So I speak.
Well, does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the Secretary for Housing to reply. Then the debate will come to a close. Secretary, please. President, I thank members for their support for the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024. So that the second reading debate can resume today. I also thank members for their valuable opinions on the bill. I thank members for their support as well. The bill aims to amend the Stamp Duty Ordinance Cap 117 to abolish all demand-side management measures, DSMMs, as announced in the 2024-25 budget. In other words, from February 28, 2024, when the budget was presented onwards, the special stamp duty, the buyer stamp duty, and the new residential stamp duty will no longer be charged on all residential property transactions. When DSMMs were introduced last year, there were exuberant property speculation and demand-supply imbalance. At present, the property market conditions and the housing demand-supply balance have seen marked changes. Having carefully considered the overall situation, the government deems DSMMs no longer necessary in the prevailing economic and market conditions. The abolition of the DSMMs is expected to boost market confidence and render some support to the residential property market. The abolition of special stamp duty SSD will increase the supply of flats in the secondary market, thereby boosting the market turnover of residential properties. The abolition of buyer stamp duty, BSD, and new residential stamp duty, NRSD, will ease the financial burden on Hong Kong PRs, Hong Kong permanent residents, who already own residential properties in their acquisition of another residential property, and reduce the costs of non-Hong Kong PRs in their acquisition of residential properties. Following the announcement of the abolition of all DSMMs, we noticed positive market responses. For example, during the 4-day Easter holidays, the primary residential market was buoyant, with over 200 transactions, representing a more than twofold increase from the primary market transaction volumes during the 4-day Easter holidays last year. In the secondary market, information from different channels shows an increase in both flat viewing and transactions. We can see a boost in market confidence. Changes in property prices are broadly stable. I thank members who reminded us just now we need to keep a close watch on the property market in Hong Kong. After all, the interest rate is still in a state of flux. The overall conditions in the community, the overall economic conditions are still changing. We can't let our guard down. We need to keep our framework on which we've been working. For the framework on the stamp duties, we need to keep these tools. It's always good to have these tools. These effective measures will help us deal with problems and address the problems that may crop up in the future. That is to ensure stable development of the market. Members refer to wisdom. We need to strike a balance. We'll bear in mind the wisdom members refer to when we adjust the measures in the property market in the future. Maintaining the steady development of the private residential property market is one of the important objectives of the government's housing policies. The government has been rolling out DSMMs and also increasing housing supply by creating land actively in order to meet the housing needs and aspirations for home ownership of the public. We project the supply of first-hand private residential units in the coming 3 to 4 years will stay at a relatively high level of around 110,000 units, reflecting a stable supply in the private market. The government will continue to closely monitor the residential property market and implement appropriate measures to respond to market changes having regard to circumstances. While stabilizing the supply of and catering to the demand for private housing, the government will continue to offer subsidized sale flats through the home ownership scheme, the Green Farm subsidized home ownership scheme, the private subsidized sale flat pilot scheme, the starter homes for Hong Kong residents, etc. The overall framework is designed to enrich the housing ladder that bridges the public housing and private housing markets, helping people with different financial capabilities to move up the housing ladder. Some members are concerned about home ownership problems for younger generations. These can help them. Precedent. For property purchasers to benefit from this arrangement starting from the date of the presentation of the 2024-25 budget, the Chief Executive has already exercised his statutory power to make the Public Revenue Protection Stamp Duty Order 2024 to give full force and effect of law to the bill before its enactment. The Public Revenue Protection Order will be enforced for a maximum of 4 months. That is until the 28th of June this year. We'd like to solicit support from members to pass a bill. I so submit. Thank you, President.
I put the question to you that the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024 be read the second time. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024. This council now becomes Committee of the Whole Council to consider the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024. I now propose the question to you that the following clauses stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 6. Does any member wish to speak? If not, we now proceed with the voting. I put the question to you that the clauses read out by the clerk stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024 have been concluded in Committee of the Whole Council. Council now resumes. Secretary for Housing. President, I now report to the Council that the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024 has been passed by Committee of the Whole Council without amendment. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report. I now propose the question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading. Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024. Secretary for Housing. President, I move that the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. I now propose the question to you that the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Does any member wish to speak? I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024.
Members' motion with no legislative effect. Ms. Elizabeth Quat will move a motion on promoting the development of low-altitude economy. 7 members will move amendments to the motion. This Council will proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the amendments. Later, I'll first call upon Ms. Elizabeth Quat to speak and move the motion. Then I'll call upon Professor William Wong, Mr. Chen Pui-leung, Dr. Johnny Ng, Mr. Chen Xiu-hong, Mr. Yim Kong, Mr. Bill Tang, and Dr. Simon Lee to speak in sequence, but they may not move the amendments at this stage. The joint debate now begins. Members who wish to speak, please press the Request to Speak button. I now call upon Ms. Elizabeth Quat to speak and move the motion. Ms. Elizabeth Quat. President, I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. President, low-altitude economy is a new strategic industry around the world. It is also a new direction for our countries in heading towards new quality productive forces. Low-altitude economy refers to developing economic activities in airspace below 1,000 meters above ground, involving manned and unmanned drones, low-altitude flights, transport, logistics, aerial photography, drone performances, etc. In 2023, the central authorities made the low-altitude economy a new strategic industry. This year, Mr. Li Chang, Premier of the State Council, mentioned that we should promote new quality productive forces. He emphasized that we should foster emerging industries and future-oriented industries to foster new growth engines. In 2021, our country started top-level design for low-altitude economy. So far, at least 16 provinces have set low-altitude economy as one of their focuses. And Shenzhen is also working towards building a low-altitude economic center. In 2023, low-altitude economic center involves over $500 billion, and in a few years later, in 2025, it will reach $2 trillion. In the US and other countries, they are also working towards promoting low-altitude economy. It is anticipated that by 2040, the entire world will see $1 trillion involved in low-altitude economy, and by 2050, the figure will rise to $9 trillion. In recent years, we have seen more and more application scenarios of low-altitude economy, apart from those used by military or customs and excise. Is also used in agriculture and forestry, etc. This February, there is an enterprise that started test flights of air taxis, and it only takes 20 minutes to travel from Shenzhen to Zhuhai, and it is much faster than traveling by car. It is believed that a single trip will cost about 200 to 300 yuan. Low-altitude transportation will be a trend in the future. Last month, there was also low-altitude helicopters that bring visitors to appreciate flowers on the ground. There was also a lifeline established by other cities on the mainland, and it helps promote drone delivery. In the future, drone delivery will be used in transporting blood and medical supplies. In the mainland, there were enterprises that will promote air taxis, and it is believed that by Q4 2025, such vehicles will be put into service. We will, in the future, see low-altitude flight paths that provide more convenient and faster commuting methods. In the future, if Hong Kong keeps falling behind, we will be the only city in our country that does not see the development of low-altitude economy. DAB suggests that we should have an action agenda or plan on developing low-altitude economy in Hong Kong. We should review regulations and laws in relation to airspace management. There should also be safety measures and rules to support the development of low-altitude economy. In the short run in Hong Kong, I think it is highly probable that we can enhance cross-border helicopter services to promote low-altitude economy. The business sector told me that there is a high demand in this regard. I suggest that the government consider at the airport set up helipad and co-location arrangements to provide high-quality, low-altitude flight activities or services. Also, the government can provide transportation services for those who retire in the GBA. Also, if we look at the development of e-commerce in Hong Kong, the biggest bottleneck that we are facing is cost and time. We can make use of low-altitude economy to lower operation cost. All new development areas, especially the northern metropolis, should see advanced planning so that we can make use of low-altitude flight activities to promote economic growth. Also, we should also develop drone infrastructure as well as relevant facilities so that we can make breakthroughs in the upstream sector. President, I think we will face lots of challenges as we work to promote the development of low-altitude economy. However, the entire country is now doing so. We are facing immense opportunities, so we should make early preparation and deployment. Apart from developing drone performances, we can also bring tourists to appreciate the geology and natural landscape of our city. We can make use of drones to bring blood and medical supplies to remote areas or even bring patients to hospitals. We can also make use of drones on emergency rescue operation. By developing low-altitude economy, it will benefit our people and it will bring a sense of fulfillment and happiness to our people. We have to ensure diversified economic development in Hong Kong. We have to continuously make our society more vibrant. We have to seek breakthroughs. We have to show our people that we are not falling behind compared to other cities. In order to catch up, well, through this original motion, I hope the government can listen to our views and step up promoting the development of low-altitude economy. I so submit. Thank you.
I now propose the question to you that Ms. Elizabeth Kwok's motion be passed. Professor William Wong. President, I thank Ms. Elizabeth Kwok for her motion on promoting the development of a low-altitude economy, and also thank the other members for moving their respective amendments. At the two sessions, Premier Li Qiang mentioned in his work report that we need to promote a number of strategic industries that are new growth points, and that includes low-altitude economy, among other industries. There was also an announcement from the central authorities about aircraft and drones, and that laid down the safeguards for the use of drones so that unmanned aircraft can develop in an orderly way. The low-altitude economy covers tourism, agriculture, and other industries. Research shows that by 2025, the low-altitude economy can contribute 3 to 5 trillion yuan to China's economy. The Guangdong province is home to many industry leaders of drones. There's infrastructure, there are demonstration zones. There are also subsidies and incentives in Guangdong. The low-altitude economy is a $1 trillion business. Hong Kong is also promoting the use of drones. Starting from 2021, Hong Kong's own Drone Technology Center has promoted the use of drones. This is helpful for new industrialization. The unmanned aircraft order took effect in mid-2022. The Civil Aviation Department rolled out a platform for people to register their drones. There are drone operators and also flying areas for drones. But our drone-related laws and regulations do not allow the use of flying robots in an outdoor setting. Take the example of electrical vertical takeoff and landing devices. In February this year, Zhuhai managed a test flight. The Greater Bay Area will be able to see the use of eVTOLs to carry passengers. But here in Hong Kong, we fail to provide the conditions for eVTOL devices. The relevant departments need to review the existing regulations. We need to reform the regulatory regime for eVTOLs so that we can support the development of drones. Let's have a tiered system. Let's focus on a different altitudes and have different kinds of airspace for helicopters, drones, and passenger flight. Let's designate flight paths for eVTOL devices. And let's also coordinate with the GBA and the international bodies and set out flight paths for drones. Drones can also play a key role in delivering goods. We should work with the mainland for supplies such as medical supplies and scientific supplies. Let's have a white list. Let's do streamlined procedure to speed up clearance, and we can save time and costs. Hong Kong is home to many skyscrapers. There are more constraints on the use of eVTOLs devices. So let's have a trial zone. Let's designate test areas to minimize the impact on people in new development areas. The government should also support the development of a low-altitude economy in town planning. Let's have more areas for the applications of drones, and we can deliver a better life for people. I so submit I support the motion and the other amendments. Mr. Chen Pui-leung. President, our country is at a moment of shifting from old to new growth drivers. In the work report for the 2 sessions this year, our country proposed the use of new productive forces, transforming old industries and developing new industries. The low-altitude economy is one way to transform to a new economy. In the mainland, the low-altitude economy covers tourism and other aspects, but this concept is new to Hong Kong. Do we have what it takes for a low-altitude economy? In the mainland, drones are used for delivering supplies and take away food. But then Hong Kong is a densely populated city with many skyscrapers. What works in the mainland may not work in Hong Kong. So how do we adapt a low-altitude economy to Hong Kong's conditions? That's worth exploring. Developing such an economy depends on a range of factors, and among the conditions are technology and policies and the law. The low-altitude economy is our country's strategic industry. Let's look at our own conditions, our location, our talent, and other conditions. We do have what it takes to explore the development of a low-altitude economy, but this will require government coordination. We need to take a phased approach in laying down a low-altitude economy policy. There is a rapidly emerging low-altitude economy. Let's look at the fashion show we had and also the charming Hong Kong drone show. In the upcoming May 1st drone show and also our mega event, there are now more and more drone shows in Hong Kong. Let's integrate drones and application scenarios. We can have a diversity of drone shows depending on the occasion. We can also use QR codes for people to redeem gifts. The drone shows drew tourists to take selfies. So there is room for development. We should focus on that. Drones can also drive the development of the leisure and entertainment industries in Hong Kong. But Hong Kong has just a few companies doing drone shows. There are restrictions on where and how high you can go with the drone shows. The application for a drone show also has to go to multiple government departments for approval, including the police, the CAD, and other departments. The government has valid concerns, but drone technology is moving ahead, and so should the government. We should relax and streamline the rules and application procedures so that the drone industry can truly take off. In the long run, we need to look for more areas where we can have a low-altitude economy, such as let's do air taxis, let's do intercity helicopter services. Cross-boundary helicopter services can be an option, and we can be part of this rapid transport network featuring helicopters in the GBA. Guangdong estimates that by 2035, there will be many helipods and flight paths. Pooling our resources will help us achieve point-to-point helicopter services. The outline development plan for the Greater Bay Area also states that there needs to be reform of the low-altitude airspace, and we can have point-to-point helicopter services from Guangdong to Hong Kong. We now have just a place in Sheung Wan, and that's the Sky Shuttle heliport. Every year, that heliport can handle 50,000 takeoff and landing movements, but in 2019, there were just 9,000 movements. So that place was way underused. That also means the heliport fails to meet the demand in the upcoming demand for helicopter services. It's just a 20-minute helicopter ride that should be very attractive to some customers. I support the motion and the other amendments. I also invite members to support my amendment. Dr. Johnny Ng. President, I support Ms. Elizabeth Kwok's motion on developing a low-altitude economy. Many years ago, I invested in some industries in the low-altitude economy. President Xi Jinping proposed faster development of new productive forces. We need to use new technologies. We also need to focus on high-value-adding industries. A low-altitude economy is in line with the development of new productive forces. Last December, the Central Economic Work Conference proposed that the low-altitude economy is part of our new industries. This economy has also been included in the work report for the first time. There are 3 priority areas for us in Hong Kong. First, let's do pilot schemes for the use of drones in the delivery of goods and emergency rescue. The mainland has been moving ahead with drones. and that brings economic opportunities for the mainland. In the mainland, there were electrical vertical takeoff and landing devices. eVTOL devices have assisted in city management and other areas in the mainland. In 2022, in the throes of the COVID years, there was a time when many truck drivers and shuttle drivers caught COVID and they were quarantined. The cross-boundary truck trade was strained. I, at that point, proposed using drones to carry goods. Now, drones are becoming more well-established. Drones are actually being used for logistics and emergency rescue. To get drones off the ground in Hong Kong, we need the laws and regulations. Let's learn from the mainland in policies, regulations, infrastructure, R&D, and also airspace management, land. Let's complement this development of a low-altitude economy. Let's remove the red tape. We also need to bring together the technology and the current economy. Many industries will be able to benefit. My third point is that the low-altitude economy will cover many districts and places. So let's first look at low-altitude airspace management. Let's first work with the mainland cities of the GBA. We should start with the logistics, passenger flight, and emergency rescue. Let's get the planning of airspace right in Guangdong, Hainan, Jiangxi. At least 16 provinces have already included a low-altitude economy in their work report. Last year, Shenzhen proposed building a center of low-altitude economy. Shenzhen already has 156 flight paths in their low-altitude economy. Guangdong wants to turn the low-altitude economy into a trillion-dollar economy. Guangzhou is also moving in that direction. There are boundless opportunities in the GBA. We need to make our own plans for a low-altitude economy and stay connected with the GBA. For the government here, we need to get the policies, planning, and regulations right. And we need to work with the mainland cities and provinces on this front, and we need to remove the red tape for our low-altitude economy. Let's seize the opportunities and find a new growth engine for our economy at Seoul Summit.
Mr. Chen Xiuhong, President, I thank Mr. Elizabeth Quat for moving the motion to promote the development of low-altitude economy, and I urge members to support my amendment. In the two sessions, President Xi Jinping emphasized that we should develop the new quality productive forces, and low-altitude economy is part of it. Last year, the Central Economic Work Conference said that the low-altitude economy will be built, and this is written into the government work report this year. The low-altitude economy encompasses a wide variety of chains, and there are many wide applications. Traffic will be promoted. Then there are logistics industries and rescue operations to be involved, and it will promote the development of new industries, and it will become a growth engine and will help steer the high-quality development of Hong Kong. This will help the integrated development of cities in the GBA. The latest statistics from the CAAC show that the low-altitude economy reached 1.5 trillion yuan, and in 2035 it will be 3.5 trillion yuan. And the drones have been widely used in delivering goods and logistics. And in Shanghai and Jiangsu, all this is being done. And there are delivery of takeaways, and this has become a new commercial norm. Last month, the first Guangzhou lifeline by the use of drones that was established in Guangzhou, and from Shenzhen to Zhuhai, all it takes is a 20-minute air taxi journey. And brand new mobility modes will help the development of GBA. And in Guangzhou, there was a company who which has developed a new drone, was certified. Was given the first production certificate on the eVTOL, and this can carry passengers, and air taxis will be mass-produced very soon. Deputy President, in my amendment, I emphasize cross-boundary because Hong Kong is part of the GBA, and when Shenzhen, Hong Kong, and Guangzhou and Zhuhai and other GBA cities are trying to build a 20-minute level circle, and when unmanned drones are being operated, we should not sit on the sidelines. We must seize the opportunity and act fast. And low-altitude economies development has to do with policy support. Last year, I wrote to the chief executive concerning the policy address and the budget. I proposed that government must review the legal framework and policies, and we should work at the top level to do the planning. And from infrastructure, application, innovation, technology, and technical side, we should work on all these areas to promote low-altitude economy. We must also explore the development of infrastructure facilities in the northern metropolis and the Kaoyuqiao artificial islands to support commercialization of the trade. While there are many suitable application scenarios, we can carry cargoes and passengers from the northern metropolis and the GBA, and there are also suitable routes within the city. The infrastructure facilities, including 5G, must be developed to provide for low-altitude economic development. So all these are key priorities for us. We must study into co-location arrangement at the customs to enhance efficiency of customs clearance in order to promote low-altitude economy. Northern metropolis can be an application scenario, and then for other INT land, they can play a role in promoting the low-altitude economy. They can attract INT talents and capital. We must make use of Hong Kong's strengths in connecting with the motherland and the world, and we must achieve complementary of advantages with mainland and move towards high-quality development and create new growth engines. Mr. Yim Kong. Deputy President, I thank Ms. Claude for moving the motion so that we can have a discussion on promoting the development of low-altitude economy. As eVTOL technology matures, in the mainland, there are a lot of reforms in different industrial areas, and there also will be high-end tourism to be developed. We must seize the opportunities. We must proactively create the favorable conditions for this development of these industries. Low-altitude economy, well, in developing it, we will face challenges, say, for example, safety. This is in Hong Kong. If we are to develop low-altitude economy, one must take account of the these local situations. The high rises will be an interference, and also data security and privacy protection are the issues to be taken on board. So all the relevant industries have to be regulated. Towards the end of 2023, the Shenzhen municipal government has put together 7 departments to come up with policies to promote development of low-altitude economy, and they are encouraging technological innovation, expand the application scenarios, and create the favorable condition for low-altitude economic development. Some 20 measures have been proposed, and the rules and regulations are being promulgated. So on the regulation of low-altitude economy, I have the following proposals. First, the government should formulate a vision plan for promoting the development of INT sectors with eVTOL as the core, and then we should also establish a classification of low-altitude airspace and open pilot zones for low-altitude aircraft and planning flight routes. And fourth, for developing low-altitude economy in Hong Kong, we must also work together with the GBA to enhance the flow of passengers. We must work together with the mainland authorities in relation to the management mechanisms for the low-altitude flying and related flow of people and goods. Development of low-altitude economy is part of the government report in the 2 sessions. And in Guangdong, trial schemes are being piloted, and e-commerce traders in China are using drones to deliver various goods. We must expedite in developing the economy, and I urge members to support my amendment. Mr. Tan Ka-pio, I'd like to thank Ms. Kwok for moving this motion, which to Hong Kong people is a rather innovative subject, a new subject. And while this is something that is that actually should be close to the heart of people, and the mainland authorities are working on it actively. And in 2026, the air taxis between Shenzhen and Zhuhai will be put on commercial operation. In my amendment, or other legislators' amendment, I mean, the wordings we use might not be comprehensible to the public, but we are talking about manned or unmanned aerial vehicles on the mainland, while they can operate with unmanned vehicles. But even if these unmanned vehicles are very safe, we still need a personnel on board to monitor the situation. Mr. Yim Kong referred to a lot of issues, the safety issue, the actual local circumstances, and also the acceptability of the general public. So I think we have a long road to tread. But what matters is we take the first step. We must have a roadmap and a timeline. I'm very particularly concerned about Kowloon East development, so I'm adding in the amendment towards that effect. And I think the other members' speeches are also very good. So why do I think that at the Kai Tak Cruise Terminal in CBD2 at Kowloon East, a pilot area should be set up? Why is that important? Because Kai Tak used to accommodate the old airport, so it carries a symbolic meaning, and then the civil aviation, or rather the GFS has an establishment there, so it's symbolic. For high-end tourists coming to Hong Kong, well, they can actually take air taxis there. Well, let's assume that these are manned. The route can be from, say, the Kai Tak Cruise Terminal to the Sai Kung to appreciate the very beautiful harbor there. And then the second route is Kowloon East to the West Kowloon Cultural District. So air taxis don't have to go through the high-rises. They can just travel along the waterfront. And then the third route may be taking tourists to both sides of the Victoria Harbour. I think technically it's possible. I think what matters is the regulations, safety management, and whether we have the stamina or the innovation or the creativity to do it. And at Kowloon East, I think there are several stakeholders being involved, and we can work on it. And then cross-boundary commuting and also cross-boundary traffic is another thing. Now, 10 years ago, Kowloon East was branded as a smart city. So if you can do that, that is a manifestation of our smart city. And then Kowloon East, we have the Hong Kong UST there as well. And one of the graduates is the drone inventor. So that carries a special meaning as well. We have to develop the Kai Tak cruise terminal. We have to come up with new thinking. I hope that the government can really act on our proposals. While for the Kai Tak cruise terminal, we have been talking about water taxis, but there seems to be not much progress. This is something innovative, and I hope that the government can seize the opportunity to do it. And the government will be finding pilot areas for trying the project out, maybe from the Kai Tak cruise terminal to Sai-Kung to the West Kowloon Cultural District, and also across the harbour to the harbourfront of Victoria Park. Victoria Harbour. I think these would be a good experience for travelers, and I hope that one day I will be able to ride on these air taxis. Thank you. I so support the motion.
Dr. Simon Lee, thank you, Deputy President. In 2023, the scale of low-altitude economy in China reached 2.5 trillion yuan. Recently, low-altitude economy is included in the first time in the government work report of our country. In Shenzhen, there is going to be a synergy mechanism for building low-altitude economy. The Economic Development Department as well as Civil Aviation departments in China have issued a new action plan for building low-altitude economy. And it is believed that by 2030, the scale of low-altitude economy will reach 30 trillion. There is a long industry chain for low-altitude economy. There can be many application scenarios, but at the same time, it involves a lot of government departments and bureaux. It's very complicated to build low-altitude economy. It involves traditional industries, but at the same time, it involves drone services. I thank Ms. Elizabeth Kwok for moving this motion. I also support the amendments made by other members. I will concentrate on building infrastructure for low-altitude economy. I suggest that the government start studying with different government departments to build smart integration infrastructure. As pointed out by an institute in the Greater Bay Area, to build such integration infrastructure, there are 4 areas involved. First, we need basic infrastructure. Second, we need air traffic. Third, we need flight paths. And fourth, we need relevant services. We need coordination centers. On the ground, we need takeoff and landing points. We also need navigation system, meteorological services system, and we also need safety management system to boost economic growth. As a new quality productive force, we need end-to-end digitalized system to promote all these technologies. We need computing technologies to digitalize the entire system so that we can build a comprehensive low-altitude system to plan flight paths so that we can ensure high-density, high-complexity flight activities can be carried out in an orderly manner. Low-altitude airspace is a natural resource that we enjoy as we see technological advancement. For instance, as at end 2023, the number of registered drones in the mainland is about 1.27 million. There are also various types of new unmanned aerial vehicles. Such technological advancement allows us to enjoy a low-altitude airspace. This is a new type of economy that we are talking about. It can be integrated with various socio-economic activities. It can form synergy with other industries or economies. We can form a low-altitude economic market. It involves air tourism, logistics, transport, public services, emergency rescue, or other types of public services. It can also involve relevant industrial development. We need to ensure diversified development so that we can provide relevant services to our public. We have to rely on low-altitude flight activities as the focus or as the base. We need to take real actions. I so submit. Thank you, President.
運輸及物流局
Undersecretary for Transport and Logistics. Deputy President, I am very grateful to Ms. Elizabeth Quat for her motion on promoting the development of a low-altitude economy. I also thank Mr. Chen Pui-leung, Professor William Wong, Mr. Chen Xiu-hong, Dr. Johnny Ng, Mr. Eric Yim, Dr. Simon Lee, and Mr. Bill Tang for their respective amendments. This motion gives us a chance to exchange views and share ideas on driving a low-altitude economy. I will speak on the issues about airspace management and the prevailing civil aviation guide regulations. At the conclusion of the debate, the Undersecretary for Development and I will give a consolidated reply to the points in the motion and amendments. Low-altitude activities refer to flying activities by manned or unmanned civil aircraft generally within the low-altitude airspace below 1,000 meters in vertical altitude. Hong Kong's airspace has always included a section specifically for low-altitude flying activities. Details about this can be found in the aeronautical information publication released by the Civil Aviation Department and updated from time to time. Over the years, Hong Kong's airspace has all along seen low-altitude flying activities. Now the users of the low-altitude airspace mainly include helicopters and small unmanned aircraft. With the constantly evolving new technologies, the low-altitude economy and low-altitude flying enabled by Advanced Air Mobility or AAM have gained traction in the mainland and overseas in recent years. Different forms of AAM have emerged. The government expects a gradual increase in low-altitude flying activities. Managing the low-altitude airspace requires us to maintain aviation and public safety. Such considerations mean AAM flight paths should steer clear of densely populated areas as much as possible and keep a safe distance from other people, cars, ships, buildings, or aircraft. AAM should not affect passenger flights to and from the Hong Kong International Airport either. When technical and safety requirements are met, test flights of AAM devices can be considered in Hong Kong's current low-altitude airspace. The government welcomes practical ideas and proposals in line with the prevailing laws and aviation safety protocol from the industry for local test flights of AAM aircraft that are relatively well established in strength, technology, and safety. As regards the legal framework, the International Civil Aviation Organization has yet to lay down standard requirements and guidelines for AAM. Hong Kong's prevailing civil aviation legislation mainly regulates conventional passenger flights and helicopters. In contrast to conventional planes, the use of emerging AAM in densely populated settings gives rise to different aviation safety considerations. The CAD takes an active part in relevant international forums and task forces to stay on top of the latest development, policies, and regulations in low-altitude activities. The government will keep a close eye on the development of AAM-related technologies and review the prevailing laws and regulatory regime when appropriate. Flying a drone that weighs 25 kilograms or less in Hong Kong is currently subject to the Small Unmanned Aircraft Order CAP 448G, which takes a risk-based approach to regulation. This order provides flexibility for the use of UAS by allowing drones greater room for development and applications as new technologies evolve. The order is a legal framework that lets government departments, professional bodies, and different sectors promote low-altitude flying activities. As at March 2024, the CAD had issued permissions to roughly 100 companies or organizations for SUA operations, including the drone performances during the LV fashion show last November, the Build a Better Community Gala last December, the Blessing event at Polin Monastery last December and on New Year's Day this year, and the Charming Hong Kong event this January. The government supports the development of a low-altitude economy. The relevant policy bureaus and departments will continue to watch closely the low-altitude economies of the mainland and elsewhere and study their experience. We will make sure our various policies are fully in line with our goal. Once again, I thank Ms. Elizabeth Quat for her motion today. The Undersecretary for Development and I will listen closely to the speech of every member, and then we will give a consolidated reply to the points in the motion and its amendment. Thank you, Deputy President.
Mr. Lee Chun-keung. Thank you, Deputy President. Deputy President, in this year's two sessions meeting, low-altitude economy was first included in the government work report of our country. There was mentioned that new productive forces will be a new driver of our economy. The development will see a shift from 2D to 3D economic development space. We need innovation to grow our economy. Guangzhou and Shenzhen are some of the mainland cities that have formulated policies for growing low-altitude economy. Between 2016 and 2020, Dajiang, a leading enterprise in drone industry, account for 70% of the share of drones in the market. Hong Kong, as a city that helps promote Chinese brands, we are definitely well positioned to promote the development of low-altitude economy. First, the important mission is to formulate a comprehensive regulatory framework. We need laws and regulations as well as policy measures to establish rules for drones and also requirements for different flight activities. To promote low-altitude economy, the SAR government should offer support as well as training. It should offer money and capital as well as subsidies for personnel in the industry. It should encourage enterprise, universities, and scientific institutes to transform R&D results into commercial products. We have seen a lot of application scenarios for drones and low-altitude economy. We have manned and unmanned aircrafts. If we are to make use of drones, we have to think about this. There are many high-rises in Hong Kong. If we use drones to carry passengers, there will be difficulties. However, for remote areas, for instance, we can make use of drones as transport for tourists, including in Sai Kung and other areas in Hong Kong. Drones can take visitors to appreciate our beautiful coastline. For instance, we can also make use of drones in logistics and transport. This is definitely a key area in low-altitude economy. Drones can help deliver documents, parcels, as well as medical supplies. For instance, for sample that requires testing, say someone gets bitten by a snake, we can carry the sample by drones. We can also make use of drones in organ transplant, and this will definitely boost the efficiency and effectiveness. If we use drones to deliver medical supplies, when there are disasters, drones can be used for emergency rescue operations. It can be used to help find missing persons. In town planning, drones can also be used for surveying and inspection. It can be used in land development and architectural building design. It can be used to, for instance, monitor the situation of building facades. It can help managers or people in building management to monitor the building condition. It can also be used for monitoring air quality and ecological situation. Drones can travel to remote areas to collect data, to help government or relevant organizations to come up with useful policies and measures. Drones can also be used in the tourism industry. There can be drone shows. For instance, there were drone performances above the Victoria Harbour to attract visitors to come to Hong Kong. Deputy President, Hong Kong is an important gateway of our country. We have to dovetail with national policies and build low-altitude economy. Therefore, I hope the SAR government can, as soon as possible, study how we can promote the development of low-altitude economy. We have to make use of the advantages we have and actively work with cities in the Greater Bay Area to divide work among ourselves and build a smart city clusters in the GBA. Thank you. Mr. Shanghai Long. Thank you, Deputy President. I want to first thank Ms. Elizabeth Court for moving this motion. I'd like to thank the other members for their amendments. These amendments have helped to enrich the entire motion, and it allows us more room to have a constructive discussion in order to grow low-altitude economy. Well, we have to attach importance to this. In this year's two sessions meeting, low-altitude economy is included in the government work report. To speak of low-altitude economy, we have to talk about drones. Currently, over 70% of Chinese drones account for the entire market. There are enterprises including Dajiang as well as Xpeng. They produce drones. This February, there was a first air taxi, and there was a test flight, and it is expected that by 2026, such air taxis will be put into services. We have to think about how we can benefit from this trillion worth economy that's worth trillions of dollars. Last year, Shenzhen proposed building a low-altitude economic center. In 2021, during COVID pandemic, I was invited to visit Shenzhen, and I took part in a site visit. And I saw that people there, through drones, they distributed medical supplies for COVID pandemic. It's been 2 to 3 years now, and it's become a new emerging industry. And we can therefore see the huge potential of low-altitude economy. Shenzhen is definitely leading in this area. Hong Kong needs to catch up. To build low-altitude economy, well, there is a long way to go for us. Apart from looking at low altitude, we should also focus on economy. We have to transform it into economic growth, and we need resources and people. My suggestion is that we should expand the top-level design of low-altitude economy into the GBA. We have to have 9+2 design, and we have to have flight paths to develop short-haul journeys. We have to first deal with airspace management policies. We lack relevant mature regulations and laws in this regard. So we are seeing great challenges. Since January the 1st this year, it was only since then that the mainland saw the use of drones in helping to build low-altitude economy. In Hong Kong, we lack a legal framework. Earlier, Professor Sun Dong said that we had a strong foundation in this area, but a lot of the times we focus on using drones indoor now. So the government has to think about removing the red tape for the use of drones. Currently, the relevant regulations are too harsh and it's not favorable to the development of low-altitude economy. We have to think of developing flight paths based on the industries and conditions we have. We can build such economy. We have many opportunities. We are an international financial center, shipping center, aviation center. We are influential among the world, and all these give us support to build low-altitude economy. For sightseeing, tourism, delivery of medical supplies, we can make use of drones. Just now there was mentioned that we have to think about population density as we make use of drones. I suggest that in the northern metropolis we can have drone tours that bring tourists to appreciate the natural landscape in the new territories, and this will help attract visitors to come to Hong Kong. This can help the development of tourism industry as well as low-altitude economy. I speak in support of Ms. Kwok's motion. I so submit. Thank you.
Ms. Chen Yiming, I speak in support of promoting the development of low-altitude economy and the motion and the amendments. The country has been advocating promoting the development of low-altitude economy. In December, the Central Committee meeting proposed that we should adopt disruptive and front-end technology to promote new growth engines and new quality productive forces, and low-altitude economy is one of the strategic industries. At the top level, the low-altitude economy is designed in the economic structure. It means that we have come to a point that the SAR government must attach importance to this. We are suited to developing low-altitude economy because we are focusing on developing northern metropolis in our ICT center. Low-altitude economy is well suited to that positioning. Second, we can in Hong Kong, the city is well covered by 5G network, and universities have been embarking on research work in that front. The Dajiang founder has studied in Hong Kong UST. That shows that Hong Kong universities are mature in R&D in this regard. The original motion talk about future-oriented industries. Hong Kong is one of the most developed cities in the world, so we must develop future-oriented industry so that we should take the lead in this. In developing low-altitude economy, we are facing some problems. And we must have the right policy support. We must have the EV tow take off. I think the complicated issues involved, and it goes beyond technological research, infrastructure, airspace management, industrial development, regulations. All these areas have to be looked into to make sure that we can develop low-altitude economy, and different policy bureaus involved. And if we are to develop that on that front, we must have a blueprint, we must have a vision, we must conduct in-depth studies, we must consult this sector as soon as possible, as well as consult the public. In terms of regulation, the relevant departments should work on it more. It should also enhance the flying activities of different aerial machines, like, for example, the SUAs. Can we further work on that front to regulate the cargo drains and so on? We must also protect public property and safeguard privacy and so on. So all these are concerns. Now, in industrial development, if the government is to further develop the economy, I believe the government will implement preferential policies. I strongly suggest that the government should do that in the northern metropolis, whose position is well suited to the development of this economy. We should improve on the relevant infrastructure. We should create the favorable market condition. We should also further have synergistic development with other GBA cities. We are close to Shenzhen and Guangzhou, and these two other cities have achieved a lot in that area. Last year in Longguang, I saw Meituan drones delivering food. And in February, the Shenzhen to Zhuhai eVTOL had the debut flight across the sea and across the land. So Hong Kong must think about how to develop the area in synergy with GBA cities. GBA is a major economic center in the mainland, and we should look at how we can do some demonstration work across the different jurisdictions. I support the government embarking on different studies as soon as possible and also amend the relevant legislation. I so submit. Mr. Duncan Chiu. The State Council said that we should develop new quality production forces and also low altitude economy. Well, involves the use of different types of drones, air taxis, environmental surveillance, meteorological data collection, emergency response. There are different applications for drones. This is a major industry. So I speak in support of the motion to promote the development of low altitude economy. Now, we must have a cluster of the economy. Shenzhen and Shanghai are the two cities with a cluster of the relevant industry. These cities have forward-looking arrangements and plans, and they will be updating their plans all the time. And new regulations and policies, a lot of application scenarios are provided, and also sandbox trials are being implemented to take forward the technology. In 2022, and Shenzhen has promulgated the relevant guidelines, and in 2024, and regulations to promote low altitude economy have been promulgated. This is the first in the country, and the Shenzhen NDRC has also released the implementation guidelines on the area. The aim is to, by 2025, in Bao'an, there will be 100 eVTOL takeoff and landing points, and 50 routes will be operated, and 50 cargo flights will be operated every year. And leading enterprises will be established, so they will aim to take the lead in the development of drones, and this will also help influence the entire country. So it can be seen that Hong Kong plays an important role in all these. So has Hong Kong make the preparation for development of low altitude economy? Can we dovetail with the national strategies? Are we working closely with Shenzhen to take forward all these plans and discuss on the cross-boundary trials and so on? To safeguard safety, in June 2022, we implemented these SUA order, and on the weight and the operation heights, pilot qualifications requirements are set. Now, if for SUA with a weight of 25 kilogram, they will have to be registered with the CAD, and the CAD will have a SUA one-stop portal to provide information on the routing, and the SUA operators can grasp the relevant information from that map. And Shanghai, the CAAC has also launched the pilot schemes to plan for major drones uses in different scenarios. So that proper flight routes, takeoff and landing time can be planned, and so that the airspace can accommodate as many drones as possible, and system management can be put in place. So can Hong Kong take reference from these practices in safeguarding city safety, set up a department to take charge of the overall planning for drones, including categorizing the drones, the takeoff and landing timetable, and how drones can be taking off and landing more safely. I'm a chairman of certain organization, and for several years in a row, we have staged GBA drones competitions, and many students have been trained to how to use drones. And I have also ascertained from the drone trade friends what are the difficulties we face, and there are several points that I would like to share. First, They said that Hong Kong can be a demonstration point, and we can demonstrate different application scenarios and attract the relevant trade to develop in Hong Kong. We can promote exchanges. And then Hong Kong can also use drones to further promote tourism, and also the overseas investors can be attracted to Hong Kong to invest in INT. And third, while low altitude economy can also drive development of tourism insurance, and Hong Kong can be a bridge connecting the mainland overseas countries and create more opportunities for Hong Kong personnel to take part in low altitude economy development. So these are the points that I gather from the friends. So I hope that Hong Kong can work more on the regulation in this area. I so submit. Mr. Lam Chen-Shing. Thank you. Deputy President, I'd like to thank Ms. Cott for moving this mission. This is the first time that low altitude economy was written into the government report during the 2 sessions, and many departments in the mainland have issued guidelines saying that by 2030, the low altitude economy will be developed into a $1 trillion sector. When mainland is expediting the development of this economy, Hong Kong must not sit on the sidelines. We must work on the talent training and to take part in the relevant development. However, Hong Kong's development in this regard is rather backwards. Shenzhen in last year, the cargo drone flights have reached 650,000 flights, and the many different producers around the world are developing UAEs, and a flight from Shenzhen to Zhuhai carried by air taxi was successful. And earlier on, Japan has released a roadmap on airspace movements, coming up with a development map for air transport. And by 2024, the pilot will have ended, and by the 2025 Osaka Expo, the drones will be used to serve the exhibition. By the ultimate aim is that 2030, full commercialization for cargo and passenger drones will be implemented. Hong Kong must catch up fast. We must plan for hardware and software development. If we have to commercialize air taxi in Hong Kong, we face a number of problems. Say, for example, infrastructure. We have to build new takeoff and landing points. We have to provide pilot areas. We have to do R&D in eVTOL. In the amendment by some members, it was mentioned, say, in Northern Metropolis, Khao Yi Chau Artificial Islands, Northern Metropolis can be considered as locations for pilots. Well, infrastructure aside, we must also attach importance to policy and regulations. If we are to develop air transport, we must come up with a blueprint and launch supporting policies. I believe that if we do that, we can attract the trade to come to Hong Kong. When we are dealing with policy matters, we have to look at the flight path planning, airspace management, safety standards for UAVs and so on. UAVs and so on. So that takes time. And also, we need collaboration among different departments, bureaus. I hope that the government can come up with the development plan for low altitude economy. We're talking about air transport in the urban area. Apart from policies and hardware, we must also train up the relevant talents. This is most important. And also, we must give full pay to the economic benefits to be gained, and they should be widely applied in tourism, logistics and transport, and so on. I so submit to support the motions.
Yeah. Mr. Brave Chen. Thank you, Deputy President. We are grateful to Ms. Elizabeth Quat's motion. We support her motion. We also support the amendments from other members. The two sessions are all the talk. Yesterday, the Chief Executive and Director Zheng Yanxiong also shared their thoughts on the spirit of the two sessions. President Xi Jinping also delivered a key speech. He proposed faster development of high-quality development, building strength and self-reliance in technology. Yesterday, Director Zheng also told us that high-quality development is key in the new era. There is keen international competition. We need to have the cutting-edge technology. We need to pilot the new technologies that will help us cement our role as an international financial center. We can also live up to President Xi's expectation that we become an international innovation and technology center. The low-altitude economy refers to what happens up to 1,000 meters above ground. There was a media interview of Mr. Gary Chen. Mr. Chen was asked what he wanted to become when he grew up. He wanted to become a pilot, but he ended up becoming a logical member. For drones, more people can become pilots or operators of drones. Leave aside the war zones. Let's look at the economy. Our country is a world leader in making drones. Those drones can fly 8,000 kilometers. They can carry up to 10 kilograms of goods. SF Express wanted to have global coverage of its drones, and our country ends up using those drones for military purposes as well. So we have a solid foundation, and there's a bright future for our drone development. We all use Octopus cards. We were the first to do e-payment with Octopus. If we had a whole-of-city approach in supporting e-payment with Octopus, Octopus would have gone a long way. Maybe more people will be using Octopus card. More people would be using Octopus around the world. But other options like Alipay and WeChat Pay overtook Octopus. So it's a competition. We either make progress or we fall behind. Of course, we should respect the laws and regulations, but let's think about ways how the laws and regulations can support the development of the low-altitude economy. Can we exercise foresight in improving our laws to create room for the development of the low-altitude economy? The earliest planes were not allowed by the laws around the world back then because the first generation of planes were dangerous. But the government can help promote the development of the low-altitude economy. Either we move quickly or we fall behind. Technologies evolve quickly, especially in war zones. News reports show that in Guangdong, there are already licenses for air taxis. Some places in the mainland have already done test flight. It's a 20-minute ride from Shenzhen to Zhuhai. So here's a fanciful idea. Say at the electrical complex or at the government headquarters, can we have a test flight route going from electrical complex or the government offices to, say, West Kowloon Palace Museum? Can we turn that into an attraction of the Victoria Harbour? So let's foster these emerging future-oriented industries. There is huge room for development of the low-altitude economy. So let's all support this economy. Let's foster the development and facilitate its development. I so submit. Thank you. Dr. So Cheng-Wing. Thank you, Deputy President. At the two sessions this year, new productive forces became a focus. the low-altitude economy was included in the government's work report for the first time. The low-altitude economy covers a wide range of industry chains. This involves policymaking, applications, and industry chains. All these factors need to come together. This is also a key growth engine. The mainland cities of the Greater Bay Area have started developing low-altitude economy sectors, and the GBA is ahead in the country. A research report shows that in 2023, the mainland's low-altitude economy has reached 500 billion yuan. Shenzhen has the largest number of low-altitude economy firms in the country, followed by Guangzhou and Beijing. In Guangdong province, consumer-grade drones make up 90% of our country's total and 70% of the world's total. Guangdong is home to Dajiang, Yihang, Xpeng, which are all industry leaders. In February this year, the first intercity flying taxi had its first test flight in Guangzhou from Shenzhen to Zhuhai. It was just a 20-minute flight. A research institute released a white paper on the low-altitude economy. By 2025, the low-altitude economy will contribute 3 to 5 trillion yuan to our country's GDP. The data shows Hong Kong needs to pay attention to the low-altitude economy. I support Ms. Elizabeth Kwok's motion and all amendments. The Guangdong province is going all out on developing the low-altitude economy. Here, we can also integrate into the GBA's development. We are the southern gateway of our country. We are also an international transport and aviation hub. We have been a connector between the mainland and the world. There is enormous potential for us to develop a low-altitude economy. Let's seize the opportunities and make plans for the industries. Here are my suggestions. First, let's work with the other GBA cities. Let's have cross-boundary air transport, and let's also have services covering passenger flight, logistics, and emergency rescue. For biological specimens and other supplies, let's create this scientific flight path so that we can create this belt. This will help foster our status as an international financial aviation hub. In 2021, the Hong Kong Productivity Council launched its Hong Kong Industrial Zone Technology Center. For different industries, that center promoted the applications of drones. So let's make use of our talent pool and make breakthroughs in technology and create an industry system. So let's commercialize our drones. My third idea is this: we are a city of conventions and expos. We can work with the Zhuhai authorities. Let's leverage our country's brand name. Let's have an aviation-focused expo. In Shenzhen, Zhuhai, and Guangzhou, they have policies to support their low-altitude economies. We will see more well-established flight paths. So for us, we need to legislate, and we need to work with the rest of the GBA to create a system for new industries at Seoul Summit. Mr. Kenneth Lau. Thank you, Deputy President. The low-altitude economy first came up in 2021. It came up in a plan, and then in December 2023, at the Central Economic Work Conference, the economy became part of our country's economic strategies. The government's work report also included the low-altitude economy as a new growth engine. Our country's low-altitude economy is worth more than 500 billion yuan, and in a few years' time, it will be over 3 trillion yuan. So there are boundless opportunities in this economy. Many provinces are working on their low-altitude economies. Beijing, Guangdong, and Sichuan, 18 cities or provinces are trying to develop this economy. The Guangdong province supports Shenzhen, Guangzhou, and Zhuhai in their development. They're creating demonstration zones and turning them into hubs of a low-altitude economy. Shenzhen rolled out a law on the low-altitude economy. Shenzhen also rolled out a range of measures in this area to support applications and innovation in this area. Those steps support the low-altitude economy in Shenzhen. In 2023, Shenzhen's low-altitude economy exceeded 90 billion yuan. Shenzhen also led the country in the number of flights. Shenzhen is fully promoting the use of eVTOL, and they're also promoting industries of flying vehicles, and that is what we call flying or air taxis. In the recent months, there was a successful test flight from Shenzhen to Zhuhai. It was the first intercity demonstration of flight. Road traffic would have taken 2 hours, but the flight was just 20 minutes. And that was a milestone in the low-altitude economy. In the next few years, there will be hundreds of flight routes in the low-altitude airspace. There will be more than 1,000 takeoff and landing sites. Here in Hong Kong, both the government and private firms use drones for land surveying, construction, and enforcement. And also we have drone shows. Still, those applications are still at a nascent stage. On the use of eVTOL aircraft and flying vehicles, however, things are different. In February this year, the government gave us a reply. The government simply said it would pay attention to the latest developments of drones, and it would review the regulatory regime. In other words, the government has no plan in this area. No laws, no policy support. The low-altitude economy is an emerging area that our country is taking seriously. We need to support our country's work on this front. Hong Kong is densely populated. We have many buildings. That's hard for the use of drones for deliveries. But the future northern metropolis will be a good place for the low-altitude economy, especially for flying taxis and large drones. The government should be active in working with Shenzhen in exploring flight routes for air taxis between Shenzhen and Hong Kong. In the northern metropolis, we need to set aside space for takeoff and landing sites for air taxis. There will be railways and major roads connecting the urban center and the northern metropolis. And we can make the drones part of that network. We should also do air taxis as an option for sightseeing so that people can enjoy the scenery places like the Mears Bay and Yanchao Tong. And that's how we can also promote tourism. Promoting the low-altitude economy is a part of a broader trend. Hong Kong needs to seize the opportunity. I so submit and support the motion and all amendments.
Ms. Eunice Yong. Deputy President, I speak in support of the motion moved by Ms. Elizabeth Quartz on promoting the development of low-altitude economy and all the amendments. In recent years, as technology develops, leaps and bounds, drones and EV tools have been widely used and applied, and low-altitude economy has become a new growth driver for urban development. In Shenzhen, we have delivery of, say, milk tea by drones, and drones used for sightseeing. And low-altitude economy has provided new brand experience for consumers in the mainland. This is a kind of technological revolution and a revamp of the industrial structure. And in 2021, we had the National Comprehensive 3D Transportation Network Planning outlined. The low-altitude economy has been designated as a strategic industry, and in the Central Economic Work Conference, low-altitude economy is designated a strategic industry. Now, while it has taken some time for low-altitude economy to develop in the mainland, at the very top level, the government is supporting the development in terms of the airspace policy and other policies in other areas. There have been support policies. In 1st of January 2024, the relevant regulations have been implemented, signifying that a major step taken by the country in developing the economy. We're not talking about a journey of several years. Starting from the year 2000, they started some trial schemes, and now it's been 24 years on, and they have done all sorts of trials in this period. So they're developing the economy in phases, and there have been changes in how they manage the sector. The mainland is carrying out a pilot scheme, and this will help much in promoting the low-altitude economy. How can we seize the opportunities arising from the development in the country? Well, we should not be actually comparing ourselves with the mainland in terms of our development. It's difficult to do that. There have been a number of regulations and laws. We have the SUA, but which governed SUA, which weigh less than 25 kg. We don't have a broad development direction. I agree with what other members say. We must recognize the unique geography in Hong Kong and what kind of economic development can we forge, or can we work together with Shenzhen to develop drones in Hong Kong? We hope that there can be a blueprint and an overall plan to see how we can dovetail with the national and GBA development, and also include low-altitude economy into our economic structure. This is something that the government must think about. And then we should open up airspace. I have made some calculations. If you use drones, well, a lot of friends live in Discovery Bay, which is around 9 to 12 km from Hong Kong Island. So the ferry journey is around half an hour. If we use drones, which travel at a speed of 60 km per hour, that means that the journey can be shortened to 10 minutes. So if we can open up the airspace, that would be good. Because right now, Victoria Harbour, the airspace there is not open for public use. So we must also innovate in our technology and also policies. We must also attach importance to team building and talent training. I have participated many times in drone activities organized by the Island East District Council, and I'm also a consultant to a relevant association. And I hope that the more talent training can be done. Well, some drones have once fallen outside my home, so I'm very concerned about the operation of drones in Hong Kong, and also the relevant safety issues, and also the relevant legal responsibilities. I hope that the government can think hard on these several aspects. Fellow members, I will end the meeting at around 6:30. Dr. Lo Wai Kwok. I first thank Ms. Elizabeth Quats for moving the original motion and the other amendments. While we strive to put priority in developing economy, improving livelihood in Hong Kong, how can we promote industrial transformation, upgrade, and grow and breed new growth posts? The nation's development strategy would instill new impetus to Hong Kong's economy. In this year's government report, the Premier said that the central government will actively foster emerging industries and future-oriented industries, and it will develop low-altitude economy as a new growth engine. I think we should take full advantage of the advantages under one country, two systems principle. We should help address the government's needs through our advantages. Well, low-altitude economy refers to activities in airspace below 100 meters in vertical altitude. There will be a lot of application scenarios, and with the development of this economy, a lot of other industries can also be further developed. There has been vibrant development in low-altitude economy in the nation, covers transport, logistics, tourism, and emergency response. And a relatively complete industry chain has taken shape. And they are promoting also the eVTOL, i.e. the air taxi development. Earlier, CAAC has issued the first production license to a mainland enterprise on UAV. So there is indeed great potential for development. In Hong Kong, the government and private organizations are increasingly using more drones. Say, for example, DSD has been using it to enhance efficiency in river inspection, and CDD is also using it to help with the slope management, and Buildings Department is using drones to inspect the dilapidation situation of external walls, and EPD is using them to monitor the operation of the landfills. And in the latest budget, it is said that drone shows will be staged every month to add vitality to the tourism industry. Despite this, compared to the nation, we are starting relatively late, and we lack the relevant planning and policy support. We must catch up fast. So I agree that the government must actively promote low-altitude economy and work together with GBA cities to build low-altitude economy as a new growth engine in the region. There are three major points here. First, the administration must come up with a complete plan and review the existing laws and regulations to promote low-altitude economy. Low-altitude economy can help drive I&T development, transport, logistics, and tourism sectors. So we must have some vision plan and come up with a positioning for the Hong Kong industry. We must identify our own advantages. We must also review the regulations relating to SUA, and we should take reference from experience from other cities to come up with dedicated legislation on drones. Second, we must also have support policies, and we should enhance collaboration among different departments. We must provide tax concessions, subsidies, and to encourage R&D in low-altitude economy to encourage commercialization of R&D output. And in Northern Metropolis, land to be set aside for low-altitude economy infrastructure. The ITIB, CDB, EEB, CSTB, and Development Bureau, Security Bureau, and Civil Aid Department should work together. This is so important. The government should also liaise with the relevant sectors to discuss with the GBA cities on collaboration on various areas in GBA or in the low-altitude economy, including areas like airspace management, cross-boundary capital flow and people flow, etc. I so submit. Mr. Tang Fei, I speak in support of Ms. Elizabeth Guat's original motion and the amendments. Low altitude economy is very important. A number of colleagues have talked about that. Now, on eVTOL, whether it's a manned or unmanned, well, we focus mainly on applications like surveying, construction, so on. This is a good start, but it's better than nothing. But it doesn't go far enough, and we must expand the applications to tourism, medical supplies delivery, and emergency response, etc. Now, apart from the urban and rural areas, we should study into wider application of eVTOL across boundaries. Well, on the mainland, there has been a prosperous development of air taxis, and they bring to tourists brand new tourism experience. If we can do that in Hong Kong, and maybe even have cross-boundary air taxis, then that will help invigorate Hong Kong's tourism industry, and we will be able to provide brand new sightseeing experience for tourists. We have to legislate on to regulate low-altitude aircraft, but at the same time, we must also emphasize development. We should not over-regulate to stifle the development in this area. And then I'm not suggesting that the government should subsidize the relevant industry. We must think one step ahead. We must not interfere too much in the operation of these unmanned aerial vehicles or manned aerial vehicles. If these UAVs are used in emergency rescue, transport of patients, delivery of medical supplies, and so on, then that's good because they are our lifeline for people concerned. So we must prevent malicious intervention in these flights. So that is very important. The government should consider all these when thinking about regulation. There have been similar cases in the past when a civil wireless technology first came up. I mean, the analog signals that were being used. Well, there were always people who were trying to interrupt transmission within the police, ambulances, and well, these were malicious acts. And digital technology is becoming more popular and user-friendly these days. We don't have enough legislation to deter and regulate such malicious acts, and that won't be good. Now, I'm citing perhaps an inappropriate analogy here. One of the most important technologies is how to legislate to prevent interference on drones. So a lot of efforts or resources have been plowed into that. How to prevent interruptions or interference in drone flights. So these are a concern or an area of interest for some people. So if we are to develop low-altitude aircraft, we must not just think about route or flight plans. We must stop and deter the malicious interfering acts. The government must also set up a working group to study into the relevant legislation, studying into the law, the relevant laws, and they should come up with the forward-looking policies.
Mr. Robert Lee, President, I speak in support of the motion moved by Ms. Elizabeth Quat about promoting the development of low-altitude economy. Low-altitude economy is a new industry supported by our country. In the latest government work report, the central government said that the low-altitude economy should become a new economic growth engine. In Guangzhou, the development of low-altitude economy is included in their plan. The GBA attaches importance to development of the low-altitude economy. There is coordination of among different government departments in the Greater Bay Area to promote low-altitude economy. There is huge potential to low-altitude economy. According to the Chinese Aviation Bureau, the scale of the low-altitude economy was worth 2.5 trillion yuan. It is expected that the figure will reach 5 trillion yuan by 2025, representing some 20% growth. Low-altitude economy will also bring growth to different sectors, including education, tourism, emergency response and rescue, etc. It will inject new impetus to different sectors. Shenzhen municipal government last year applied to the central government to be a demonstration zone for low-altitude economy, and it got the support from the central authority. The Civil Aviation Administration of China supports the development of test flight zones and in Shenzhen. So I agree with Mr. Chen Pui-leung and Mr. Yim Kong for including the parts about developing air taxi services and EV toll technology in their amendments as application scenarios. Currently, Civil Aviation Department enforces the small unmanned aircraft order. However, the order does not target drones used for commercial purposes. For instance, if there are enterprises who would like to make use of drones to make deliveries and cannot have the drones pass by the no-fly zones, this would not be favorable to the development of the low-altitude economy. The SAR government should learn from the experience in Shenzhen. They rolled out regulations on the promotion of the low-altitude economy, and by encouraging developing low-altitude activities in different industries, the SAR government should make use of resources and study airspace management. There should be formulation of policies, and there should also be dovetailing of our policies with those in the GBA. The SAR government should also expand the application scenarios of low-altitude economy. For instance, in different premises or high-rise buildings, there should be infrastructure for drones. We should make use of the advantages we see in the GBA through the financial market. We should bring about capital and investment, as well as various financing platforms and channels to attract enterprises to get listed in Hong Kong. The financing channels should be expanded to support the growth of low-altitude economy. There should be different new financial products. For instance, there can be leasing and purchasing of drones, and there should be ways to help lower the cost of purchasing drones for enterprises. Thank you. Mr. Andrew Lam. Thank you, President. I thank Ms. Elizabeth Quat for the motion as well as the 7 members for their amendments. In the mainland, the low-altitude economy is seen as a new economic growth engine. different cities on the mainland come up with regulations for a low altitude economy, which involves economic activities in airspace below 1,000 meters above ground. There is huge potential. 2 years later, the scale of low altitude economy may reach 1 trillion yuan. Amazon back in 10 years ago, they displayed the potential of drones, and in the future they're going to enter the market of the UK and Italy. We can make use of drones to deliver medical supplies to Rwanda and Ghana. By end of 2022, there was an action plan for developing low-altitude economy in the mainland. Early last year, Shenzhen also, for the first time, included low-altitude economy in its government work report. Meituan set up some 20 flight paths for drones to deliver meals. In both eastern and the western part of our world, there have been development of drones. However, today we are only having a motion with no legislative effect on promoting the development of low-altitude economy. We are far behind compared to other places in the world. In order to maintain our status as a first-tier city, promoting development of low-altitude economy is undoubtedly what we have to do. There are many restrictions to developing drones and eVTOL devices. There are problems with noise as well as flying restrictions. We should look ahead if we want to break through these restrictions. We have to come up with a new mindset. We need infrastructure, regulations, and policies. We have to be forward-looking. To develop low-altitude economy, we have to bring in the TLB. For noise impacts, we have to bring in the EEB. And we need ITIB for INT areas. And we need the Housing Bureau as well as the Development Bureau in terms of building more infrastructure. For emergency rescue, we need other bureaus. And for investment, we need FTSB. CMAB should also take part, and CSTB will come into play when we talk about tourism. And the LWB will have to help train up personnel. So there are only 2 policy bureaus that are not involved within the SAR government. It involves a lot of different parties in order to build low-altitude economy. To promote new quality productive forces, we cannot just shy away from risks. We have to come up with a focused legislative framework. We have to come up with application scenarios in order to formulate laws and regulations. We have to make use of new development areas to test new support measures and facilities. We need to do it step by step. President, if we don't want to fall behind Shenzhen, we have to make our first step. I so submit. Thank you. Professor Priscilla Leung. President, I speak in support of Ms. Elizabeth Kwok's motion on promoting the development of low-altitude economy. Our country has been giving huge support to developing low-altitude economy, which is a new strategy for our nation. In the second session of the 14th National People's Congress, low-altitude economy is included in the government work report as a new growth engine. I believe the low-altitude economy will see a new golden era in our country. What is low-altitude economy? A lot of us in Hong Kong has no idea. We seldom use this term low-altitude economy. People, however, are familiar with drones, which can be seen as part of our industry chain, including in areas of environmental protection, traffic and logistics and transport. Drones in Shenzhen are leading in the world. Well, with such a national strategy, we have no choice but enter the relevant market. However, is Hong Kong ready for it? 10 years ago, my friend, a friend of mine asked me to look at an essay that he's working on about low-altitude economy. In terms of laws, regulations, and flight paths, they are leading. So by 2025, the scale of low-altitude economy will reach 5 trillion yuan in China, and by 2030, 2 trillion. And low-altitude economy is included in the government work report, so we have to work on it as well. There are many high-rise buildings in Hong Kong, and we attach importance to people's privacy. We have to also consider the safety concerns. We have to look at the flight paths. Will drones capture the situation as we work in buildings? What about there are accidents in this between ground level and the low altitude level? Well, I am in the legal sector. I haven't seen any essays or papers in the area of low altitude economy, so we are lagging far behind. We have to be alert. So are we ready? Of course we aren't. If we haven't had the framework, there will be privacy issues, safety risks. We have to also think about how to implement the regulations if we have them in place. There's also members who talks about the division of work within the government. Well, now we are aware that we are falling behind. We can only catch up. We have to come up with laws and regulations. We need aviation experts to set flight paths. With so many skyscrapers in Hong Kong, I can imagine that in case of accidents, there will be accidents on the ground level as well. We may not be able to catch up immediately like how Shenzhen and other mainland cities are doing. We have to first have a comprehensive plan in order to make sure that we can build low-altitude economy in a safe manner. I have read the laws and regulations in Shenzhen. They are very solid. There are also 74 flight paths for drones, 69 takeoff and landing points for drones, 7,000 5G bases, and also 3,000 poles. So they have the laws and regulations ready in Shenzhen. They know how to play the game. We should also catch up. Well, we have already started late, but we must be in line with the international standard or do better. Hong Kong is not ready, but we must make the first step. There's a long way to go, but we have to set off now. I so submit. Meeting adjourned now. We'll resume council meeting at 9 a.m. tomorrow.